There is a school specializing in training special students. Here, people usually learn intense combat and defense skills to serve their foster parents. Among them is a boy named Shurian, the most outstanding of all the students. Unfortunately, during a delivery, he was mistakenly sent to Korea instead of Japan. The headmaster thought he was no longer alive, until decades later when he learned of Shurian's whereabouts. Will he return to that bizarre school and work for them again? Let's follow along. The story begins with the loud crying of a little girl. My children are all well behaved. The kids are little angels that cannot be found anywhere else in the world. However, not everyone can be a parent. A fat, thuggish-looking man said, "From now on I will be your father, because of these special parents, little ones. Have to receive special education." A special education? Yes, a very special education, the nun smiled and said to the children, "Okay, children." Enough, her friendly expression suddenly turned into a terrifying coldness. It's training time. The innocent kids just now took out strange items from their pockets. Some wrapped fishing line around their hands, some held sharp daggers, and there were also throwing stars and other dangerous weapons. The nun instructed Ellie, "You don't need to let your snot run while crying. Children who act excessively will be hated by their parents." Ellie quickly wiped her nose and obediently replied, "Yes, I will remember." The old headmaster secretly stood upstairs observing everyone. It's a kind of talent education. Those children have been raised to be weapons since they could walk. They are carefully nurtured under a very disciplined officer. Even the items they use are incredibly expensive, so what are these children used for? The headmaster grinned. These kids are like computers. What they are used for depends on the buyer or their parents. In the car, the man carefully instructed his adopted son, "This person is the target, memorize his face." But because they are dangerous children, there will still be safety limits. An absolute rule has been ingrained in their minds since they were young, making it impossible for them to refuse, and we call it the absolute trio of principles. These 3 principles are to listen to orders and control the buyer's instructions. This is an important rule, so we ensure they always remember. Changing the scene to inside the car, with his keen eyes the boy quickly noticed something suspicious. "Dad, there's a car chasing us." He blankly asked, What are you talking about, kid?" "Shut up and memorize this guy's face." The boy immediately obeyed. "Yes, I have received the order, father." The first principle is that the words of parents are absolute. The car behind suddenly accelerated and crashed straight into the boy's car. The major collision caused the car to lose control and flip over on the road. The father lay unconscious on the ground, while the boy was luckier and still managed to sit up. The second principle is not to use power without parental permission. The boy approached his father and checked his pulse. The strangers carefully got out of the car with guns in their hands. Suddenly, a child crawled out of the car, startling them. The boy cried and wailed in pain, "Please help, my father, he's stopped breathing." His appearance confused the men. "Damn it, I didn't hear anything about him bringing a child. Should we negotiate with the kid?" The teammate bluntly replied, "Negotiate my ass, he's just a kid, dump him somewhere and that's it." One of them approached and called out, "Hey kid. I'm very sorry about this." Before he could finish his sentence, the boy stabbed him fatally in the neck. That was also the last principle, in situations where there is a threat to the safety of parents. The boy quickly snatched the gun from his hand. The other one standing outside didn't understand why his teammate was taking so long. Ignoring the second principle and actively taking control of the situation, the kid hid behind the man and carefully pointed the gun at the standing man. He decisively pulled the trigger, sending that one to heaven too. The headmaster took out a thick book. "How well behaved are these little kids? What do you think, want to buy one? Ah, these kids, so you can't feel sorry, huh? Or do you want to see our only defective product? He has the most outstanding skills in our elite ranks. I personally pay a lot of attention to him. But I lost him, or rather, I don't know if he's still alive. We are trying to find him, but without parental permission, he is not allowed to use his power, so we can't find him. Right now he is definitely hiding and living like a normal child. Or maybe he's dead." A fist flew in from somewhere, punching a male student straight in the face. After that thunderous punch, Hanho slumped on the ground, while Yusef excitedly asked, "The punch was too perfect, huh, Hanho?" He trembled, unable to speak. Yusef suddenly moved closer and asked, "Huh, what are you saying?" Hanho quickly made up an answer, "No, I mean the punch was perfectly awesome, worth 180,000 points. That punch must be around 180,000 points, right?" Yusef's friends burst out laughing. Damn, 180,000 points is a lot, huh? Yusef's punch is 180,000 points. Laughing, Hanho only dared to curse them in his heart. Damn it, you inhuman bastards. Another student ran over from somewhere towards Hanho with an excited expression. So let's see how many points I get, me. I punch again. Hey Huang Hanho, how many points did I get? Yusef stood from afar and could only grin. Hanho turned his head to look at Yusef and then answered Shurian. Like shit, he asked again. 180,000, I also got 180,000 points. The male student bluntly replied, no, you're just garbage. The whole group burst out laughing. Park Shurian, laughing, he said you're trash. It seems like the Hanho meter is angrier now, huh? Before the ridicule, he shouted in embarrassment. It's not, it's broken. Hanho secretly cursed this liar. Damn it, this guy is at it again. To be honest, I'm even stronger than you. Yusef suddenly came in front of Shurian and asked, what are you doing? Without saying anything, he slapped Shurian straight in the face. And then arrogantly said, you're not allowed to hit me so I can hit you, right? You understand, right? Shurian clenched his fist in anger. Yusef, you really are. But because he didn't have the guts to fight back, he tried to smile and praise Yusef. I thought my chin was going to fall off, so it really is 180,000 points. As expected, you really are different. How much can you bench, Yusef? 500 kilos? People measure in pounds, right? He only grinned. Then turned and left. You idiot, go buy me cigarettes, Shurian. He immediately agreed. Okay, I'll go right away. You like menthol, right? After Yusef left, Shurian stood up straight, smoothed his hair, and said confidently, Yusef, I will really fight you next time, but talking like him is really cool. Hanho glanced at Shurian and thought to himself, actually, if I fought, I could take them all down easily. Shurian suddenly called out, hey Hanho. Are you sure my punch is like shit, and doesn't get the maximum points? While saying that, he used his hand to choke Hanho, making him uncomfortable. Ah, damn it, this bastard again. Shurian glared and threatened, it's not convenient here, follow me. Today I'll let you meet your ancestors, got it? Hanho didn't say a word but just stood there staring at Shurian. Finally, the two of them went to a nearby street stall. Shurian, chewing noisily, asked, you always buy Korean rice cakes here, right? I don't have money because I have to be Yusef's errand boy. Hanho hesitantly replied, yeah. In his heart he kept cursing this troublesome guy, this bastard. After eating, Shurian still insisted on asking again, are you sure? My points are not as good as Yusef's? Hanho stammered to explain, it's not like that, it's just. Before he could say anything, Shurian interrupted and asked, this place, this shop, has the same name as you, right? Hanho didn't hesitate to introduce, this is my mom's shop. Hanho's mom gave a kind smile and said to Shurian, oh my, so you're my son's friend, eat more, there's oating too. He asked again to confirm, so the owner is your mom? That's why the shop is called Hanho's snack stall? He nodded in response, yeah, it's my mom's shop, in Hanho's heart. Questions began to arise. I've been hiding it very well, but why? I never expected to be discovered by a guy like this. Shurian licked his lips looking greedy. Is that so? Why do you have to hide it? Hanho gradually became suspicious of him. What are you planning to do to my mom? You're going too far, you bastard. He secretly held the pen in his hand, intending to attack Shurian. He suddenly called out, Auntie. At that moment Hanho also quickly rushed over. Just as he was about to strike, he saw Shurian bowing politely. I should have greeted you properly earlier. I'm Hanho Park's friend, Shurian. No more questions about why the shop name isn't some common name. Hearing this, Hanho stopped like he had realized something. Hanho's mom laughed and said, well, I'm not surprised because I named it after Hanho. Shurian also turned to look at Hanho, taking the opportunity to tease him. While your mom is working so hard, you don't help her at all? Hanho thought to himself, okay, I have to get rid of this guy or he'll bother my mom. So he interrupted and said, we have to go now because some friends at school are waiting. The mother worked diligently and replied, oh, okay. A moment later, she turned around with a cheerful expression and a few bags of food in her hand. How many friends are there at school? I'll pack some rice cakes for you to bring to your friends. Hanho fearfully waved his hands in protest. Mom, you don't have to do that. Shurian was very excited. Are you really giving it to me? Hanho's mom kindly replied. That's right, my store sells them so there are a lot. Ian happily held the bag of food in his hand. You're giving me too much. I'm embarrassed, she hurriedly said. Don't think about it, just take it. Hanho could only secretly beg. Mom, you don't have to do that. The mother smiled widely and praised. Hanho's friends are all good friends, so just take it, he secretly said in his heart. It's not what you think. They're not all like you think. Ian grinned and replied, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hanho suddenly grabbed Ian's hand and called out, hey Ian. You can't tell Yusef, don't tell the others either please. Before leaving, Ian also promised, okay, don't worry, I won't tell, I'm going home, Auntie. Thank you very much, she waved goodbye to him. Bring your friends here next time. Ian quickly replied, yes, I will bring my friends here. Hanho was furious when he heard this. After his friend left, Hanho turned to look at his mother with a serious expression. Mom, why did you do that? I told you to just ignore it. Don't let anyone know that you know me. I already said that. Hanho's emotions were very confused. How can I speak loudly to my mother like that? What did my mother do wrong? Hanho's mother stood meekly with a worried expression. Because it was the first time I met your friend, so I unintentionally forgot. She hesitated to apologize to her son. What did Mom do wrong? What am I doing? Why does my mother have to apologize to me? The mother tried to say the words in her heart. I just wanted you to be closer to your classmates, so I did that. I'm very sorry. Hanho could only clench his fist and say silently. Mom, don't apologize to me like that. If you keep saying that, then I will. Switching scenes to the school, Yusef intentionally dropped a piece of cloth into the bowl of rice cakes and pretended to exclaim in surprise, oh damn it. He picked up the cloth covered in sauce and asked, what the hell is this? This is rice cake made by your mom, right? I was curious so I bought it, but look, what is this? Can I call this a rag? Why is it in the food? Can you eat this? Hanho, can I ask for a refund? While saying that, he wiped the cloth on his face. His mouth still didn't stop mocking. I probably need to go to your mom's store to ask for a refund. Saying it like this should be okay. Hello, I'm Hanho's friend. Hanho thought, Park Ian, I already begged him not to say it. Then he bluntly said to Yusef, friends? How can someone like you be my friend, you bastard? His words surprised that guy. Hanho, are you angry? Friends need to be harmonious. If you do that, your mom will be sad, understand? Yusef unhesitatingly poured the whole bowl of rice cakes on Hanho. He sat still like a statue, clutching the pen in his hand. Yusef curiously turned his head to look at Hanho. Then suddenly he stood up and stabbed the pen into Yusef's neck. The mother's words suddenly appeared in Hanho's mind. I just want you to be closer to your friends, so I. Don't be mad at me. The tip of the pen was almost touching Yusef's neck, but he suddenly stopped. Hanho's hands trembled nonstop. It seemed that he didn't have the courage to do this. Yusef angrily yelled, what the hell are you doing, you bastard? Are you trying to assassinate me? A moment later, Ian walked in looking for Hanho. He stood looking around the class with a confused expression. The mischievous students were now suddenly sitting silently and obediently. The police were also present. Next to them was a shattered window with some fresh syrup stains. The floor and the lockers were also covered in syrup, plus Hanho's distorted glasses were scattered around. The teacher lowered his head in sorrow. That day Hanho was beaten to a pulp for 15 minutes. He fainted and then woke up in pain. While being beaten he tried to beg many times. Even so, that bastard still didn't spare him, and no one in the class stopped him. In the end, the person who stopped the assault was Hanho. He became a wreck, without any vitality. Everything stopped when he was no longer able to resist. Inside the dilapidated house, Yusef said, I have an idea. Hanho being like this is considered that we joke too much, so he became like this. You understand what I'm saying, right? One of his friends spoke out against it, but we didn't do anything to him. Yusef began to analyze for them. Listen to what I'm saying. In Korea the juvenile law won't be a problem. I already asked my dad. You guys know that law, right? I've already been held back for a year, so I can't make any mistakes anymore. That's why I'm asking you guys for a little favor. You go to the police station and confess that you made Hanho like that, saying that, you understand, right? Yusef's friend worriedly said, although I know there's that juvenile law, we can still get caught up in other laws. He patted him on the shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry, there will be a way. Just listen to me, it'll be okay. If we don't get sued, there won't be anything, right? Even if we get arrested, it won't be a problem. Hearing this, the friend hesitated and said this, Yusef had to use the lure. Okay, I'm not asking you to do it for free. He opened the suitcase of money to bribe them. Here, 10 million won for each of you. How about it? Also, who knows Hanho's house, tell me. Switching scenes to Hanho's small house, his mother sat crying in extreme pain. The bleak coldness enveloped the entire room. It was already dark outside. Yusef and his gang sneaked into the apartment building. Hey, tell me again, what floor is it on? The teammate whispered, it's on the 5th floor. They stood in front of the elevator waiting to move upstairs. Strangely, why is the elevator stopping here? It can't move. Yusef made a decision. Let's go up the stairs. Hurry up and get this over with. Just as they stepped onto the 5th floor, Yusef discovered that someone had used a fire extinguisher to block the elevator door. It was that thing that made them have to walk up 5 floors. Yusef angrily went to see what the hell it was. Another voice suddenly rang out. Why are you guys only coming now? He raised his head to look at the staircase above and discovered that someone had been waiting for them from before. And that was none other than Shireen. I've been waiting for a while. Yusef blankly asked Park Shireen, what are you doing there? Another guy spoke up inviting him, come with us. Shireen slowly stood up and went straight to the point. I'll just ask, how did you guys know about Hanho's rice cake shop? Only I know, right? Yusef smirked and recounted about that. I told you to go buy cigarettes. But you didn't come back. I went to find you and saw you eating cakes with the kids, so I followed you. That's when I saw that Hanho was arguing with his mom. Shireen lowered his head and admitted, so it's because of me. Then listen carefully to this question and know how to answer me, understand? What are you guys doing here? Yusef tightly held the weapon in his hand and said, can't you tell? Coming to give her a beating for daring to sue me, what else? But anyway, you being here is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Anyway, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. You're just pretending to bully Hanho to make me happy, right? You actually went there to help him. All of Shireen's actions that day were figured out by Yusef. He gave a cunning smile. You've underestimated me too much. Shireen bent down to pick up the fire extinguisher. Okay, I understand. Yusef rushed towards him like a wild beast hunting prey. Go meet the Grim Reaper, you idiot. Shireen quickly pulled out the pin of the fire extinguisher. Thank you for answering my question. Although I had already guessed part of it, I needed to verify it first. As soon as he finished speaking, he continuously sprayed gas and fire extinguishing powder at Yusef's face, limiting his vision. The smoky mist blocked the way, confusing the whole group. What the hell is this? Yusef immediately ordered his teammates to quickly go up and take him down. As soon as that guy stepped up, the fire extinguisher suddenly flew over. The strong impact made him fall backwards. Following that, Yusef also rolled down the stairs. The rage in him surged non-stop. Get out of the way, you idiots, you're blocking me too much. On the stairs, Shireen continuously physically impacted the remaining guys. Suddenly, Yusef's shout rang out, startling him, you bastard. Shireen quickly used the fire extinguisher to block Yusef's attack. He continued to stand the fire extinguisher upright, then decisively used it to smash down on Yusef's leg. The sudden, unbearable pain made him speechless. A few seconds later, he lay on the ground thrashing, you broke my leg, you bastard. How dare you do this to me? My leg, Shireen calmly replied. Okay, I broke your leg at the kneecap. Now it will be difficult for you to walk. Yusef trembled and asked, why did you do this to me, you bastard? Shireen softly said there are 3 rules that every child must remember. First, always listen to parents. Second, while saying that, he swung his fist towards Yusef and punched him straight in the face. He glared at Yusef, do not act arbitrarily without parental permission. The other guys asked with ignorant expressions, what the hell is he saying? Shireen grabbed Yusef's collar and continued, and the last and most important thing is, he cried and begged, spare me, I know I was wrong. Shireen clenched his fist and said to him, while the parents are in danger, do everything you can to help them escape that situation, ignoring the above 2 conditions. Hanho's mother said. Hanho's friends are my friends too. So if you guys are endangering my mom, I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Do you understand what I'm saying? Shireen stomped repeatedly on Yusef's head. After a while, everything fell into an eerie silence. Scene changed to the special school. The headmaster's voice rang out, yes, please come in. The nun Rachel entered and announced, sir, there's a call from South Korea. He asked curiously, Who is it? Rachel replied, It's White Tiger personnel. The headmaster said gently, Okay, give me the phone. I'm listening, Director. The mysterious man reported, It seems we found it. The lost child. Its codename is Sean, South Korea. Project, Weapon Training Good Boy, codename Sean. Codename Sean, among the children trained by Death Castle. He is almost a perfect masterpiece, with the ability to acquire skills in using weapons, and top-notch assassination skills, a perfect item in every aspect. Therefore, he was granted to our top client, a Yakuza organization in Japan. And then a delivery error occurred, right? Instead of Japan, he was sent to South Korea. Sure, Ian had difficulty communicating with the people there. Excuse me. Every time this was mentioned, the headmaster felt heartache. That was 5 years ago. I thought he was dead and gave up. The sadness was fleeting. Just a few seconds later, he exclaimed in delight, Oh God! I never thought I'd find him like this. The headmaster immediately ordered, Bring him back here as soon as possible, by any means necessary. Is that clear, Rachel? The nun replied hastily, Yes, we will proceed with the operation immediately. In case of resistance, we will subdue him by force. The headmaster reminded her, What are you saying? Bring him back in the best condition possible and leave that gun behind. It's a bit much. Scene changed to Hanho's mother's restaurant. A man identifying himself as Yusef's father, Kwon Byung-woo, bowed his head and said, I am extremely sorry to the family. It is my fault for not disciplining the boy properly. I promise to cover all medical expenses and the mental distress of Hanho, and also accept any other compensation you require. Hanho's mother said bluntly, Your apology is useless. This is not something that can be resolved with just an apology. Ignoring her words, Byung-woo remained bowing in front of the store. After a while, seeing no reaction, he realized it's not working, huh? Okay, I understand. We're leaving. Byung-woo's decisive departure surprised Hanho's mother. What? Is that all you have to say? He covered his nose with a scarf and said, Hanho's mother, I believe productivity is the most important thing. But you have no intention of reconciling, so there's no reason for me to waste time here. We still have many other methods. And this is my area of expertise. In the car, Byung-woo constantly complained, My nose is itching like crazy, and that place smells disgusting. How can people do business in a place like that? Demolish that place and build a complex. Hey, what's going on with that kid? Has that side been taken care of yet? The driver replied, Yes, Secretario has taken care of it. It should be done by now. He will contact you soon. Byung-woo looked out and sat in thought. At a large hospital in the city, Yusef lay on the hospital bed with a resentful expression. That guy, there's something strange about him. What did he say about the 3 principles engraved in his head? Byung-woo asked the doctor next to him curiously, Are the 3 principles a trend among young people these days? But she just shook her head in confusion. Yusef continued, I don't know either. Then suddenly Byung-woo raised his hand to signal him to stop. Then he said to the doctor, Could you give us some privacy? Just for a moment. As soon as she left, Yusef sat up and said, Dad, that guy. Before he could finish, Byung-woo slapped him hard across the face. Yusef Kwon, do you know what pisses me off the most? It's not that you bullied some punks, and it's not because of you that some nobody jumped off a building. I don't care about that stuff. If you want to take a wrench to their house to end things, don't leave the mess for me. The basics of the job are never to do it a second time, Yusef. Observe carefully and learn from this opportunity. This is how adults handle things. On Shurian's side, he was kicked straight in the chest by a man. The kick sent him sprawling to the floor. The man asked his subordinates to help him up. Shurian tried to ask, What's going on? As soon as he said that, he was slapped hard across the jaw. The sound of physical impact continued without stopping. After a while, Shurian lay motionless on the floor. The man said, Things don't always go according to plan, do they? Maybe you beat up 4 of your friends at once. But adults don't act like that. As he spoke, he threw his gloves at him in disdain. It's because of you that the young master was humiliated. One of the subordinates raised Shurian's arm. The man said gently, So you have to pay the price for that, right? He gently placed his foot on Shurian's arm. Immediately after, a decisive kick without hesitation. A piercing scream of pain echoed everywhere. The man glanced down at him and said, "This is how adults work, kid." A peaceful afternoon in a small alley. Shurian sat in a corner complaining, "This is how adults work? You idiots. They don't even know the difference between a dislocation and a fracture. This is nothing compared to Aunt Rachel's beatings." He looked at his trembling hands and thought, "This is troublesome. Because of the 3 principles, I can't use my strength without an order. But whatever, this is enough to keep things quiet for a bit. Otherwise, I might need a new identity. That would be really messy." Suddenly, someone called his name, Shurian. "Are you Shurian? Why do you look so bruised?" He gave a forced smile and replied, "Oh, hello ma'am. Speak of the devil." And so Shurian was invited to Hanho's mother's house for rice cakes. He sat there blankly, staring at the plate of food. She was so kind that she brought out a lot of dishes to treat him. "Shurian, don't be shy. I made a lot, so eat a lot." Shurian's body seemed to be restarted. The order, "eat a lot," was as expected. He had determined that Hanho's mother is my parent. And so he didn't hesitate to eat all the dishes on the table. Not only that, but Hanho's mother was also very caring. "Little one, you'll get indigestion eating like that. Drink some water." Shurian picked up the water bottle and drank like someone in the desert. In the blink of an eye, he finished a whole bottle of water. A moment later, Shurian had eaten all the dishes. "Thank you for the meal, ma'am." Hanho's mother stood cutting gimbap and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen you, so I'm very happy." Shurian sat and thought for a moment before asking, "Is Hanho okay, ma'am?" Hanho's mother tried to smile and said, "Hanho is fine, of course Hanho is fine. The surgery went well and now we just need to monitor his recovery. So, even though it's difficult now, he will get through it. But ma'am, I'm not sure I can be like him. My son has to end up like this." Tears of pain rolled down the mother's face. "And I can't do anything. I want to destroy everything." Her hands trembled and her voice grew louder, like my inner self. "I want to chop up and crush that father." Unable to control her emotions, Hanho's mother smashed the gimbap with her hand. A somber atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Hanho's mother turned her head and said to Shurian, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I know I shouldn't be like this, but—" Her expression became blank. Shurian suddenly disappeared without a word of goodbye. Scene changed to Byung-woo's company. He announced happily to the employees, "This is the consolidated result of the company's 3rd quarter. Everyone worked hard. Our Byung-woo construction is what it is today because of everyone's efforts. We will not waver even if the parent company, Juyong Construction, goes bankrupt." Below, a waiter was diligently serving the distinguished guests. "Would you like some more wine, sir?" As soon as he said the words "pour more," a bottle of wine was smashed straight into his face. It turned out to be Shurian. He even smiled and said, "Of course, please." He immediately stood up and questioned him, "What the hell is wrong with this punk?" As soon as he threw a punch, he immediately threw 2 glass cups at him. The man rushed over aggressively. "You're pretty good at running away, huh?" He vaguely realized the abnormality, the cups, since when? Taking advantage of the opponent's inattentiveness, Shurian quickly delivered a kick to his face. Immediately after, he tightly held a knife and fork in his hands to protect himself. The bodyguards started running over to catch him. "Here! Catch that blonde kid!" Shurian used his throwing dart skills, throwing the knife and fork at the faces of 3 bodyguards at the same time. The remaining bodyguards shouted, "What's going on? What was that sound? Turn on the lights." The scene in front of them shocked them all. "What? Who did this?" "It's the blonde kid. Find him. He couldn't have gone far. He must be somewhere around here." Byung-woo stood there stunned for a moment. The blonde kid. Under the table, a hand holding a knife peeked out. The good boy of the morgue principle number 1. The words of the parent are absolute. With just one swipe, Shurian took down many people at the same time. Hanho's mother's resentful words were deeply engraved in his mind. Like the pain in her heart, that father, she wants to tear him to pieces. The screams of pain kept ringing out. "My ankle!" Shurian's hand still tightly held the knife covered in syrup. She said she wanted to tear them to pieces. After being discovered by the bodyguards, he quickly grabbed the tablecloth. Then he threw it at them to obstruct them. Shurian used his foot to kick the table straight into the bodyguards standing there. The unexpected attack knocked them all down to the floor. A knife from behind suddenly flew towards him. With his quick reflexes, Ian quickly ducked down, causing a bodyguard to take the bullet instead. A familiar voice praised him. "You dodged it? Not bad. But I'm sure I broke that arm of yours already. Whatever, this time I'll definitely." Ian ran over and grabbed his hand. He didn't hesitate to punch him in the cheek with a devastating blow. Ian clamped his hand down. "Observe carefully, this is how you break someone's hand." And so he gently broke his hand without any effort. The man's earth-shattering scream echoed throughout the hall. Suddenly, a bullet from above flew down, grazing Ian's face. He glanced sharply up at the upper floor. The one trying to assassinate him was Byung-woo. He looked surprised and said, "Harder to aim accurately than I thought." Ian also had to nod in agreement. "It's hard to hit from that distance without being a professional." Byung-woo slowly walked down the stairs. "Really? You seem pretty knowledgeable. So, are you a professional, kid? I heard that kids in Korea play games with gangs or something. Are you part of that too?" Ian honestly denied it. "Gangs? I don't know anything about them. But, if you asked me if I have anything to do with Hanho's snack shop." Byung-woo put on a blank expression and asked, "Hanho's snack shop? That cheap snack shop in that smelly alley? Now I understand. So, what did that woman say? Did she tell you to assassinate me?" He placed the gun straight against Ian's forehead. He glared at him and replied loudly, "No, she told me to tear you to pieces." While he was still stunned, not understanding what was happening, Ian struck, knocking the gun out of Byung-woo's hand, and gave him a few extra slaps. Byung-woo also quickly grabbed his collar. "You bastard! Is this your revenge?" Ian told him, "This isn't something like revenge or retaliation." As soon as he finished speaking, he put all his strength into punching him straight in the face. After that, a series of physical impacts. Principle number 1. Strawberry syrup splattered everywhere. Byung-woo's teeth flew out. Before stopping, Ian said, "The order of the parent is absolute." After beating him to a pulp, he turned and left. Byung-woo looked up at the ceiling and said, "Efficiency is the most important thing when working. You can't do something twice. I know you and that woman. I should have dealt with her properly back then. Next time, I'll send all of you off." Ian asked in confusion, "Why are you spouting such nonsense?" He fired a shot at the chandelier chain on the ceiling. Principle number 3. When there is a chance that the parent is in danger, overcome that situation. The chandelier immediately fell straight to the ground where Byung-woo was lying. Strawberry syrup erupted like a waterfall. Ian's figure gradually disappeared. Like father, like son. They are all the same. He revealed a strange tattoo on his back. Scene changed to the hospital. The doctor diligently asked about Yusef's health. "Patient, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" He grimaced and replied, "Can't you see? Damn it." The doctor worked and chatted with Yusef. "They say that school violence is very scary these days. This is the first time someone has been injured like this. I guess the person who hit you is very good at fighting. However, this is a bit too much." Yusef had to admit, "Yes, it hurts a lot." The doctor held a sharp needle in her hand and her eyes became terrifying. "But what were you and your father talking about just now? The 3 principles, you mentioned something like that." Yusef asked curiously, "What's that medicine? Its color is quite strange." She reassured him, "You don't need to worry. You won't die if I only use half." The doctor gently removed her wig and said, "You mentioned it to your father today, or should I rephrase the question? Do you know any kid named Sean?" It was Rachel who disguised herself as the doctor to easily investigate information. After collecting everything, Rachel called back to report to the headmaster. "Director, there's a problem. Codename Sean has taken action." Hearing this, the headmaster had to stand up in surprise. "He has taken action? What are you saying?" Rachel stepped on the bodyguards and observed the surroundings. "We followed Sean and arrived at the scene, but he has already escaped. Moreover, there are many injured adult men here. Even if it's Sean, he couldn't have done that because of the 3 absolute principles." The headmaster became worried. "That's impossible. This has never happened in the history of our morgue. That's why it's called the 3 absolute principles." He called out to Rachel and went to the cabinet full of important documents. The headmaster began to analyze. If Sean broke the 3 absolute principles, then something must be wrong. The weapons that we sell in this morgue might ignore our orders and target us. Rachel, we have to change our target. Investigate Sean first. Observe him carefully and find out if he really used force without permission. She immediately received the order. Understood. The headmaster did not forget to remind her, if you need any help in South Korea, you can go to White Tiger personnel. Two strange men appeared out of nowhere, chatting happily with each other. What is this mess caused by a middle schooler? Yes, dealing with this situation might make all my hair fall out. At the same time, Rachel also focused on talking on the phone. Yes, I found the smoker and the bald guy. I will observe him when he leaves the scene. One of them asked curiously. I only heard the word bald. What should I do? Rachel glanced past them indifferently. The two men glanced after her with judgmental eyes. Is this what kids call clothes these days? The man next to him smiled and said, They said she's Russian, and they're very open-minded. My wife is the same. Hey, why is the director always going out at this hour? Is he still in menopause? Well, the boss gave him other work to do. Early the next morning, at the school, Rachel had also disguised herself and successfully entered the school. Sean, I have completed some preliminary investigations about you. You attend middle school here. Your parents are abroad on paper, but they are just unidentified imposters. Codenamed Sean, what are you doing here? I'm going to dig everything up. Rachel gave an eager smile. I'm looking forward to it. How will our Sean grow up? Sean, you are the best kid I ever taught. You used all the weapons I taught you perfectly. I can't believe he went AWOL on such a mission. After a while, Rachel arrived at Shurian's classroom. Inside, he was gossiping with his classmates. I told you, that bastard Yusef did that. He even imitated his begging action. Shurian, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Rachel's eyes widened in shock. That's Sean? That arrogant guy is really Sean. Shurian kept boasting and continued, That's why I told him, Yusef, don't be arrogant, or you'll be done for. A voice from behind suddenly complained, You talk too much. Let me sleep. Shurian became angry and turned his face down to ask, What did you just say? Both of them stood up and glared at each other tensely. Rachel, standing outside, didn't dare to take her eyes off them. Wait, could this be a rank fight? There have been times like this in the morgue. A fight breaks out to determine the ranks. It's so cute because they even try to hit me. That's right. With everything found, Sean has always been the strongest. But everything happened completely differently. Shurian lay collapsed in pain. Rachel couldn't believe her eyes. He's the strongest? What just happened? Shurian cried and begged the fat kid, Wait, I said I'm sorry. You hit my bone. Rachel froze, not knowing what to do. Inside the lesson, Rachel was trying to teach the students. Okay, let's look at paragraph number 2. Here, the narrator, while analyzing the lesson, thought, That's right, this is a school. He can't show his strength here if he wants to hide his identity. So, isn't he still affected by the 3 absolute principles? I need to observe more. Below, Shurian was diligently writing something down. Rachel also noticed that look, that focused look. That's right, I knew it. You're different, Shurian. At Death Castle, the good kids are not only strong but also smart. Sean has always been the most outstanding kid. You can hide your strength, but you can't hide your talent. Rachel pretended to walk closer to him. She smiled shyly, This is really troublesome. You should try to cover up a little more if you don't want to be discovered. When I have time, I'll teach you. Unexpectedly, Shurian had dedicated all his focus to drawing a nonsensical picture. Rachel's eager expression immediately deflated. She angrily hit Shurian on the head and said, What are you doing? It's class time right now. At the staff restroom, Rachel sat hugging her head in frustration. No way, Sean can't possibly be that idiot. She took off her mask again. Then she sat down, racking her brain. It's strange. Their faces matched perfectly, but I can't feel any intelligence from him. Could it all just be a coincidence? No way, can that immature kid be Sean? Change of plans. Rachel took off her teacher's clothes. Now it's not the plan to protect the 3 absolute principles anymore. I have to see if that guy is really codenamed Sean. In an instant, Rachel transformed into a young female student. After school, Shurian held his head and said, That really hurt. That teacher doesn't usually hit that hard. Rachel gradually approached him. If you're not Sean, you'll die in my hands, little brat. Suddenly, a voice rang out, calling, Shurian, where are you going? He unexpectedly recognized Hanho's mother. She, carrying many things, said to him, we meet again. You came at the right time. Can you help me carry these things? Shurian immediately went over and said, of course, let me. Hanho's mother kindly said, thank you, Shurian. When we get back, I'll reward you with spicy rice cakes. He smiled gleefully and replied, yes, thank you for the meal. Rachel was still secretly observing Shurian. This guy is. A while later, at Hanho's mother's snack shop. Shurian didn't bother to maintain his image and ate voraciously like someone who had been starved for a long time. Hanho's mother saw it and laughed. Oh my, eat slowly. Rachel also followed him here. I've heard about this woman through Yusef. He caused her son to fall into a deep coma. So, what is the relationship between Sean and this woman? Seeing his eating habits, Rachel could only judge inwardly, crude. This guy is too crude. The closer I look, the cruder he gets. Could this really not be Shurian? How can he make that crude expression with Shurian's face? Suddenly, Rachel screamed. She stuck out her tongue and quickly demanded, spicy, water, give me water. Hanho's mother took out a bottle of water and said, here, drink this. You can't handle the spiciness, huh? Rachel was sweating profusely from the spiciness. Can't handle the spiciness? Are you kidding me? This is torture. Do people really eat this? These crazy Koreans. This could be considered poison, no, assassination. Shurian suggested, you should eat slower. You're so clumsy. Rachel glanced at him and said inwardly, I'm sure I'll send you to heaven, you bastard. Now that I think about it, Shurian couldn't eat spicy food. I used to hold his hand every time he ate. It must have been hard for him to live in Korea. Rachel saw Shurian trying to clench his fist. His actions made her a little curious. Hanho's mother laughed and asked Shurian, is it good? He replied, yes, it's very good. Rachel secretly guessed, this guy, is he forcing himself? How stupid! If you don't like it, don't eat it. Why force yourself to swallow everything? Don't eat if you find it difficult. It seemed that Rachel had discovered something suspicious. Wait, at that time, Hanho's mother asked Shurian, you came at the right time. Can you help me carry these things? He didn't hesitate to help. And then, Hanho's mother promised to reward him with spicy rice cakes. Thank you for the meal. This kid listens to everything this woman says. At the same time, Hanho's mother also asked Shurian, can you carry this? It was these things that made Rachel even more certain, he follows orders. Even if it's Sean, he can't do that because of the 3 absolute principles. That's right, it's really absurd for him to do all those things without someone ordering him to. But it's very possible that someone ordered Sean to destroy Byung-woo construction. And the only person who can do that is this woman. Absolute principle number 1, the words of the parent are law. That's right, Shurian recognizes this woman as his mother and listens to everything she says. So, according to that hypothesis, everything has become clear. Rachel said, check please. Hanho's mother said, wait a moment, let me find the change. Let's see, how much change is it? Rachel was also planning something. So, there's a simple way to confirm this. She didn't hesitate to throw the chopstick at her. A fork appeared out of nowhere, blocking the path of the chopstick skillfully. Shurian quickly dashed towards Rachel. Joy reappeared on her face. As expected, the chair falling down startled Hanho's mother a little. As soon as she turned her head and called, Shurian, I haven't given you the change yet, they had both disappeared again. One afternoon in a small alley, Rachel held the chopstick in her hand and rushed towards Shurian. Absolute principle number 3 for good kids, if something threatens the life of the parent, ignore the principle and resolve the situation yourself. Both sides dodged each other back and forth. Shurian grabbed her wrist and demanded, stop it. Are you planning to follow me all day? He looked straight at her face and shouted, Rachel. She greeted him with a smile, so it's really you, Shurian. Long time no see. Rachel smirked and sneered, it's strange. Why are you following an old woman at a snack shop like she's your mother? There's no way a shabby snack shop owner could be a client. Shurian was confused. What? I don't understand what you're saying. It's true that I caused a big commotion. But I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Rachel didn't explain much and rushed towards Shurian like a flash. Whatever it is. She grabbed Shurian's wrist and threw him to the ground. Shurian groaned in pain. Rachel sat on top of Shurian and said, "Let's go back, Sean. There are many clients waiting for you." She stroked Shurian's hair. "Let's go back." The image from childhood appeared in his mind again. Go back? Go back to that time? When he was just a kid but defeated all the other kids without a single scratch. Suddenly, a desperate cry appeared in his mind. The voice called the name, Park Shurian. "From now on, that's your name." The woman with messy hair and a bloody face was wiping away the bloodstains on his face. Shurian woke up in confusion and asked, "What was that memory just now?" Rachel didn't understand what he was saying and asked, "What are you saying, Sean?" Shurian frowned uncomfortably. He immediately used a headbutt straight into Rachel's nose, causing her to stagger backward. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Shurian fled. Rachel held her nose, which was bleeding non-stop. "Sean, so you're not planning to quietly go back?" By the time she regained her senses, Shurian had disappeared. On this side, Shurian was running headlong while cursing inwardly, "Damn it! I can't believe they sent Rachel." The image of the mysterious woman appeared again in Shurian's mind, causing him to constantly wonder, "Who is that?" Rachel called to report to the headmaster, immediately causing him to get angry. "What are you saying? You lost track of him? What do you mean?" Rachel apologized in a fluster, "I'm sorry. I was careless." Running straight into the bathroom, not caring that someone was waiting to enter. Then she also reported news about Shurian, but I found the old woman who is controlling him with the 3 principles. According to what I've observed, Sean seems to see that woman as his mother. Rachel began to change her clothes. The headmaster was still half believing, half doubting. So, he's doing what the old woman he considers his mother says? Is that really true? Does that old woman seem to be deliberately using the 3 principles? Rachel put on a disguised mask and replied, "I need more information, but for now, it doesn't seem to be the case." The headmaster, understanding the situation, assigned Rachel to check on that woman first. Rachel hung up the phone and completed her disguise. She opened the door. The woman standing outside looked extremely angry. There she is. That young woman cut in line. But in front of her was a sophisticated middle-aged woman, surprising her. She looked so young just now. Rachel, this time playing the role of Shurian's mother, came to meet Hanho's mother directly to threaten her. There are 2 ways to steal a good kid from their parents. One is, Hanho's mother looked surprised to see Rachel's appearance. "What are you saying?" Rachel repeated, "I'm telling you to stay away from Shurian. Because I'm always busy traveling for work, I can't pay much attention to him. But I didn't expect Shurian, a child who can't even eat spicy food, to be eating this low-quality food." Rachel poked at the plate of spicy rice cakes, disparaging it severely. "As his mother, I'm very heartbroken." Hanho's mother bowed her head and listened to all the scorn, only saying, "Shurian can't eat spicy food." "I understand." Seeing her sad expression, Rachel was overjoyed. "That's right, old woman, feel guilty. How dare you be Sean's mother? That's right, the first way to steal a good kid from their parents is to make the child's parents voluntarily give up their parental rights." Rachel stood up, preparing to leave, not forgetting to remind her, "I know Shurian listens to you, but you also have to take responsibility as an adult. So, if Shurian appears again, tell him." Rachel placed her hand on Hanho's mother's shoulder meaningfully. "Don't come back here. Go home. Confidently say that to him. I'll take it that you've understood what I've said. I'm leaving now." Rachel, thinking everything would go smoothly, confidently walked out of the shop. Little did she know that Hanho's mother would refuse. "No, I won't do that. You said you're often busy traveling for work, right?" Rachel frowned, her face showing displeasure. "Are you trying to pry into that?" Hanho's mother calmly asked. "Have you ever tried to look at Shurian's face properly? His clothes. Do you know what his life is like at school?" Rachel still didn't understand what she was trying to say but remained silent and listened. Hanho's mother recounted everything. "Shurian always wears messy clothes, and his face is dirty. Every time I asked him, he says he fell somewhere. I used to really think that was the truth. I thought he was a child growing up like everyone else." Hanho's mother tightened her apron. Tears had unknowingly rolled down her cheeks. My husband also said he just fell. I can't let Shurian end up like that. So, I don't know when I started taking care of him. Hyunho's mother yelled, now Shurian needs someone to take care of him. I can't let him end up like Hyunho. She affirmed firmly, if you're busy, then I'll take care of him myself. Hyunho's mother's stubbornness made Rachel's plan teeter on the verge of failure. She angrily shouted, Old woman, who do you think you are, daring to say you'll take care of him? Hyunho's mother bowed her head and sincerely apologized, I'm sorry, but I can't follow your request. Rachel was furious but couldn't do anything to this woman. She remained silent, biting her teeth and clenching her fist. Rachel returned to her hideout and called to report to the boss, director, the first attempt failed. That old woman is more stubborn than I thought. She insists on taking care of him. With no other choice, the boss had to move on to the second measure. Then there's no other way. I wanted to resolve this quietly. Proceed with plan 2. Just waiting for those words, Rachel was extremely excited. Okay. I will proceed. The second way to steal a good kid from their parents is if the parents die, then he will have to return to the morgue. Target the old woman. I will eliminate her. Rachel went to the supermarket. At the same time that Hyunho's mother was shopping. She held the detonator in her hand. She questioned her silently. Who do you think you are, daring to steal Sean? Rachel angrily pressed the detonator. The planted bomb was activated. Seconds later, a large explosion occurred in the supermarket, causing everyone to panic and run around. The fire hydrants were simultaneously activated. Hyunho's mother froze for a few seconds, not understanding what was happening. Only that she didn't expect that at that moment, a gun was aiming straight at her. You can't be Sean's mother. I won't allow it. The moment Rachel fired the gun, Shurian charged in with a pan to block the bullet for his mother. Shurian looked at her with eyes full of hatred. Seeing Shurian, Rachel couldn't help but smile. Shurian looked at the dented pan in his hand and was surprised. I saw this in a game. Trying it once actually works. Shurian threw the pan aside and walked to Rachel with burning anger to question her. I knew you would do this. Bombs and guns? Isn't that a bit too much? Rachel warned him, don't interfere, Sean. I will free you from that old woman. Rachel raised the gun again, aiming at Hyunho's mother. Seeing his mother so frightened, Shurian knew he couldn't just stand there. I can't let that happen. He rushed towards Rachel. She also ran to another spot, thinking she was hiding in a safe place, but immediately ate Shurian's kick, sending the gun flying out of her hand. Shurian asked Rachel, the 3 principles, you know them even if I don't say them, right? Rachel pulled out a dagger. I really wanted to bring you back without any injuries. Rachel stabbed Shurian in the stomach. Red liquid fell in large patches on the ground. Oh, it's just tomato sauce. Shurian quickly used the ketchup bottle to block the stab and carefully warned in advance. But I don't think I can let you go without getting hurt anywhere. Shurian threw the bottle away. Then he rushed to give Rachel a kick, but with so many years of experience, Rachel dodged it in an instant, laughing scornfully. You think you can defeat me? Didn't I teach you already? Rachel swept Shurian's leg, causing him to fall heavily into a nearby shelf. Fighting has to have meaning. This is a supplementary lesson, Sean. Shurian struggled to raise his head. Rachel, with her hands on her hips, fiercely looked at Shurian. Tell me, what is the meaning of this fight? On this side, Hyunho's mother also heard the noise, not knowing what was happening. At this time, a child's tragic cry caught her attention. The little boy sat slumped in a place, crying and calling for his mother. With the instinct of a mother, she went over to the little boy to ask, Oh my, little one, are you hurt? The little boy still hadn't stopped crying. I can't see my mother. I don't know where my mother is. The little boy raised his face, tears and snot running down his face. Together with the urgent pleading, please save me, it made her feel even more sympathetic, not noticing that in the little boy's other hand, he was holding a dagger. Waiting for the opportunity to strike. Rachel stabbed a stab, Shurian quickly dodged. He flew out, Rachel charged in. The two fought hand to hand. Shurian caught Rachel's hand holding the knife and asked about the tactic she just mentioned. That's right, it's the tactic to free you. Shurian suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be? Taking advantage of his lack of concentration, Rachel withdrew her hand. Don't be so careless. Continued to attack Shurian. He staggered backward. then quickly regained his momentum and ran away while thinking of ways to deal with her. It's really hard to take her down empty-handed. Shurian threw items in the supermarket at her. Rachel chased after him, laughing and saying, "As long as that old woman is eliminated, you will belong to Dead Mansion again. After all, you guys are just possessions of Dead Mansion." The words just now caused Shurian's face to change. Rachel rushed towards Shurian. "Come on, let's go home, Sean." He threw a bag of flour at her. By the way, Rachel cut it in half with the knife, causing flour to fly everywhere, obstructing her vision. Rachel slashed wildly, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, flour!" Shurian appeared with the scissors in his hand, bluntly cutting off one side of her hair. Having obtained a weapon, Shurian's momentum became incredibly strong. He attacked intensely, determined to fight it out with Rachel. Such burning spirit made Rachel extremely satisfied, praising repeatedly, "That's right, Sean. This is the Sean I know." Barely happy for a second, Shurian had locked the knife in her hand. Rachel was stunned for a few seconds, unable to move no matter what she did. Shurian repeated the reminder, "I told you that you guys are possessions." Rachel stood blankly, not understanding anything, allowing Shurian to approach. He grabbed Rachel's arm and threw her into the shopping cart. Rachel was hit hard, hurting all over, and the knife automatically flew out. She jumped up and looked at Shurian with fierce eyes. He sarcastically said Rachel's proud words, "What? A home with a family is waiting? Who would call their family a possession?" And speaking of possessions, Shurian kicked the cart containing Rachel forward, merging it with the other carts. Shurian locked the cart. Then he calmly left. "Isn't it more like you?" Regardless of Rachel calling after him. She tried to call his name, Sean, but in vain. Shurian didn't even bother to turn his head. On this side, Hanho's mother asked the little boy, "Oh my, are you okay?" She turned to ask everyone around, "Is anyone the mother of this child?" Waiting until this moment, Eugene pulled out the dagger, intending to stab her. But unexpectedly, Shurian arrived in time. "Mom, are you okay?" His appearance surprised her. Seeing him, Eugene stopped. Seeing her son here now, Hanho's mother couldn't help but wonder, "Shouldn't you be at school right now?" "Oh my, what's with your clothes? Are you injured?" Eugene, seeing Shurian, was certain that it was Sean, the legend of Dead Mansion. Shurian hurriedly ran towards his mother, checking to see if she was all right. Shurian's appearance made Eugene somewhat guess that Rachel had met with misfortune. Shurian then asked his mother about Eugene. "Who is this little boy?" Hanho's mother explained. "I heard he got lost from his mother. I should take him outside, right?" Shurian sat down to start a conversation. "Little guy, do you remember your parents' phone number?" Eugene, still pretending to cry, answered, "Phone number? No, I don't know." Anyway, for Eugene, Sean was too big of a variable. For now, aim for the next target. First, use the maternal instinct to approach the target again. Thinking that, Eugene stood up and ran towards Hanho's mother, wailing tragically, "Ma'am, please help me find my mom." He had barely taken a few steps before Shurian blocked him. He lifted Eugene up and comforted him. "Stop crying. Don't sniffle anymore, little guy." The sudden action was unexpected for Eugene. Shurian whispered scary warnings into the boy's ear. "Has no one taught you that kids who act too dumb will be hated?" Shurian made his hand into the shape of a gun, pointing it at Eugene's neck. The boy thought it was real and was scared to death. Shurian threatened, "Stay still. Looks like I have to talk to your director directly. Do you have the phone number? I lost it a long time ago." Eugene still acted innocent. "Sir, I don't understand what you're saying." Seeing the boy being stubborn, Shurian gave him a chop to the pressure point. "Let's see how long you plan to play this game." Eugene fainted instantly, and the knife fell as a result, causing a sound that made Hanho's mother turn back to ask, "What was that sound just now, son?" Shurian immediately denied it. "Nothing, there's nothing, Mom." "Oh, the little one fell asleep?" "Yes, he must be too tired." The firefighters had arrived at this time and were rescuing everyone, but they still couldn't find the boy's mother, making Hanho's mother wonder. Seeing that Eugene had a phone, Shurian took the initiative to try calling. At Dead Mansion. The director was sleeping when he was woken up by the phone. "Damn it! What are you calling for at this hour?" He grabbed his robe. He put it on and walked towards the phone, annoyed in his heart. "I told you not to contact me through this line anymore. The director wearily picked up the phone. Yes, I'm listening. The voice on the other end said, Hello, director. The familiar voice made him wake up. Sean? It's you. It was indeed Shurian holding the phone. For you to call on this line, that means. Before he could finish speaking, Shurian took the initiative to mention, Director, you sent a wonderful gift. It seems you thought you could catch me with just Rachel and a kid. The director asked about their situation with an irritated tone. Shurian noticed that and sneered. What's with that reaction? Sounds a little touchy, huh? Shurian reminded him, no matter how many people you send or who it is, the result will be the same. Come if you want to come. The director laughed scornfully. I thought you would run away. So, you want to face Dead Mansion head-on? Run away? Nonsense. Shurian affirmed. When the safety of my family is threatened, I will break the current situation. Based on this principle number 3, I will consider Dead Mansion a threat and eliminate it. The director slumped down and burst out laughing. Oh God. Indeed, the gift that you bestowed is always the purest and most beautiful. He's so loyal to the 3 principles. Suddenly, he changed his attitude and sincerely made a deal. Okay, Sean, then let's do this. Return Eugene here, and I won't touch that old woman anymore. Shurian made a deal. In an hour, have Rachel come here herself. He hung up the phone. The director dropped his head on the phone, his face full of cunning. Such a pure hand. See you again, my darling. Shurian tapped Eugene's head and called, Hey, kid. Wake up. Eugene slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Shurian, his body immediately turned on alert mode, his hand groping for something. Shurian shook his head and said, Don't bother searching. I've hidden all the weapons. Eat something. You probably haven't eaten anything yet, right? Eugene looked at the table and saw a plate of delicious-looking spicy rice cakes. The boy looked at it with disgusted eyes. Who wants to eat that stuff? Then he sat still for a moment. Finally, it was the appointed time. Shurian brought Eugene to the meeting point, talking as they walked. But it's delicious, right? Eugene shook his head and denied, No, it's just average. Shurian put his arm around the boy's shoulder, teasing him. It's not good, but you ate so much, it's scary. Recalling the image at that time, Eugene ate voraciously like a little tiger that had been starved for a long time. Rachel appeared. Shurian saw her immediately. She glared at the two of them. Lowering her voice, she called Eugene's name in a very scary way. Come here. The boy looked a little scared but still obeyed. Eugene walked to Rachel. Shurian called after him, Take this. The little guy ate very well. In the plastic bag was a package full of super delicious spicy rice cakes. Rachel reminded Shurian, How leisurely. Sean, at least I haven't given up yet. So, just wait. Saying that, she took Eugene's hand and left. Shurian sighed, I was eating so well. Then he turned around to go back. Rachel spoke softly to Eugene, If we had taken care of that old woman, everything would have been easier, Eugene. The boy lowered his head and apologized. Rachel intentionally raised her voice for Shurian to hear. From this moment on, you're eliminated. We should have thrown away this useless thing early. Eugene was stunned. Trembling, he apologized, tears welling up in those eyes. Shurian turned back and called, Hey kid. I'm asking one last time. Are the spicy rice cakes really that bad? Eugene looked in Shurian's direction. He stammered, Delicious. Delicious, sir. Finally, he couldn't hold back and cried loudly. Shurian approached Rachel, right? Hanho's shop is the best. Then let's go. Let's go to Hanho's snack shop. The ownership of the good kids at Dead Mansion belongs to their parents, or the buyers. However, suppose, if the parents die, the ownership returns to Dead Mansion. Eugene doesn't know how many sets of parents he's been through, Eugene. From now on, I am your mother. And so, the child is adopted again. And sent to a new family. Adopted, sent to a new family. Then another new family. Eugene, how many times is this? The director asked the boy. Eugene raised 4 fingers and replied, 4th, sir. I didn't ask for you to answer, Eugene. Of course, we can still profit by constantly sending you to new families. But you couldn't protect your parents 4 times. This is the worst stain in the history of Dead Mansion. If you keep this up, we can only throw you away, Eugene. Do you know what happens to the thrown-away children? You know, Eugene. This didn't seem to be a question anymore but a threat. You have to become useful. Here's your chance. Go to South Korea and help Rachel bring Sean back. If you don't want to be thrown away, then prove your worth. As of this moment, you are trash, Eugene. Rachel repeated those harsh words again. This is why we should throw away useless children early. Eugene, who had been obsessed with this for a long time, was extremely sensitive. Throw away? I'm useless? No, I have to prove my worth. Eugene asked Rachel hesitantly, one more chance? Just give me one more chance. Rachel coldly looked at Eugene. Chance? Eugene also stammered at his own words. Chance. At this time, Shurian spoke from behind. Hey kid. I'm asking you one last time. Are the spicy rice cakes delicious or not? Rachel took advantage of this moment to say to Eugene, I will give you one last chance, Eugene. Sean's mother, kill that old woman. Eugene turned his head to look at Shurian behind him, troubled. The last chance. The boy only had one last chance to prove his worth. So, Eugene had no choice but to follow along. The boy turned back, tears already streaming down his face. They're delicious, sir. I will kill Sean's mother. Well, I will have to take the little boy back then. Shurian started cracking his knuckles, preparing himself. Rachel silently assessed the situation. Shurian still saw her as a threat, so the boy was still applying principle number 3. She spoke up. Didn't you agree to the deal, Sean? You hand over Eugene. We won't target that woman anymore. Shurian confidently retorted. That's right, but the kid just said it, didn't he? He said it's delicious. Since he's become a regular at the shop, it can't be helped. Is that how you want to do it? Go, Eugene. This is the last chance. Rachel whispered in the boy's ear as a warning. Rachel let Eugene run towards Shurian. So, the deal fell through. I will target that old woman again. You understand what I'm saying, right, Sean? Shurian held Eugene's hand and replied firmly, do what you want. No matter how many times you hit me, I'm still better than you. Looking at Shurian's burning spirit, who knows what Eugene was thinking? That gaze full of determination. After that, Shurian took Eugene home with him. Although that's what he said. But why are you here? Hanho's mother brought out a plate of food and chimed into the conversation. What do you mean? Shurian, you said you would take care of this child for a day. The protagonist was flustered. Even so, coming to Mom's house is a bit. Hanho's mother immediately rejected. It's all right. Do you think you two can cook for yourselves? I don't mind it, so just relax. Besides, it's really great. I'm sure this child's mother is my friend. Shurian laughed awkwardly, probably. Since they were both crazy, Rachel. Hanho's mother interrupted. Okay, stay overnight. No one's home anyway. Shurian quickly refused because he didn't want to cause trouble for her. No, it's not necessary. But Eugene was one step faster. The boy bowed deeply and respectfully. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry to bother you. Eugene's eyes were full of scheming. I can't miss this opportunity. Hanho's mother then spoke up to ask Eugene. That's right, I keep forgetting. What's your name? Eugene, ma'am. Shurian on one side couldn't even get a word in. As expected, the pressure is great. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've been here. Hanho's house. His wet shoes were still drying on the balcony. Shurian noticed something else. The room in front. That's Hanho's room, right? He asked Hanho's mother. That's right. Why? Shurian dared to ask, can I go in? Saying those words, he felt like he was possessed by something. This is Hanho's room. It's an ordinary room. It's the kind of room you often see in movies, with daily efforts to realize dreams, and with a normal happy family. A room has things like that. Maybe I yearn for those things so much that I don't even realize it. Hanho has a normal family. He should be in this room. He could be happy and live a peaceful life. Shurian held tightly to the photo of Hanho and his mother. I shouldn't have just stood by and watched like that. Eugene had also finished eating. The boy wiped his mouth and politely replied, I enjoyed the meal very much, thank you. Sean isn't here now. My chance has come. Eugene continued the conversation to say, especially this omelette. It's the best I've ever eaten. Hanho's mother was very happy to hear that. Omelette? You mean the rolled egg? Eugene probed further. Although I'm not allowed to be rude, I have something I want to ask you. Sure, what are you curious about? Do you have any other family besides your son? Like a husband, for example. Hanho's mother suddenly changed her mood. Her hands clasped together. How should I say this? Hanho's father. Heaven needed him very much, so I had to let him go. Eugene lowered his face and replied, needed him? So, he became the family of that place? Hanho's mother still maintained a positive attitude. That's right, you put it well. Eugene took the opportunity to continue. On the other hand, your son can't become the family of anyone. Because a loser, weak, useless person can't become someone else's family. Those words, spoken by a child, shocked her. What are you saying? Eugene darkened his face. Family is a place to prove the value of each person. You have to ensure to the family members that you are a valuable person. If you can't prove it, you're just a freeloader. That's what family is like. Hanho's mother stood up agitatedly. No. Family is not like that, Eugene. The boy was startled by this attitude. Then what is it, ma'am? Family is. Before she could say it, Ian appeared from behind, interrupting. Did you finish eating, kid? Mom, can we sleep in the living room? The mother then spoke up. Sleep in Hanho's room. Why sleep here? Ian ignored her and showed his interest in the sofa. This sofa is enough. And you're sleeping on the floor. I don't like it. Night fell over the city. Eugene's face showed a dissatisfied expression. Damn it, I can't believe he's making me sleep on the floor. The boy was noticed by the light coming from the room. Is Hanho's mother still awake at this hour? Eugene tiptoed to the door of the room. That's strange. That old woman is really strange. She calls a useless child family. When I first met her, she also had that expression. I still haven't proven anything. I have to become useful. A useless child can't become family, Eugene. Eugene, family is not like that. Then what is family? I have to prove it. The conflict exploded in the boy's mind. Eugene trembled and pulled out the gun. The boy pointed the gun straight at Hanho's mother. I have to become someone that family needs. Suddenly, the light in front dimmed. Ian had closed the door of the room. In the end, you still chose that, huh? Kid. The protagonist seemed to know Eugene's plan in advance. Eugene trembled all over, unable to even hold the gun steady. I'm just following orders. So, don't get in my way. He pointed the gun at the protagonist. But no matter how many times he pulled the trigger, there was no movement. Eugene was confused. Why is the bullet? It turned out that all the bullets were in Ian's hand. You got that gun from Rachel, right? While you were sleeping, I took the bullets out in advance. You're really naive. 15 parabellum bullets, 9mm in size, weighing 112.5 grams. When holding a gun, you have to pay attention to the empty magazine, right? Still an amateur. Eugene, both failing and being humiliated, was angry and pulled out the dagger. Damn it! He attacked Ian. He grabbed his head, pressing it towards the door. Eugene quickly opened the door handle. The door was gradually opened. The two jumped back inside to continue fighting. Eugene got closer to Hanho's mother. She was still lying silently on the table. Ian was worried and gestured to Eugene. Hey, calm down. Eugene turned his eyes towards the person lying on the table. His eyes looked very determined. Ian had to stop that action. He chased after him. You little brat. Ian took the tie, wrapping it around Eugene's ankle. Then he pulled it back sharply towards himself. Eugene fell down in disbelief. He cut the tie. Then stood in a fighting stance. Ian didn't consider this little boy a threat. He sneered, look how scary you are. Eugene took momentum, twisting his ankle. Then jumped up high, pouncing towards the protagonist. Eugene's eyes were more determined than ever. Ian used the tie, pushing the boy's direction to the side. He landed on the ground, full of doubt. What are you doing? Are you planning to play with me? Face me seriously. Eugene stabbed the knife towards Ian. But he quickly snatched the dagger. Okay then. With the remaining knife, Eugene decided to throw it towards Hanho's mother. Ian had quickly blocked in front, placing his leg as a barrier, causing Eugene to lose his balance. To prevent him from falling and making noise, Ian grabbed his shirt. Don't make any noise. Come on, get up. I haven't even started yet. Eugene lay in Ian's arms without any strength to resist. Is his strength that overwhelming? This is Dead Mansion's legend, Ian urged him. Kid, get up. Didn't you want me to attack head-on? Before he could finish speaking, a book was slammed straight into Shurian's head. Hanho's mother had stopped the fight from continuing. She yelled loudly, "What are you two doing? Are you fighting?" Shurian awkwardly wanted to explain, "Mom, it's not like that." But Hanho's mother was very angry. "Not like that?" Eugene, sitting on the ground, picked up the dagger. The opportunity had come. Shurian, as if knowing his intentions, gave him a friendly look. "Stop." He put his arm around the boy's shoulder and said with a smile, as if nothing had happened, "Fighting? What are you talking about? We're just doing morning exercises." "Right, kid?" Eugene also had to go along with the act. "Yes, we were just joking around." Eugene knew his abilities were limited and he wouldn't win. "I'm not confident that I can kill that old woman before Sean's eyes." Hanho's mother continued to scold. "Exercise? Weren't you bullying him?" Shurian forced a smile. "I wasn't. We were playing with each other, Mom." Eugene looked at Shurian with unfriendly eyes. "Indeed, facing him one-on-one is too much for me." Hanho's mother, after scolding Shurian, sat down and said to the little boy, "Eugene, you can't be rude to your brother like that. We're family." Those words made Eugene just stand there blankly. "She's seeing me as family again? Family?" Hanho's mother gently patted his head. "Of course. We eat together, sleep under one roof together, so you're no different from family to me." This strange affection made Eugene a little unaccustomed. Shurian didn't interfere in this process. At this time, a figure appeared outside the door. She had rung the doorbell. "Is anyone home?" The mother went to the door. She wondered, who's coming so early in the morning? "Who is it?" Outside the door was a girl. She bowed and greeted, "Hello, ma'am. I'm sorry for coming to find you at this hour. I'm Marie, Eugene's sister. Eugene troubled you so much last night, so I came to greet you like this." Shurian came out from inside and asked in wonder, "Mom, who is it?" She replied, "It's Eugene's sister. It seems like she's here to pick him up." Hearing that, Shurian guessed what was happening. He sneered, "Really? Eugene's sister?" He went out to the door to talk to Marie. "So, that kid has a sister. What brings you here?" She naturally replied, "Of course, I'm here to pick Eugene up. Take Eugene away, the old woman's life is guaranteed." "You promised that?" Shurian asked back, "Then who's planning to kill the kid?" Marie leaned closer and whispered, "Don't misunderstand. That's just Rachel's dictatorial order. Besides, you're the one who's taking him away, right?" "Oh, really? Then why don't you take off the knife first?" Shurian had seen the dagger strapped to her thigh. Marie, having been discovered, still didn't show any attitude. She still smiled like that. "You really have a sharp eye. If you cooperate, nothing will happen." Shurian also used the same tone to reply, "Oh my, I'm so scared. If I don't cooperate, what are you planning to do?" At this moment, Eugene looked out from inside the house. The boy said loudly, breaking the standoff, "Sister, why are you here?" He ran into Marie's arms. She also hugged him. "Eugene, I'm so glad." Shurian disgustedly went into the house. What a good brother-sister relationship. Hanho's mother was also surprised by this relationship. "Oh my, so that's how it is." Marie, on the outside, was happy, but whispered sarcastically to Eugene, "Too bad. You failed again. The director must be very disappointed. You'll really be thrown away now, huh?" The two siblings continued to hug each other, but their words were full of gunpowder. Hanho's mother, seeing the two siblings being affectionate, was happy. Both Marie and Eugene, what beautiful names. Shurian knew the truth but said nothing. "That little brat." Eugene then retorted to Marie, "What are you saying? You're the one who ruined all my strategies." Marie, hearing that, smirked. "What? Strategies?" Eugene escaped from Marie's arms and retorted, "Indeed, you're such an amateur. What I mean is, I was waiting for the opportunity to win the hearts of the people in this family." Marie looked at the boy with scornful eyes. "Why make excuses like that for what?" Eugene turned his face away, avoiding her eyes. "Excuses? Don't talk nonsense. Marie. This strategy isn't easy to implement. That person is being protected by Sean, Dead Mansion's legend." Shurian spoke up, "Mom, go inside first, ma'am." But she still wanted to linger. "How can I? I have to wait to say goodbye to Eugene." Eugene continued to say, although he looks like a monkey with an ugly appearance, a stupid and innocent face, but I've faced him head on. He's very strong. Marie, after hearing that, stood up, looked straight at Shurian's face, and mocked. It seems that's really the case. Especially the appearance you described is very accurate. The protagonist knew that those two were talking bad about him. Go inside the house. Talk properly. Marie looked down at Eugene, smiling slightly. I'm sorry, Eugene. I've ruined your strategy. I admit it. But don't worry, because a new strategy is being implemented. So, for now, let's retreat, Eugene. She reached out to grab the boy's hand. He also agreed with her words. Let's decide on that. So, Marie said to Hanho's mother, we're leaving, ma'am. Oh my, you're leaving already? Well then, see you later, Shurian. Eugene didn't want to linger any longer and urged Marie, let's go. Looking at Eugene's departing back, he looked extremely sad. Suddenly, Hanho's mother ran out quickly, calling, Eugene. Come again next time. I'll make you rolled eggs, make you an omelette. Eugene was very surprised by this invitation. But that made the boy feel happy. Then he said back, yes, I know. She told Shurian, next time, remember to play with Eugene. In the meantime, I'll make something delicious for you too. Shurian crossed his arms and watched the two leave. Yes, I will definitely bring that kid. The next day at school. In the teacher's office, there was a small meeting. His mom, I'm sorry I'm only saying this now. We had to discuss and give out punishments for the perpetrator of school violence, so it took a bit of time. The perpetrator's parent has promised to compensate for the damages of this incident, and the children involved will be suspended from school. Hanho's mother only nodded and listened. So that's how it is. The teacher took out a file and put it on the table. These are the children involved. Wouldn't it be better if you take a look? Suddenly, her expression changed. She picked up a photo and asked in shock, this photo, why is it here? The teacher wiped the sweat on his forehead, also feeling confused. Is something wrong, ma'am? Hanho's mother held the photo up in front. I'm asking why Shurian's photo is here. The sky at this time was very dark. The director was blaming Rachel. Why did this happen, Rachel? She was listening to the phone while playing with the gun in her hand. I have no excuses, director. I sent Eugene to kill that old woman, but honestly, he really is a useless little brat. He couldn't even carry out a mission properly. The director immediately flared up. That's not what I'm asking, Rachel. I told you to retrieve Eugene, and not bother that old woman anymore. Yet you ordered Eugene to kill her. Rachel, being scolded, was speechless. Marie, in the back, was leisurely sipping water. The director looked at the phone screen as if he wanted to crush it. Aren't you the one who couldn't follow my orders? Rachel stammered, that was to bring Sean back. The director held the cross in his hand, looking very earnest. I value promises very much, Rachel. Before God, only faith and trust should exist. Only faith and trust are before God. Everything else is heresy. But there are still children who lack faith. We have no other choice but to create the three principles as a control tool. Withdraw, Rachel. The consequences of not restraining and acting spontaneously. Do you understand? Orders, director, promises, these are the absolute rules of the morgue. Rachel seemed to be fascinated by the director's words. She also replied, Amen. But what Rachel was still skeptical about was, but what about bringing Sean back? Are you really planning to give up like this? The director reassured her, don't worry about that. It seems that task has been transferred over to Marie. She used 5 phones at once to handle it. The director yelled, there are many ways to do that, even without directly touching that woman. On this side, Marie had sent out a photo that she had edited. Marie had started the operation process. Not only sending it to one person, but she sent it to many people. The next morning, Shurian yawned and entered the classroom. But the attitude of his classmates was a little different. Shurian felt confused. What's wrong? Why is it like this? Is there a test today? But no one answered his question. At this moment, the big guy in the class started talking to Shurian. Hey Shurian, is this real? He said something that the protagonist didn't understand at all. What? He took out the photo that was being spread today. This photo. Shurian looked at this fake photo and was speechless. What the heck is this crudely edited photo? Where did you get it? They looked at each other somewhat timidly. Then suddenly, All three of them bowed to the protagonist. I'm sorry, Shurian. We were wrong all this time. They said that Joseph had actually been given a beating by him and had acted like his servant. Shurian was even more astonished than them hearing that. What? A servant? He held the photo up again in front of Shurian. The rumor has spread all over the school. They say that Joseph is very afraid of you and bows down to you. He couldn't believe it hearing that. They believe this? Really? The fat guy opened another photo. They even said you're close to the mafia. In the photo, Shurian was taking a picture with guys who had tattoos all over their chests. Shurian was shocked to this extent. Hey, isn't that going too far? Not stopping there, they continued, and they said that you ordered Joseph to crush that kid Hanho. Shurian had started to worry. What the heck are you talking about? That's not right. I didn't do that. But no matter how many times he shouted, the classmates didn't dare to react. Shurian was confused. Hanho wasn't supposed to be like that. The big guy suddenly became excited, pushing the classmates sitting next to Shurian and jumping up, wanting to be friends with Shurian. Shurian was pushed into a static position. Hey, wait. Being pushed out of his seat, the classmate stammered, my seat. The big guy immediately turned around and scolded, what do you want? Do you want to end up like Hanho? He wanted to slap the classmate's face, but Shurian managed to grab his hand in time. This action made the classmates even more suspicious. Shurian smiled awkwardly. I really didn't want to show off. Didn't you know about my hidden strength? Let's go outside. I'll tell you the whole story. The classmates gave Shurian fearful and wary eyes. Shurian went outside, feeling very troubled in his heart. He started a conversation, asking the big guy, by the way, do you guys smoke? Although I don't smoke. Then why are you asking? At this moment, the class started talking. I thought Shurian wasn't that bad. Well, birds of a feather flock together. After pulling each other outside, Shurian found out everything again. So this photo was shared in the group chat early this morning? That's right. First, he sent the photo and said a few things. Is this real? That's crazy. But then he also left the group. Shurian read it, feeling very doubtful. Is this a trick of the morgue? But for what reason? Shurian put on a dangerous face and said to these bullies, the people I have to face aren't you little kids, so make sure this doesn't spread any further. They recognized Shurian as their boss. Hearing these words, they thought they were joining the protagonist's side. The whole group was touched. We and Shurian are a gang. Don't worry, just tell us what to do, Shurian. At that moment, at the end of the alley, a familiar figure appeared. Hanho's mother witnessed the scene, not believing her eyes. Shurian? At the principal's office, at that time, Hanho's mother had shouted, no, it's not Shurian. That kid is Hanho's friend. There must be some mistake. The principal quickly took out his phone and pressed it. Ma'am, I also have this photo. He has always been famous among the students, and there are also statements that he plays with a friend named Joseph. I'm quite worried to say this, but I think this kid, Shurian, is an instigator. Hanho's mother was stunned. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. It can't be. The principal continued, from what I've heard, it's very difficult to contact the parents of the boy named Shurian. It seems that this kid hasn't received the necessary education from his family. From the experience of a teacher, a child like this can easily get lost. That's why, ma'am, you shouldn't trust this kid so much, he said, worried and sweating profusely. Shurian went home feeling annoyed. I don't know if this will calm down the rumors a bit. Those guys unexpectedly have a very innocent side. They were really deceived like that? Really? The protagonist discovered that someone was following him. He looked over the corner of the left wall. You said your name was Marie, right? She was exposed, but she didn't run away. Still, with that smiling face, she replied, I thought I was hiding well, but I guess not. The protagonist indifferently said to her, if you were trying to hide, you should have washed off that coffee smell first. Just like Hanho's smell last time. Marie was a little surprised. She smiled sarcastically. While you're like this, you can still smell someone else's scent? I feel a little sad. Shurian looked at her with disgust. So what do you want? Why are you making other people's lives complicated? She replied arrogantly, you seem to be enjoying it a bit, right? The people I have to face aren't you little kids. Marie acted just like Shurian did at that time. This girl is really terrible. Marie continued to be superior. So, what do you think? I've made you the top bully at school. Sure, Ian angrily shouted. What? I'm not excited at all. And wasn't I already too famous to be a target? Marie, hearing the protagonist say that, suddenly smirked. No, that's not it. The cold and harsh gazes of friends, or eyes full of betrayal and contempt. Don't you like it, Sean? Sure, Ian then realized, scratching his head. Right, that photo was your trick. Marie happily replied. How is it? Isn't it very skillful? He bluntly criticized. It's pretty good, but I was surprised by how crude it was. Marie was still happy because, isn't that enough to deceive the public? It may be crude, such a tight schedule and limited resources. This time, Sure Ian sighed hearing her say that. Quite a few excuses. He suddenly smiled with half his mouth. Is that so? Suddenly, Marie acted. She took something out of her bag. It turned out to be a gun. Marie continuously fired at Sure Ian. He quickly used his bag to block the bullets for himself. Her actions were very fast and decisive. Sure Ian, hiding behind the wall, yelled, Are you crazy? You think you can pull out a gun anytime? Didn't you say you were going to retrieve me? What will happen if I get hit by a bullet and die? Marie still didn't stop shooting. She still kept that disgusting smile. You must be kidding. You can easily dodge these things. That's the least I expect from you. Die, it would be better if you were thrown away. When Marie approached the wall where Sure Ian was hiding, she couldn't see him anywhere. She went further and further inside. Sure Ian also held his breath, waiting for an opportunity. When he saw Marie's shoes, Sure Ian quickly grabbed the gun in her hand. The two sides struggled fiercely. Sure Ian pushed Marie hard, slamming her against the wall. She also didn't give up, taking out the dagger strapped to her thigh to attack. She stabbed hard at her opponent. Sure Ian blocked those slashes. He tightly grabbed both of Marie's hands to lock her attack. Is that all you have? Is the morgue really finished? Sure Ian threw Marie down to the ground. At this time, he completely had the upper hand. I guess you didn't expect this. But conversely, Marie wasn't scared at all, smiling sarcastically. Not right, everything is in her plan. Behind, a familiar voice. Sure Ian, what are you doing? What are you doing, Sure Ian? Hanho's mother had caught the moment when the protagonist raised his fist. She was so shocked that her eyes widened. You shouldn't do that. You're Hanho's friend, aren't you? Marie, lying on the ground, completely enjoyed this moment. Are you really the person who hit my Hanho? Sure Ian immediately panicked and yelled, No, it's not what you think. Unexpectedly, Marie quickly ran to where Hanho's mother was standing, and then cried out, Auntie. Although Sure Ian tried his best to explain, Hanho's mother ignored him and shouted loudly at him. Sure Ian, you stand still there. He had no other choice but to obey her orders. At this time, Marie spoke up. After taking Eugene away, I noticed that his body was full of bruises and he didn't say anything. He kept saying that Sure Ian was the one who caused those bruises. In fact, Sure Ian had suggested only exercising in the morning and not fighting. That knife was simply a toy. But because there was evidence that the kid was involved with Joseph, we can't trust him too much. Marie continued to quibble, so I was going to ask him about it, but he suddenly hit me, causing Sure Ian to anxiously shout, Don't lie, Mom. She's lying. Marie, seeing that, smiled inwardly. Since we promised not to touch this Auntie Sean, but there's a way to deal with her without having to directly take action. Sure Ian tried his best to explain, but then he received a slap straight across his face. This situation happened too quickly and too unexpectedly. Marie's goal was to make her abandon him, and everything happened exactly as planned. Hanho's mother even sternly demanded that Sure Ian not call her mom anymore, and also not to return to this place ever again. So everything happened according to Marie's original plan. Just then, there was the sound of high-heeled shoes approaching. She raised her voice and asked, What's going on here? Sure Ian, what have you done again this time? You really are a troublemaker. She also said that when they got home, she would deal with this matter, causing Sure Ian to be so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. On the other hand, the director smiled maniacally. He praised, Well done, Marie. The director was so excited that he even called on the gods. He knelt down, clasped his hands, and prayed, Thank you, God. The director praised wholeheartedly, Marie, it's all thanks to you. Truly a plan made by the best strategist in the morgue. Hearing that, Marie burst out laughing. It's nothing big, Director. I'm just following orders. The director never expected that Sean would return home one day, the legend of the morgue. He also loudly demanded that Marie return immediately, and she agreed. Meanwhile, Rachel suddenly spoke up and asked, "Do you like him that much, Sean?" Finishing her words, she poured the sauce on the food in front of her, making Sean angry. "Are you kidding me?" Rachel chuckled. "We have so much in common, really." But Sean didn't feel that way. "You're just making me eat by order. Besides, your taste is really eccentric. Pineapple and mint." However, since Sean was being controlled, he had no choice but to force himself to eat it all. Rachel felt quite amused. He completely obeys orders. Try to finish it all. Sean couldn't stand it and desperately begged, "Please, give me some milk. I'm begging you." At that moment, Kwon Byung-woo's voice rang out, finally caught him. "What do you think of this place?" Rachel quickly replied, "Not bad," confusing him. "This is the most expensive penthouse in this area." Sean, who was eating, suddenly felt that this voice was familiar, so he turned to look at him. Byung-woo also said, "It's okay. To catch this kid, I'll spend any amount of money." Hearing that, Sean was stunned. "Could it be that you are cosplaying?" "Wait, don't tell me," let me guess, driving Byung-woo crazy. Fortunately, Rachel seriously interrupted, "Enough. I already said, this kid is under our protection. In exchange, we won't touch your son. Isn't that the basis of our cooperation?" Hearing that, he turned to leave. "Don't worry, I remember. It's for the job." Moreover, Byung-woo also said, "My revenge target isn't just this kid." Rachel didn't object to anything. "You can deal with the others as you please. But just remember one thing. That has nothing to do with our morgue. You're killing that old woman. Because the morgue promised not to touch her, right, Sean?" He immediately panicked. "What did you just say? You mean Hyunho's mother?" Meanwhile, a customer came to Hyunho's mother's shop to order. "I'll have a serving of spicy rice cakes. And a serving of fried pastries, too." She was working hard to earn money and also treated Sean very well, giving him delicious food. And the new customer's arrival made Hyunho's mother remember him. "That's right, Shurian." When the strange man came to ask about that photo, she couldn't help but feel remorse, so she became enraged. "That kid is a bad person. He's the one who made Hyunho like this." Too emotional, Hyunho's mother cut her hand, causing it to bleed. The customer was also very panicked by her loud scream. "You're bleeding. There's a lot of blood." But Hyunho's mother seemed to be trying to endure it. "It's okay. It will stop bleeding soon," surprising him. "Is that so? Then that's good," and in his hand, he was holding a sharp knife. Back to before, Byung-woo also said, "Don't worry about the consequences. My business partner will handle it very neatly." However, just as he was about to act, Hyunho's mother was suddenly surprised to hear the news from that phone call. Then she quickly ran away. "Eat as much as you want. Don't worry about the money." Her son was that kid, Hyunho. "My son has woken up." The doctor tried to remind Hyunho, "It will be a little difficult to speak right away. Don't try too hard. Do you recognize where you are now? Do you remember anything before you lost consciousness?" But Hyunho's memory. He remembered shouting at his mother. And she had to apologize to him. Even though Hyunho was the one at fault and should have apologized right away. Hyunho felt uncomfortable, and then tears streamed down. He kept asking about his mother. "I want to see my mother." At that moment, she appeared. "You've woken up?" Hyunho's mother was so happy that she didn't care that her hand was bleeding a lot. She was crying and apologizing. Hyunho also felt that he was really at fault. "I was wrong, Mom." Hearing that, Hyunho's mother cried painfully in bursts. Meanwhile, outside the door, that person was still closely following. He called to report the situation. "They're together now. Should I find an opportunity to eliminate both of them at the same time?" However, the other end of the line said, "No, just stay there and wait for orders. Suspend the mission. The plan has changed." On the other hand, Rachel suddenly rushed in, destroying the furniture. And she was extremely angry. "How dare you? How dare someone like you kidnap my Sean?" Of course, Byung-woo had a different intention. "I will deal with them myself, right in front of this bastard." On the other hand, at the White Tiger personnel office, Rachel was extremely tense. She had been waiting for quite a long time. At that time, a woman came in and happily asked, "Have you been waiting long? Would you like some coffee?" Rachel then complained, "You're too slow. Are you always this late?" But she just smiled and apologized. This is the headquarters of Byungwoo Engineering and Construction, so it's very safe, but there are too many mistakes you've caused, so there are many things to deal with. And hot chocolate for our little friend. Drink slowly. Hearing that, Rachel showed an uncomfortable attitude. You're paid to handle these things, right? Act professionally. However, she not only didn't feel ashamed but also retorted strongly, "That's right. Then, is it professional for you to recklessly cause such trouble?" "I don't think so." Hearing that, Rachel was a little angry. "What?" Then she quickly waved her hand and laughed, just saying, "What am I saying?" In that situation, Eugene only wished that he should have stayed at home. Then, she also said that she had handled it according to what Rachel had planned and told her to check it. But at this time, Rachel only wondered, why am I the only one who has to use a paper cup? However, she didn't care and asked about something else. Now that I remember, Byungwoo Construction said that there's no need to compensate for the damages. How did you make them keep quiet? Rachel took a sip of coffee and said there are things that we can help each other with. This is what people call doing business professionally. Then, if there are any problems with Byungwoo Construction, it has nothing to do with us. Hearing that, Rachel was a little embarrassed. Right, just like that. She also told Rachel to be careful, causing her to constantly wonder, "What do you mean?" It turned out that the reason was that professional business should be done by professional people, not by shaking hands with those thugs on the streets. Is Byungwoo Construction really a trustworthy partner? I'm asking whether they are a partner that we can establish a mutually beneficial business with or not. Hearing that, Rachel's eyes widened in surprise. On the other hand, Rachel was furiously angry and suddenly grabbed a chair and threw it hard at them. How dare they? Do they think they can defeat me? At the same time, a car was speeding on the road, carrying Byungwoo's group, and he was extremely excited. I really can't believe it. You're so hopeless without that order. So you're a product of the morgue. You can't do anything without an order, right? That's really an interesting principle, like brainwashing? Sean at this time had his hair grabbed tightly. Byungwoo burst out laughing triumphantly. This suddenly gives me an interesting idea. I once imagined that I would buy you and give you the order to kill the snack shop lady. It would be a great scene. But then Byungwoo said, "No, not like that. You shouldn't be making that face so quickly. I haven't even started yet. From now on, in front of you, I will tear that old woman and her kid to pieces." Byungwoo also warned Sean, "But you will have to witness that scene and be powerless to do anything, because you won't be able to use your strength without an order. So stay calm and watch. Your turn will come soon. I told you, next time, I will definitely kill all of you." Meanwhile, at the hospital, Hanho's mother was peeling apples for him to eat. Seeing the bloodstains on her hand, Hanho was worried. "Mom, did you cut your hand?" She then smiled and shook her head, saying, "Just a little scratch. It's okay." But Hanho didn't believe her, and he wanted to get up himself to get a bandage or something for his mother. Hanho's mother couldn't help but worry about his wound, so she told him to sit back down, and she would get the bandage herself. Just as she went out the door, Hanho's mother shook her head and sighed, "Just like your dad, so stubborn. But why is it so dark? Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a man appeared out of nowhere behind Hanho's mother and knocked her unconscious. This is the first person. He also ordered his subordinates, "Put this woman in the car first." He glanced at Sean, smirking, "How fun. You really can't do anything, huh?" Then the door of Hanho's examination room suddenly opened forcefully, making him worried. "Why is it taking so long, Mom?" But the person who appeared was Byungwoo. He smirked, "Right, it has been quite a while. Now I finally see your face. You're Hanho." At this time, Hanho couldn't help but feel confused. "Who are you?" Byungwoo burst out laughing and then said menacingly, "I'm Yusef's father. Our Yusef did a terrible thing to you. I'm very sorry. You must have been in a lot of pain. This is why I always tell him that efficiency is the top priority in work. If he lets the victim live and linger like this, then he has to do the work twice, which is quite annoying, right?" Speaking of this, Hanho broke out in a cold sweat. On the other hand, outside Rachel had appeared. "I admit, The woman at White Tiger Personnel was right. We don't need to pay attention to anything when dealing with those thugs. A bullet flew into the wall, causing one of them to panic from the strange noise. And suddenly, Rachel had gotten very close. She kicked and broke through the window, yelling loudly, "How dare you thugs! How dare you kidnap my Sean!" and stabbed the morgue in the back. Byung-woo was quite surprised. "You really appeared." Rachel at this time was extremely angry. She went crazy and gave the bodyguards a beating. With the weapons in her hands she struck powerfully. But unfortunately, one of them caught Rachel. However, that was just the beginning. Rachel smirked. "Do you like catching me?" Then she used all her strength, banging her head into his face. After that, she quickly escaped and pushed him away. Rachel also kicked them hard, feeling satisfied. Byung-woo, seeing that, then ordered, "Take care of the kid and proceed as planned," causing Hanho to panic in fear. "What are you doing?" The two of them quickly escaped. However, Rachel was one step faster. "You think you're running? I'll ask one more time. Where's Sean, you dead dogs?" At that moment, a man came and smirked. "You've come?" Then he snapped his fingers. Immediately, there was a group of people who opened the door, then slowly entered, making Rachel quite puzzled. They were holding weapons in their hands, and they surrounded her. "Why are there so many of you? Are you cockroaches?" At that time, there was the sound of a saw. But Rachel didn't care. She continued to mock them, "And what's more, you brought hot stuff too. Then I should deal with it properly." Finishing her words, Rachel took out a gun. Then challenged them, "Come on, you cockroaches." After being hit by a few bullets, those people cried out. Rachel was extremely satisfied with the performance just now. But unfortunately, the man laughed loudly and then let Sean come in. When he saw Rachel was there, he couldn't help but be shocked by the chaotic and bloody scene. Moreover, Rachel was also injured by another gun that was hidden quite well. He said with a sinister expression, "Next time, I will aim for your head." Sean at this time was quite angry. "So that means you're planning to kill her?" Hearing Sean, he panicked and turned around, and was immediately given a very strong blow to the face by him. Yet he still wondered why. "You haven't been ordered." Sean then reminded him, "Did you forget? I'm a member of the morgue now. And you just threatened and said that you would kill the morgue's trainer. That's the third principle. Those who target the morgue, you're considered a threat." Hearing that, Rachel couldn't help but be touched. "Sean." He also stepped forward with a firm tone. "I will handle this. This is the morgue's special weapon training project of Shurian, codenamed Sean, currently under the morgue's jurisdiction." Park Shurian walked with a burning spirit, walking and angrily muttering to himself, "According to the third principle, those who target dead mansion are considered a threat. I will deal with the current situation." Suddenly, from behind, an old man rushed over, threatening, "You brat, you only know how to run away like a rat." As he was about to swing his arm to physically assault him, luckily, he grabbed his hand. Then immediately launched a powerful punch, causing the old man's face to be twisted to the back, sending several teeth flying out. He also strongly warned the old man, "That's why I said you guys should have caught me securely." The old man was scared, panicked, only knowing how to cover his mouth, tearfully crying to find his teeth. Sean hadn't forgiven him yet, quickly launching the next punch. That's still not enough. This punch was too strong, the old man couldn't resist. He was beaten badly by Sean, his face planted on the ground. At this time, Rachel and her army were also chasing after him. She guessed inwardly, the Sean of now is following orders. He has no parents to protect. The only reason that makes him fight. Is it because of me? This kid loves me and is protecting me. Scene change, Sean was still fighting wildly with the old man's army. From behind, there was a person holding a long stick preparing to rush over. Sean quickly spotted him, immediately leaning back to dodge that attack. But fighting alone against this mob isn't easy. He was also very worried, thinking, where are there so many of them? I need something as a weapon. Sean tried to escape to another place to find a weapon, but they spotted him and shouted at each other, "Catch him, he's running." One of them, holding a knife, chased after with a sinister face. "Where do you think you're going, kid? If I catch you, I promise to treat you gently." Suddenly, a sharp needle stabbed straight into his eye. He screamed in pain, "Ah, my eye!" Sean had returned. He had gathered many needles to use as weapons. He warned the thug, "You freak, stop pretending. I've already been very gentle. After that, Sean took momentum. Then flew up like lightning, saying a sentence that made the thugs terrified. It's time for vaccinations. Being poked by Sean's needle, one of them painfully and angrily yelled, "You bastard, if I catch you, you're dead." Unable to forgive him, Sean then launched a powerful punch that hit this guy straight in the face. At this moment, there was another large group, divided into two factions, coming to provide reinforcements. Sean was in a state of being trapped from both directions. One of them even brought a chainsaw. From afar, he loudly said, "You guys get out of my way. I'm going to cut you in half, you damn brat." He started the chainsaw, creating a terrifying sound. Seeing this situation, Sean knew it was difficult to fight back, planning to run away. The thugs confidently said, "Stand still for me. Are you stupid? Wait a moment." Sean started to lose strength, and felt it was difficult. Using a chainsaw is too much. The one holding the chainsaw was still running wildly. When the chainsaw was about to get close, Sean jumped high in time. The sharp chainsaw almost hit him. Taking advantage of having a hospital bed, Sean cleverly made the thug fall into it. Then used the rope to tie him tightly. The thug still held the chainsaw in his hand. Sean asked a stupid question, "This is a chainsaw, right?" The thug blankly didn't understand. Then he increased the chainsaw's power to the maximum, causing the thug to panic, his face turning pale. He said, "What are you planning to do?" Sean smiled sinisterly and said, "Weren't you planning to finish this?" After that, a tragedy for the thugs took place. They shouted violently, "Save me, you son of a bitch!" Seeing the chainsaw seemingly weaken, Sean said disappointedly, "Oh man, start already. What's wrong with this machine?" The thug was scared to death, weakly saying, "The engine is sputtering everywhere." Seeing that he was almost done for, Sean told him, "Wake up, uncle. I still have many things I want to ask." After that, he took out a really big and sharp needle, pointing it straight at his face and asked, "Where did you guys take Hanho's mother?" At this time, someone came, and a familiar voice rang out, "Have you finished on your side too, Sean?" It turned out to be Rachel. Sean happily replied, "I overdid it," so they all ran away. Moreover, they also kidnapped Hanho's mother. "I will chase after them, you prepare." Rachel asked in surprise, "You're chasing after them? Why?" She sincerely advised, "I think you're misunderstanding something. I'm fighting with them not because of that woman. But I came here to find you, because they dared to kidnap you, a product of Dead Mansion. And you're also a member of Dead Mansion. You used your strength because you were protecting me, right? Now I've found you, and the enemies have also been dealt with. It's time to go back to Dead Mansion." But Sean frankly said, "You're misunderstanding something." Then he knelt down and said, "All of this is because of you." Rachel was stunned. "Because of me?" Sean was bandaging Rachel's wounds while saying, "Like you said, I used my strength to protect you, not for others." Rachel was still hesitant, not daring to believe it. So she asked again, "You're really doing this for me?" Sean said, "They dared to harm my trainer. I will never let them get away with it. Such things can't be forgiven. We have to uproot them. I will show them the consequences of daring to touch Dead Mansion's trainer." Rachel was very touched by these words, her face turning red. "Oh my!" Sean was a little embarrassed, and changed the subject. "Ah well, okay then, let's go quickly." Rachel fluttered inwardly, thinking, "Indeed, he's the best of the best, Sean." Sean was also full of calculations, thinking, "Is that enough? Did she fall for it? It must have worked." After that, he bravely and fiercely announced, "Okay then, from now on, we will destroy all of them." Scene change, Hyunho's mother was being held captive somewhere. Kwon Byung-woo was also there. He was startled when he saw her wake up. Hyunho's mother also jumped back, scared to death. "Oh my god, you startled me! What's going on?" Kwon Byung-woo said weakly, "I'm sorry for startling you like this." Hyunho's mother asked in confusion, "Where is this?" "I was clearly just in the hospital." Kwon Byung-woo sadly replied, "This isn't the time to talk comfortably with each other. Although it's a little rude, I brought you here." Hyunho's mother still didn't understand. "What are you saying?" Then she suddenly realized that the space she was standing in was a classroom. Byung-woo recounted, "This is our son's classroom. That's the seat of student Hyunho." Hyunho's mother, hearing that, was very surprised, speechless to know that the place she was standing was her son's seat. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Hyunho's desk was full of terrifying writings and drawings. Byung-woo said these days young kids are scary. I was also very surprised about that. Hyunho's mother still couldn't understand this matter. She asked, "Why are you telling me this? Who are you?" Byung-woo smiled wryly and said seriously, "Don't you recognize me?" Then he took off the white bandage wrapped around his face and said, "There's no other way, I have to show you this appearance." Then he introduced, "I'm Joseph's father. It's a pleasure to meet you like this again." Hyunho's mother was also so surprised that she couldn't speak when she met Joseph's father. Byung-woo also understood the problem, helplessly saying, "It's disgusting, right? It's all because of that kid. Park Se-in. It's all because of him. You probably don't know, Hyunho's mother. In fact, my son is also a victim." Hyunho's mother began to feel chills. "What are you saying? The child named Se-in has made me and my son like this." She heard that and was very doubtful. "You're saying it's because of Se-in?" Byung-woo choked and said, "That's right, he's also the one who made Hyunho fall into this situation. Park Se-in, that child has falsely accused my Joseph." The rumors were spread throughout the school. "That student is very popular in that group." Hyunho's mother suddenly remembered all those photos. Then Byung-woo shouted helplessly, "We were too indifferent to our children. Until now, I only know." Getting this truth, Byung-woo fell down. Hyunho's mother asked, "Are you okay?" Byung-woo said in a certain way, "I will take revenge. It was me who couldn't protect my son. I will atone for it. I will atone for it as the father of my son." Hyunho's mother, seeing Byung-woo like that, then went to help him up. She said, "Even so, revenge is a bit. We should report it to the schools so they can take legal measures." But Byung-woo didn't think so. He said, "Hyunho's mother, you're so naive. Do you think the school can do anything? The school can't do shit." He touched the window and continued to say, "When Hyunho fell from this window, the school didn't do anything. He fell from a very high height. You can't abandon him like that, Hyunho's mother. If you just let it go like this, that bastard Park Se-in won't stop. Do you understand? We have to stand up." Then Byung-woo gave Hyunho's mother a knife, saying, "Now it's our turn to take revenge." Scene change at Dead Mansion's headquarters. The director said to his subordinates, "I've read the report." He asked, "What is Byung-woo Construction?" The subordinate then replied, "A mediocre organization in South Korea." Hearing that, the director became furious and said, "Not knowing their place, yet daring to target Sean?" Outside, the sky was still very gloomy, gray. He called to order Rachel, "Here's the order. Those who steal our product, make them pay for touching Dead Mansion." The director also ordered Sean, "This is your first mission after returning. Show us your strength. Also, eliminate the evil, I will let them taste the judgment of the Iron Hammer." Suddenly, Sean told Rachel, "I seem to have forgotten my earphones at that table just now." Those kids then turned to look with blank eyes. "What? What are you talking about?" Sean smiled shyly and said, "Can I borrow one of your ears, little guy?" But Marie said, "You think it's just earphones?" Rachel then reprimanded, "Sean, you're too careless. You're acting no differently from a child. Is that really a legend? You're really disappointing." Eugene also arrogantly said, "Amateur." Before this situation, Sean had to apologize. Then he looked around and discovered, more importantly, "Isn't this my school? Are they really here?" "Really, I followed from the traffic cameras around here." "Good. Hyunho and his mother should be at this place." Rachel was full of contemplation when she heard Sean's decision. His expression was full of hatred and confidence. Rachel reminded Sean softly, "Our goal is to eliminate the enemy. You won't do unnecessary things, right?" Sean confidently replied, "That's right, I know clearly what I should do. Just go and destroy everything, right?" Unexpectedly, there were cameras installed in the school, so all the beatings of the group were being recorded by the cameras. Dimitri was observing everything through the camera. He said, "When I heard about it, I wasn't too sure, but the target is indeed Dead Mansion. Isn't that trainer Rachel? Even if we're paid more, it won't be easy to handle. You know that, right?" Then Dimitri asked Yuri, "What is this? There are even some kids? Are they all murderers?" Yuri said, "I said they're not murderers. They're mercenaries similar to us, just a bunch of little kids." At this moment, Byung-woo came in a wheelchair and said, "I don't mind spending money. As long as they're killed." But I heard there are 3 people, right? Dmitri then explained, our older brother is a little late. The 2 of us are enough to handle it. You don't need to worry. Byung-woo weakly said, they're not ordinary people. Just the 2 of you. Are you really able to deal with them? Hearing that, Dmitri was a little annoyed and said with a growl, hey, I said the 2 of us are enough. Yuri then laughed loudly and said, you're scaring him. Dmitri was still very confident, bragging endlessly, don't worry, I don't touch the customers. I may look like this, but I'm a professional. Dimitri's face was still very sophisticated. I'm different from those brats. Scene change. The Dead Mansion army was going up the stairs. Sean found it a little strange and said, but isn't it too quiet? I don't even see a shadow of a person. Marie replied very certainly, I clearly followed them. They came to this school. Then she checked her phone and also felt doubtful. It's really strange. None of the CCTVs in this school are working. Eugene told Rachel, how about we split up to search? The school is so big, and the enemy is just an amateur at most. Rachel said that's reasonable. Splitting up makes it easier to wipe them out. Marie agreed and replied, then I'll go search the security room. Maybe I can restart some of the CCTVs. Rachel pointed to the earphones and reminded them, contact us immediately if you encounter any problems. No one can take off their earphones. Sean, on the other hand, was still very leisurely. Marie and Eugene whispered to each other, what carelessness, what an amateur. Rachel shook her head in disappointment and said, Sean, you follow me. After examining the entire surrounding area, report back to me. Eugene then said, I will go check out the new building. After that, Marie and Eugene happily and quickly went to do their mission. Only Sean and Rachel were standing there. The atmosphere was very quiet. Rachel grinned wickedly and said, it's just me and Sean. I'm on a mission alone with Sean. Sean was startled and started doing some childish things. Where are you guys hiding? You bastards! Rachel reminded him, haven't you given up on that old woman and her son yet? Why are you so obsessed with that old woman and that son? Sean laughed fakely and replied, obsessed? What am I? Rachel interrupted and said, give up already? The more you cling to them, the more dangerous they will be. Sean was confused and didn't understand. What do you mean? Rachel said frankly, think about it. Those 2 are just ordinary people. But in just a few days they became targets of Dead Mansion and were even kidnapped by thugs. She leaned closer to Sean, saying clearly, what's the reason? Isn't the answer too easy? Rachel told him to wake up. If it weren't for you, they could have lived a normal life. But when you intervened, their lives completely changed. And we also got involved because we were pursuing you. Then their lives started to get worse. It's all because of you, Sean. Everything is your fault. Sean was stunned, sweat streaming down. He couldn't believe what she had just said. You're saying it's because of me? Me, Hanho, and his mother? Rachel leaned even closer, her eyes scary, her ghostly voice ringing out, that's right, so give up, Sean. And the only place that can contain you is Dead Mansion. Sean suddenly changed his attitude. He pushed her away forcefully, shouting, get out of the way. It turned out that Sean had sensed that danger was coming. The person who fired that shot walked slowly, a little surprised by Sean's ability. You recognized it? The brat has sharper senses than I thought. Rachel's eyes widened when she saw him. What are you doing here? Sean frantically asked. What? Do you know him? Who is he? Dmitri then introduced, a formidable guy, second in command of the barefoot mercenary group of Russia, Dmitri Medvedev. Long time no see, Rachel. It's been 2 years since I saw you in Vladivostok, right? What worried Rachel more at this time was that Marie was in Dmitri's hands. He threw the girl to the ground, laughing and saying, this kid is named Marie, right? She kept loitering in front of me, so I dealt with her. I didn't hit her too hard. Rachel gritted her teeth, glaring at Dmitri with red eyes. But Dmitri was still leisurely, calmly saying, don't glare at me like that, Rachel. My target this time is Dead Mansion. Even if I like you a lot, the mission is still the mission, right? Rachel pointed her gun and asked, did Byung-woo Construction hire you? Dmitri provoked her, calm down. My side has the advantage. Don't reveal your emotions like that. Anyway, Rachel, this kid is very loyal to you. Before Dmitri's threat, Rachel was very troubled. But Dmitri wasn't a simple person. He continued to provoke, if you agree to date me, I'll let it go. Rachel couldn't hold it in anymore, raised her gun, and started cursing, "Get the fuck out of here." Then she fired her gun repeatedly, firing hundreds and thousands of bullets. In this rain of bullets, Dmitri was still not worried, smiling brightly and dodging the bullets quickly and skillfully. Rachel continued to shoot her gun. When she ran out of bullets, she reloaded, not willing to stop. Rachel was extremely angry, not thinking that he would hire such a reckless person. Things have become troublesome. She turned to curse Sean. "Look at this. This is the world that you dragged that old woman into. So give up." But after a moment, she was surprised. Where did he go? On Dmitri's side, he had prepared. He also had to admit that she was indeed a sharp woman. "Although this is a mission, killing her like this is a waste. I have to give her a few bullets to make her unconscious, right?" Sean was also hiding there. He reminded Dmitri, "With that ability, you can't take her down." Hearing that, Dmitri smiled mockingly, pretending to be surprised. "Oh, is that so?" Then immediately rushed out, firing several shots, but Sean grabbed his hand. He stepped on the broken glass, and even dared to say strongly, "Uncle, your skills are too poor." Then launched a firm punch. That hit Dmitri directly in the face. Now Dmitri had a different view of him. "So that's how it is. You're completely different from that kid just now." He licked the blood flowing down from his nose. "Not bad. The Barefoot Mercenary Group of Russia." The test to join their group was extremely harsh. They had to go to the icy Siberian region, barefoot, and safely return after hunting some prey. Thanks to this tradition, they were called with the name Barefoot. Their spirit was very strong, firm as metal. Seeing change, Dmitri, after being punched, was still smiling provocatively. "This is your punch, kid?" Seeing his eyes like that, Sean was a little embarrassed. "He's still unhurt?" "I clearly gave him a direct punch." Suddenly, Dmitri punched back at Sean. Sean was knocked back dozens of feet. Dmitri slowly sat up and said, "Little brat, getting hit by the tail of a bear is more painful than your punch." Then he saw something. What's this?" Immediately, Dmitri launched the next punch at Sean, also laughing loudly. "You can still use tricks in a short amount of time." Sean quickly hid behind the bookshelf. Dmitri slowly walked forward, walking and asking, "You're from Dead Mansion, right? Interesting. Show me a serious fight, brat." Sean also realized that he was very strong, angrily cursing in his heart, "Damn it, the difference in strength is too great." Dmitri proudly pointed the gun forward, "Although you're just a little kid." At this moment, he also saw the danger coming. It turned out that Rachel had come, firing several shots continuously. But Dmitri also dodged skillfully. Rachel warned him, "Enough." Dmitri then happily said, "You startled me. I almost got hit for real, no kidding." Rachel threatened him, "If you dare to stick your head out, I'll hit you 3 times straight." Then she fired her gun again continuously. Dmitri slowly stood up and said, "Rachel, I don't know why, but hearing you say that makes me even more excited. But your opponent isn't just me." And then another strong army came to provide reinforcements. Rachel was extremely angry. "Damn it, it's those small fries again." Marie had woken up, sticking her head out to say softly to Rachel. Seeing Marie, Rachel immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Marie replied, "I'm okay." Rachel told her, "What did you say? Tell me clearly." Marie recounted, "Not only one person. In just a few minutes, but I saw through the camera. There's still one more person." And the person Marie was mentioning was Yuri. Yuri came to approach Eugene. "You're also a person from Dead Mansion, right? Play with me. It will be very fun." Eugene at this time had raised his alertness more than ever. Yuri was still smiling and asked, "What do you think?" Scene change. Dmitri reminded Rachel, "Anyway, you're loved by many people, so I brought a competitor here." Rachel was extremely annoyed. "Damn it!" Sean slowly walked out and told Rachel, "Go to Eugene. There's still one more person. That kid will be in danger. I will fight this big guy." Dmitri was very surprised. Sean was very determined, "I'll pay back all the punches I've received." Rachel carefully reminded Sean, "No, Dmitri is an opponent you can't underestimate." The army of small fries were still aiming their guns, waiting for an opportunity. It has to be admitted that it's hard to hit like this. Then Rachel flared up, firing wildly at them. "You bastards!" Some of them were hit by bullets and injured, extremely painfully. Sean told Rachel, take Marie and go first. I will follow right away. Dmitri was very surprised. Sean then reminded him, Uncle, did you forget? I'm Dead Mansion's legend. Rachel replied, I understand. Well then, Sean will go first. Deal with that guy and follow us immediately. Dmitri yelled in surprise, What? Rachel, where are you going? Are you really leaving me to fight with this brat? Don't do this, wait for me a little longer. Sean launched the next punch at his face. Unable to endure it anymore, Dmitri clenched his fist and punched back. But unexpectedly, Sean dodged the blow. Dmitri reminded him softly, Hey brat, I'm still talking to Rachel. Where did you get that insolence? Sean was in a very difficult situation. I have to admit, his attack is too strong. I can hardly launch an attack. Next, Dmitri launched an even stronger punch at Sean's stomach, sending him flying far away. Sean couldn't understand at all, what's going on? I clearly blocked it, so why is there blood? Seeing Dmitri holding a gun in his hand, Sean realized that it was the gun he had disassembled earlier. Dmitri asked him, Were you so shocked because it hurt too much? Sean smiled and said, Uncle, you're so big, yet you still use tricks? Dmitri smiled and said, You have to call it tactics, right? Sean then retorted bluntly, What tactics? Because you only play tricks, that's why Rachel doesn't play with you. Dmitri saw that he was very imposing and laughed loudly, Little brat, you even know how to provoke? Don't regret it. Sean didn't feel scared at all and said, Are you just angry at being provoked by me? Was it when I used tricks? Was it with Ms. Rachel? Dmitri found it very interesting to hear those provocations. Then, he took momentum and ran up very fast. Very well, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Sean was also not to be outdone, getting into a defensive stance. Let's see what you can do, Uncle. Rachel said angrily, Brat, you think I'm playing around? Then he hit Sean hard, sending him to the ground. However, when he looked at his bicep, Dmitri had spotted 2 pens being deeply inserted into his arm. He chuckled, took out those 2 pens and said, Looks like I was too negligent because I thought you were just a kid. The situation was getting more and more difficult. Sean gritted his teeth, thinking, What the hell? This uncle is getting more and more sharp. Dmitri was furious and shouted, Fight properly, brat. Sean was hard to defend, so he threw the tablecloth to distract him first. Dmitri cursed, You bastard. Even at the end you still. When the tablecloth was thrown off, Sean had run away. Then he spotted the door that was ajar. Dmitri smirked, looking forward to it. Keep struggling even more. Scene change, Sean was hiding in a teacher's room. He wearily sighed. Damn it, just as Rachel said, that uncle is a formidable person. I can't understand it. Why would someone like him come to this place? Suddenly he remembered Rachel's negative words, her scolding. It's all because of you, Sean. They will swarm to you. The lives of those 2 people can't be peaceful anymore. You're the source of everything. Sean was sadly not knowing what to do. Then he clenched his fist with determination. His eyes were full of hope, his enthusiasm boiling over. At this moment, Dmitri broke into the room, shouting, Break time's over, brat. Sean contemplated, It's time to punch the second round. Right, what Rachel said is probably not wrong. He said to Dmitri, If it weren't for me, a mercenary like you wouldn't have to be here. Hanho's family also wouldn't be in danger. Everything turned out like this because of me. Sean tore his shirt, revealing a strong, muscular body, fiercely declaring war. In that case, I have to end it myself. I can't just sit still and cry because it hurts, right? Hearing these words, Dmitri was a little surprised, thinking, This brat, he's different from before. I shouldn't delay any longer. He had to quickly finish him off, then he launched his strongest punch. Sean tried his best to resist. Before Sean's speed, Dmitri was confused. Impossible, I still haven't seen it. Before he could finish thinking, Sean had jumped high, slamming hard into his face. And asked, Were you so shocked because it hurt too much, uncle? Dmitri shouted, You brat, I thought you were just a kid. Your name is Sean, right? This time you've improved. You brat, Sean. 2 years ago, in Vladivostok, Dmitri was leaning against the car, a cigarette in his mouth, laughing. What's this? He looked up at the sky and complained, I was assigned to a mission that I thought was grand, but who knew I would be picking up other people? While saying that, Dmitri raised his hand to light a cigarette. What's even worse is that I'm picking up a bunch of kids. Not just a bunch of kids. A cold female voice rang out, interrupting Dimitri's words. He was startled and quickly turned to look at that woman. It was Rachel, and a group of kids had approached from who knows when. Her sharp eyes swept over Dimitri, then towards the children who were standing still like small statues. These are the good kids at Dead Mansion. They're not like ordinary kids, but perfect products. Rachel turned to ask, "You're Dimitri from the Barefoot Mercenary team, right? You look younger than I thought." He frowned. Younger? Are you kidding me? Rachel ignored his words and turned to remind the kids, "Everyone, get in the car. It's about to explode." He didn't understand what she was saying and asked in confusion, "Explode? What will explode?" Dimitri was stunned before he could finish speaking, when not far away, a loud explosion went off, blowing up the entire building. Dimitri looked back in horror. "What is that?" Rachel still maintained a calm expression and urged him, "What are you doing?" "Let's go. Drive the car." He hurriedly got into the car, mumbling in confusion, "Damn it, wasn't that explosion too big? What did you really do?" But Rachel replied as if it were obvious. "I'm just a trainer. I didn't do it. It was the kids' work." Rachel turned to look at the 4 children, smiling and saying, "Was this field trip helpful to you?" The kids replied in unison, "Yes, Trainer Rachel." Suddenly she turned back, her eyes becoming serious. She reminded David, "I noticed you missed a lot of shots just now. Is there something wrong with the gun?" "A professional's mission is to maintain the gun carefully. Remember that." The boy obediently replied, "Yes, Trainer Rachel." She continued to remind Amy, "You have to be more calm when acting. You stammered quite a bit. And Tom, when infiltrating, I could still hear your footsteps. Walk lighter, do you understand? And Eddie, throw away all the candy you stole from the meeting room just now. You can't leave any traces. You'll be discovered by others." Eddie looked at the candy in his hand in fear. Dimitri laughed loudly, his face full of suspicion. "Really? This is what kids have to do?" But Rachel coldly rejected his words once again. "I've already said they're not kids. They're the good children of Dead Mansion." Finishing her words, Rachel reached out and took the cigarette from his mouth, causing him to be startled and ask, "What? Why are you getting so close?" She broke the cigarette in half, her eyes as sharp as knives, frowning and looking straight at Dimitri. "Stop smoking. It's not good for the kids." Rachel again used sarcasm. "People say you're the younger brother of the Barefoot leader, but you seem so ignorant." Hearing that, he angrily turned to say, "What? Are you provoking me?" She didn't bother to care, and just gently raised her hand to tie up her hair. That scene made him feel embarrassed, and his face flushed red. She looked at him curiously and asked, "Huh? Is there something on my face?" Dimitri quickly adjusted his emotions and replied, "No, there's nothing." Then he asked about the scar on her forehead. "I noticed it." "What happened?" Then pointed at the kids. "You won't say that this was done by these kids, huh?" After a moment of silence, she slowly replied, "Not the kids." She gently touched the scar on her forehead and said, "This scar is from training Sean, Dead Mansion's legend." Dimitri, his face still flushed, asked, "Legend?" She agreed. "That's right. He's a masterpiece. A child bestowed a code name by Dead Mansion, a masterpiece with innate talent." Her voice became regretful, "But we lost him. I don't know if he's still alive. So, if you ever meet Sean, tell us." He asked in surprise, "What are you saying?" She didn't care about his shock and continued to provide Dimitri with information that the boy had a tattoo of a gene on his back. Then Dimitri returned to the present, his eyes becoming sharp, saying, "Finally, Rachel found you." At this time, in front of him was a young man, the familiar tattoo of a gene revealed on his back. He stood up straight, clenching the knife in his hand, and said, "Okay, Sean, I admit you're not an amateur." Sean didn't understand what he was saying at all. Immediately after, he waved his hand to adjust his body. With the other hand, he grabbed a piece of clothing on his body, tearing it off decisively. He adjusted his shoulder joint while challenging, "So, from now on, let's fight like men." His full name is Dmitry Medvedev, second in command at Barefoot, with the nickname Grizzly. Suddenly, a blade flew from who knows when, close to Sean's face. He quickly tilted his body to dodge in the nick of time. But before he could regain his senses, Dimitri's strong, vice-like hand had tightly grabbed his face, pulling him down and launching a devastating kick into Sean's stomach. Sean tightly clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with fire. While he wasn't paying attention, he quickly used his head to deliver a strong blow to his chin. Sean hurriedly retreated, escaping from his grasp. He touched the bleeding wound on his chest, painfully thinking, damn it, scratched? Dimitri rushed toward Sean like a beast with a sharp knife flashing in his hand, saying, "It's not over, Sean. Let's continue fighting." He swung his hand, slashing towards Sean. Sean could only continue to retreat, defending against each incoming attack. While dodging, Sean thought, I clearly landed 3 blows to his chin. What's wrong with him? Dimitri punched Sean, but he continued to dodge. Unexpectedly, he grabbed Sean's hand, breaking it strongly, causing Sean to lose his balance and fall down. He roared, "Hey, hey, hey, how long are you going to keep dodging?" while raising the sharp knife towards Sean. "Come on and attack me like you did just now." Dimitri thought he had secured the victory. Then Sean suddenly asked in a low voice, surprisingly, "Did you ever receive an award when you were young?" causing him to stop. Sean continued, "I didn't." At this time, he used the gold award as a shield to block the knife just now. Before he could even blink, Sean used strong force to kick straight up at Dimitri, causing him to feel pain, gritting his teeth to endure. "What the hell are you saying?" Without hesitation, Sean held an object and slammed it into his Adam's apple, causing him to cry out in pain before he could finish speaking. Sean said, "I'll give you an award." His facial muscles tensed up, his eyes bulging, both angry and surprised to see the metal pinned tightly to his neck. Sean said, "Consider it a souvenir from Korea." Before he could finish speaking, without waiting for Dimitri to react, he used his hand to forcefully slam the metal into his Adam's apple once more. That attack severely injured Dimitri, causing him to cough up blood from his mouth. On Sean's side, he sighed in relief. He dusted his hands, looked at Dimitri lying motionless, and said, "The gift wasn't small, you can put it on your resume too." Then he turned, stretched his shoulders, and said, "Should I go meet Rachel?" Suddenly, he was attracted by an object. He stopped and looked. On Dimitri's side, his big hand grabbed the golf club. Taking advantage of the moment Sean lost focus because of a picture, he secretly attacked from behind. But luckily, Sean dodged in time. He was like a hungry beast, frantically attacking him. "Ah, you damn brat!" Sean quickly stepped on his strong legs to gain balance. Sean climbed onto his back, tightening both arms around his neck. "You're quite persistent, still able to move while having a broken thyroid cartilage?" Not only his arms, but Sean's legs also squeezed tightly against his burly body. "If you're too persistent, Rachel might hate you," causing Dimitri to grind his teeth, staring, trying to resist. But soon his arms became limp and dropped the golf club. Then he slowly slumped down helplessly. Sean let go to let him lie on the ground. At this time, he noticed the pictures scattered in front of him. He picked them up to look and said, "It's a picture of me? And this is a picture of the principal." In another picture, he was surprised. "What's this?" At the same time, in the school's gymnasium nearby, Eugene was walking on the observation deck when he saw a swimming pool. Then he leaned over the railing and looked down, saying, "He probably isn't in here, huh?" A voice next to him asked, "Huh? Looking for something, kid?" Eugene was startled, leaping away from that strange man. While looking at him warily, he thought, "I didn't even sense his movement. He's definitely not ordinary." The man smiled maniacally, looking at Eugene. Sorry, did I startle you?" Eugene, not letting down his guard, hastily pressed the intercom on his ear. "I have to tell Ms. Rachel. Rachel, can you hear me?" Seeing no response, he continued to call, "Rachel." At this time, he said, "I installed a jamming signal, so you can't use the intercom." He changed his face and smiled kindly, enticing, "Let's play with me, kid. It will be fun, right?" But Eugene still didn't waver at all, raising his hand to guard in front of him, taking out the knife hidden behind his pants, thinking, "This person is a professional. I shouldn't face him directly." Then he suddenly thought of another plan. In that case, Eugene burst into tears, surrendering. "I was wrong. Please forgive me." He was flustered. "Hey, are you crying now?" I'm just following orders because I was told to." "Hey, don't cry anymore." "Why are you crying?" "I'm scared. I want to go home." Saying that, but in his heart he was happy. Good, he's let down his guard. Suddenly, an iron baseball bat was swung close to his face. He used all his strength to swing the bat at the child. The strong blows sent him flying a distance away, and his body rubbed hard against the floor. Eugene painfully struggled to get up, thinking, swinging a bat at a crying child. Without any hesitation, he said, "I haven't even done anything yet, and you're already crying." He put the bat on his shoulder, smoothed his hair, revealing a pleased smile. "Indeed, it's interesting. This feeling of hitting the target makes me so crazy happy." He was Yuri Smirnov, a new recruit at Barefoot, his nickname being Gopnik. Gopnik, in short Russian, means a bully. His face revealed a perverted excitement, saying, "Very good. Every time I attack, you have to cry like that, okay?" Eugene suddenly cried loudly, "I'm a good child of Dead Mansion." He cried while approaching two guards. "Since I was young, I've received a special education, and at the same time, I have to complete the assigned mission in any situation." One of the guards wondered about his presence and asked, "Hey, kid, how did you get in here?" Then he temporarily stopped crying, raising his head to answer yes. He then asked again, "I'm asking how you got in here? What are the gatekeepers doing? Don't they know?" A scolding voice rang out on the line. "Hey gatekeepers, there's a kid here." "What happened?" The two gatekeepers were lying motionless on the floor with a pool of blood, but the intercom still had a voice. "Are you listening? I'm asking what happened." Seeing no response, he angrily cursed, "These guys, really?" At that moment, the remaining guard softly lowered his head to ask, "Where are you going? How did you get in?" Eugene, tears streaming down his face, replied, "I came here with my dad. I have to go to the bathroom." "So your dad is inside?" "Children are very weak." The guard, annoyed and impatient, pressed the phone. "What's this? What's your dad's name?" The other scolded, Hey, the kid is crying. Be patient. Because they always need the protection of adults. You're too grumpy with the kid." While the guard was off guard, he took out a dagger that was hidden beforehand. The tears of children stimulate the instinct to protect. The remaining guard looked away from the phone, suspecting, "Don't you think it's strange? We were told that no customers were bringing children." At this time, he realized that his teammate had fallen from who knows when. "Huh! What did you do?" Looking closely, there was blood flowing from the top of his teammate's head. To this point, he began to panic, running over to check. "Damn it, what happened to you? How did it turn out like this?" He looked up and glanced around warily. Was it that kid from just now? Where did he hide? Then he jumped from behind him. He stabbed a fatal blow into the guard. His eyes were cold, and his hands didn't hesitate to stab those people decisively like that. However, I am not an ordinary child. Because I am a child of Dead Mansion, specially educated. Eugene quickly reported the situation through the intercom. "According to the order, I've finished dealing with it. I will always complete the assigned mission, no matter what the situation." But returning to the current match. He tried to get up after the blow. He assessed the opponent. What the hell is wrong with him? I didn't expect him to ruthlessly attack a crying child. He took out another baseball bat, but his eyes still couldn't hide the perverted excitement. This will be delicious. He wondered, he's really enjoying it. He approached him, saying, "What's wrong? You're done crying? What else is there to be happy about? If I give you a few hits, you'll cry for me to see, okay?" Eugene constantly observed every gesture and action of his. While being wary, he suddenly rushed forward, shortening the distance, then swung a powerful club, "Here it comes," causing even the floor where he just dodged to shatter. Making Eugene scared and also not able to stop feeling astonished. What power is this? It's different from just now. Yuri swung the club behind him, taking momentum, asking, "What do you think?" "It looks simple, but it's custom made, you know?" He swung the club at Eugene. Luckily he dodged in time. "Awesome, right?" Eugene's small hand, unprepared, slammed down on the floor to support his body. He frowned in panic as his supporting hand slipped while he was still rushing forward. "How far are you planning to run?" Switching the club to the other end, he said gleefully, "Let me see how you'll block this blow." Yuri quickly seized the opportunity, pressing hard and hitting the club straight down on Eugene's foot. He cried out in pain while his foot was crushed. He quickly took out the knife from behind, a weapon that had been prepared in advance. He helplessly swung it to resist, but Yuri had easily blocked it with his baseball bat. Unexpectedly, his hand grabbed the railing nearby. Eugene tried to push himself up and jumped straight down. because his foot was injured and he hadn't observed the landing spot beforehand. His entire body fell and slammed painfully on the stairs below. Yuri looked down and said, "Kid, I'll give you 10 seconds to hug that crippled leg and run as far as you can, got it?" Then he raised his hands, he was pleased, then began to count 10. Following his counting, Eugene fearfully hurried to get up and run. 9. 8. Because one of his legs was severely injured, he immediately slipped and fell. He's not a mediocre opponent. 10 seconds. In that time, I have to run as far as possible. Once again, his injured leg painfully spurted blood when it had to bear constant force while he was trying to escape. He calmed himself a little more, dodging immediately when he saw Yuri suddenly rush forward, grinning with the baseball bat in an attacking stance. Then he swung decisively, sending Eugene flying backward. His face turned pale with fear, saying, "It hasn't even been 10 seconds yet." Seeing him scared, he became even more excited, laughing loudly. "That's the face I wanted to see. You actually believed what I said?" Eugene quickly raised his dagger to block his attack. "You have to concentrate to hold your ground, that's why I said playing with innocent kids like you." He swung hard, causing Eugene to fall into the swimming pool, making water splash everywhere. Seeing that, he clenched his fist in celebration. That really makes a person happy. Eugene, underwater, was struggling in pain. "My leg, it hurts so much." He despaired, giving up. "I really am just a useless kid." Then, his memories flooded back to the scene of Cian teasing him, saying, "A useless kid can't become family." And Sean kept teasing him, saying he would be abandoned, while he angrily retorted, "I never said that, Sean." Rachel then turned to remind him, "Don't joke around, get ready quickly." Sean quickly replied, "Yes, yes." Eugene stood next to him, calling Sean. He replied, "I know, no more playing, no more playing. You're going to save Hanho's mother, aren't you?" That sentence suddenly made Sean stop. "She gave up her ownership of you. Now you two aren't family anymore." He calmly replied, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Eugene clenched his fist, saying, "You and that old woman are really weird. You still want to save someone who isn't your family." Eugene's face fell. "I can't prove my abilities, but she still considers me family, and says family isn't like that." Sean then scratched his head. And then he sat down to be at Eugene's level, asking, "What do you think? Hyunho's mother, is she family to you?" He paused, replying, "That's..." Then he recalled the scene where Hyunho's mother gently bent down and touched his head, her wrinkled hand gently stroking his hair. Then he took out his familiar weapon. "I don't know. The definition of family," she said, "is very different from what I know. I can't understand," he said sadly, looking at the knife. Sean gently patted his head, saying, "Then ask her next time you see her. She told me to bring Eugene along next time." He asked in surprise, "She said that?" Sean replied, "That's right. So I'll bring you to see her again. Then, ask her directly." Eugene held the knife tightly, looking sad. Eugene faintly opened his eyes in the pool, thinking, what is family, after all? Yuri then leaned down to observe, saying, "Could it be that he can't swim?" Suddenly he popped up, struggling, "Help!" He immediately regained his composure. "Oh, he's coming up." He panicked, yelling, "I can't swim." He clutched his stomach, laughing gleefully. "Seriously, you really can't swim? Are you kidding me? Playing with you is so much fun." Then he held out his baseball bat. "Here, grab it." Can he grab it? Eugene thought, I am a weak child. This stimulates the other person's protective instincts. But this guy is a piece of garbage who doesn't care about children. He smiled, praising, "Good, that's right. Just crawl over here and you can live." He struggled to reach the bat. Suddenly, the baseball bat was quickly pulled back just as his hand touched it. His eyes lit up with surprise mixed with despair as he looked at him. "Oops, I slipped. Too bad." His gaze was disgusted, but his body was gradually becoming exhausted and sinking below the surface of the water. He sneered, "If you had just tried a little harder, I would have saved you." Then he turned and left. "Well, I've had enough fun." Suddenly a small hand emerged from the water, grabbing his leg. "But I can't give up here." He turned around in surprise, Eugene using his legs to push off the pool wall so he could firmly grab his leg. Then he used all his strength to pull him into the water. He was determined, "I have to complete the mission, no matter what the situation." He lost his balance and was pulled straight into the pool, causing water to splash everywhere. He immediately surfaced after choking on water, angrily saying, "You damn brat, daring to trick me? When it comes to acting, I'm very confident. He popped up behind him and wrapped his arms around his neck, locking it. I received special education for the sake of missions. He said uncomfortably, you said you couldn't swim. This isn't fun at all. The voice behind him replied, you're really naive to believe that. He smirked sarcastically, you're just an amateur, because I'm a good kid. Yuri struggled, angrily shouting, are you not going to let go? You little brat. Eugene gritted his teeth, tightening his grip, thinking, he's more persistent than I thought. Just a little more. His eyes now turned panicked, looking around for a way to escape. Suddenly, he grabbed the baseball bat and kicked straight into his hand, yelling, I told you to let go. Involuntarily, he had to pull his hand back in pain from the blow, allowing him to escape. Immediately, he quickly gained momentum and swung the bat to attack, you damn brat. Eugene luckily dived into the water in time to avoid the attack. While diving and hiding under the pool, he tried to swim out of his reach. Reaching the lane rope of the pool, he finally surfaced to breathe and regain strength. He covered his mouth, coughing because he choked on water. He thought to himself, if I weren't underwater, I'd be dead. Then light feet stood on the lane rope, getting close to him. Hey, you damn brat. He squatted on the lane rope, his face full of murderous intent, looking at him. I will definitely kill you. He looked up at him, unable to hide his surprise. What? He climbed onto that thing? How can he keep his balance? His body leaned slightly forward, and his legs were bouncing. Yuri jumped off the lane rope and swung the bat down at him, causing the water to move violently. Eugene quickly dodged and dived away from him, still observing him from underwater. Looking down from the surface of the water, he said, Hey, are you going to stay underwater forever? He continued, better to hold your breath than be defeated, right? His face broke into a terrifying smile as he dipped his face into the water, sneering, How long can you endure? Eugene looked at him in horror, silently cursing this madman in his head. He quickly swam to create distance. I have to find a way to escape from here at all costs. He only managed to yell, Hey! Then he rushed on the lane rope, Yuri quickly catching up to Eugene's swimming speed. You need more air to be able to swim like this. Eugene tried to cover his mouth to keep a little air in his body. He became panicked. I can't breathe. This is too dangerous. Wait, I just need to breathe a little and then dive back down, right? Suddenly, a simulated scenario appeared in his mind, but as soon as my head comes up, the image of Yuri with a terrifying perverted smile, swinging his baseball bat straight at his head. At this moment, the red streaks of blood were gradually dissolving with the blue of the water. He covered his mouth while glancing at him, thinking, what should I do? His hand lightly touched the lane rope for balance. He smirked, marveling, oh, he's been holding his breath for 2 minutes already. Seeing him quickly swim away, he called, Hey! Yuri used the same trick again. He jumped from this lane rope to the lane in front of him. I told you it was useless, but you're still persistent. Taking the opportunity, Eugene took out the small knife while swimming and held it in his hand. Eugene turned his head, gritting his teeth, thinking, right now. Then he jumped up, surfaced, and quickly swung his hand, cutting the lane rope he was about to land on. Seeing the sudden situation, he was surprised before he could even react, exclaiming, Huh? While he was falling into the water, Eugene seized the opportunity to raise his head and breathe in the air. Immediately after that, he dived back into the water. Yuri gritted his teeth, resentfully looking at him. This brat is showing his cunning. He was about to swing the bat to hit him. What can that toy knife do? Eugene didn't dodge, but he didn't hesitate to rush straight towards him because from the beginning, swinging a weapon underwater was meaningless. Finally, he grasped the situation that he was stuck because of the resistance. But this was an unavoidable situation. Underwater has a higher density than air, and objects with mass and volume will be subject to greater resistance, causing disadvantages. He took out the small knife in his hand and continued to rush forward. Therefore, a small toy knife and a child underwater will be more advantageous. He stabbed straight, aiming at him, but he managed to dodge. Suddenly, he stopped when he realized there was a rope around his neck. Before he could think, Eugene wrapped the rope around his neck to strangle him. His mouth moved to swear in Russian, damn it. Eugene grabbed the rope, trying to pull with all his strength to strangle him. The surface of the pool now suddenly moved slightly again. He launched his body up from underwater, bracing his hands on the side of the pool to surface. When his breathing stabilized, he turned to look at the body floating on the surface of the water, saying, Never. Underestimate me just because I'm a child. Yuri's body was floating on the surface of the water. He gleefully stuck out his tongue, adding a sarcastic remark, amateur. In another scene, Rachel was urgently putting a bullet near her mouth to load the gun. Rachel, although seriously injured, still tried to aim and shoot each enemy while fleeing with Marie. The injury on her leg was hit while moving, causing her to groan. She still maintained speed to dodge the hail of bullets, firing back accurately while running. The bullets she fired hit the black-clothed men who were following, causing them to fall in pain. Marie hid behind the wall, asking, "Rachel, are you okay?" Rachel replied, "I'm fine." "What about you, Marie?" Marie advised her, "Things are becoming more unfavorable for us than I thought. We should retreat for now, it would be better." Rachel vehemently objected, "No, I will eliminate all of them, because that is the order." She then hid behind the wall to avoid bullets, saying, "Sean is fighting Dimitri, we have to clean up these flies." Rachel took out the prepared bullets, looking at them and saying, "This is the last one?" Marie retorted, "But this is too much for us." Marie opened her phone, analyzing, "Dimitri and Yuri's barefoot group being here is beyond my expectations. At least let me see what I can support." Rachel criticized her, "Are you done?" "You're too weak, Marie." Marie, with her eyes still glued to her phone, calmly replied, "I'm just making a judgment based on objectivity. Because both of us are injured." Rachel put away her gun, saying, "But Marie, you said earlier that you couldn't see the details. Then how did you know Yuri was here?" Rachel slowly asked. Hearing that, Marie raised her head and glanced at Rachel. Then she put her hand to her mouth, unable to hide her light laughter. Her face flushed red with excitement, replying, "I was careless. If Eugene heard, he would tease me for being an amateur." Rachel pointed her gun at her head and glared, asking, "Really? That's hard to believe. You are being controlled by Dead Mansion, how could you betray us?" Rachel angrily shouted, "Answer me, Marie. This is an order." Marie raised the cross necklace hanging around her neck, looking at it and smiling, "Rachel, we have found." Then she threw the necklace on the ground, continuing, "A way to break the 3 principles of Dead Mansion." Rachel asked in surprise, "Break? And it's us? Who else is there besides you?" Marie briefly answered her question with a firm look, "Number 0 has returned." Rachel's face stiffened, and her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Marie. "What?" Taking this opportunity, Marie quickly reached out to remove the bullets from the gun pointed at her, saying, "That's it, Ting." Marie still kept her provocative smile. "Maybe this is the last magazine, right?" At this time, Rachel, angry, radiating murderous intent, threw the gun she was holding towards Marie and swung to attack. But Marie managed to duck and counterattack, hitting Rachel's injured leg hard. Causing Rachel to lose her guard in pain, she seized the opportunity to unexpectedly kick Rachel. Luckily, Rachel was able to block it with her hand. Rachel gritted her teeth, angrily swinging her fist. "Where did you hear that information?" Suddenly, a large hand holding a gun placed it close to Rachel's head from behind, ordering, "Stay still." 2 men in black suits pointed their guns, threatening, "It's over." Rachel turned her head to curse them, "You bastards." Then one of the men in black hit her head on the ground to control her, saying, Hey, calm down," while the other was still pointing the gun as a precaution. After that, the others quickly gathered behind. "Now it's our turn." Then one of them, holding tightly to the wound on his hand, came out of a classroom, asking in confusion, "What's going on?" Marie approached, smiling friendly, saying, "You guys waited long, didn't you?" She laughed loudly, saying, "It's all over." At this time, Rachel was exhausted and suffering pain under the hand of a man in black. Marie continued, "Let's quickly take care of the remaining work." She put her hand to her mouth, giving a sinister smile to Rachel. "Now, shall we go catch Sean?" At this time, Rachel's entire face was scratched and bruised, full of pain. Inside a classroom within the school, 2 individuals are engaged in conversation, plotting something involving Hanho's mother. That person hands a knife to the other, whispering, "It's our turn for revenge." Kwon Byung-woo, holding the knife he gives to Hanho's mother, expresses a dangerous, resolute determination. "Park Se-in, we will eliminate that child." Hanho's mother gazes tremulously at the knife in her hand, her expression pensive. She calls out, "Joseph's father," and Byung-woo, presuming her agreement, maintains a composed, satisfied demeanor. Abruptly, Hyun-ho's mother tosses the knife away, landing in front of him, her tone becoming stern and indignant as she declares, No parent would be like you. Byung-woo is momentarily taken aback by her action. However, he quickly regains his composure, his face contorting into a sardonic expression as he taunts, "So, you won't accept the settlement money, nor will you take revenge." The children turn out dull, and their parents are constantly fretting over trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Hyunho's mother is immediately incensed, losing control as she slaps him across the face. Byung-woo shows little reaction, merely dabbing his reddened face with a handkerchief as he calmly remarks, "I wanted to make things easier, but you're indeed a nuisance." At the same time, a group of unfamiliar individuals is seen entering from outside. The tall, black-suited figures are approaching as Byung-woo continues, "To me, work efficiency is crucial." He then registers slight surprise upon noticing them. Meanwhile, in another area, Park Shuri-in is tucking a letter into his pocket, thinking, "All right, let's put this away." He sighs in relief, surrounded by unconscious bodies, and stretches, lamenting, "Ugh, my whole body is aching." "That stupid bear," he exclaims, wearing an amused expression. Who would believe a story about fighting Russian mercenaries in the principal's office? Shuri-in rubs his head, his face bearing several injuries from the brawl, and wonders, Byung-woo construction is really something. How did they know to call in Russian mercenaries? Not everyone can connect with people like that. Suddenly, he pauses, realizing something. Shuri-in exclaims, "That's right, not just anyone can." With that thought, he takes off running, his face filled with urgency and self-reproach. "Damn it, why didn't I think of that?" As Shuri-in runs, he encounters the group of black-suited figures, managing to halt himself just in time. One of them spots him and exclaims in astonishment, "You!" He shouts, "Found the blondie," but before he can finish, he is met with a swift kick to the face. Seeing their comrade struck, the remaining figures aggressively charge, one of them lunging at Shuri-in, who blocks the attack and retorts, "I don't have time to play with you old geezers." With that, he delivers a knockout punch to the black-suited figure, causing him to stagger. Observing the situation, the remaining black-suited figure panics, cocking his gun and cursing, "Damn it, you little bastard." Having cocked his gun, he fires repeatedly forward, but Shuri-in pulls another member of the group in front of him to shield himself from the bullets, causing the man to cry out in pain. "Ah, don't shoot!" The shooter shows no intention of ceasing fire, prompting Shuri-in to charge directly at him, fiercely scolding, "Didn't you hear? That old geezer told you not to shoot. Getting hit hurts like hell, you know." The gunman stubbornly continues to aim at him, "You little bastard, I'll blow your head off." Just as he prepares to pull the trigger, Shuri-in advances, using his elbow to block the gun, diverting its aim. He contemplates, "I can concentrate." Then, resolutely, he uses the force of his arm to knock the gun away, causing a bullet to fire in a different direction. His hands move like lightning, his demeanor fierce like a brown bear. Shuri-in, with sharp eyes and an aggressive stance, uses force to strike the black-suited figure. His eyes blaze, his spirit ablaze as he gazes upon his recent punch. Elsewhere, Rachel, appearing fatigued, is gradually opening her eyes. She awakens and is astonished to find herself bound. At that moment, Marie, seated in a chair across from her, speaks, "You're awake, Rachel?" Seeing this, Rachel immediately loses her composure, swearing and yelling, "Marie, you little bitch, how dare you betray us?" Marie calmly retorts, "Calm down and listen to me, Rachel," while Rachel remains agitated and realizes she is tied up. Marie, seated in her chair, smiles as she replies, "I have no intention of betraying Dead Mansion, I just want to show you who is Dead Mansion's ultimate masterpiece," she says with an arrogant, triumphant expression. Hearing her words, Rachel is still confused. "Huh?" Marie answers, "The director said Sean is a legend, a pinnacle masterpiece of Dead Mansion." She recalls a past moment when the director stroked her head, saying, "Marie, Sean is different from the other masterpieces. From a young age, Sean has been able to do everything. You must also strive to become like Sean, because Sean is a pinnacle masterpiece." Remembering everything, Marie angrily, reluctantly, clutches the glass of water in her hand. Why is everyone so infatuated with such outdated relics? She speaks as she walks towards Rachel. "I used to wonder, just how amazing is Sean that he makes people become like this. But when I met Sean, he was just a clueless high school student." Marie gleefully laughs, "So I realized, the legend is an illusion of the past. Turns out the director wanted to cover up his mistake of losing Sean, and paint that child as a legend," she says, gently stroking Rachel's forehead. Marie continues, but I can understand, instead of emphasizing your own mistakes, acknowledging others is also a good way. She laughs heartily, while Rachel looks furious. Marie stands up, proclaiming, so, I will directly show the director that the legend is just a legend, she says, rolling up her sleeves. Smiling affirmatively. And who is the ultimate masterpiece of Dead Mansion? The words DVA appeared on Marie's arm, codename, Marie, strategic masterpiece of Dead Mansion. Seeing that, Rachel fell silent, gazing pensively in another direction. The screen displayed an image of Shurian, aka Sean, searching for something. And he hurled a rock straight ahead. At this moment, the camera suddenly cut out. The connection was lost. Rachel then suddenly burst out laughing. Pfft. Seeing that, Marie asked, puzzled, "What are you laughing at, Rachel?" Rachel replied, "I'm laughing because you're just a kid who's already putting on airs." She sarcastically continued, "The director only looked for Sean, so you're jealous. So what about the shortcomings? How do you acknowledge them? You're just saying unreasonable things." That sentence made Marie tremble with anger. But she remained calm, turning away. "Well, you may not acknowledge it, Rachel, but—" Before she could finish her sentence, Rachel spoke up, "You can't be Sean's opponent, Marie." Marie fell silent, her eyes distraught upon hearing Rachel's words. "Why are you babbling nonsense about such a worthless topic?" She immediately pulled out a gun from her pocket. With an apathetic expression, she accurately shot at the wall behind Rachel. She said emotionlessly, "That's a warning, Rachel. I don't mind hurting you." She pointed the gun straight at Rachel's forehead, warning, "If you babble about worthlessness one more time, it won't just be a scar, there will be another hole too." Hearing that, Rachel not only wasn't afraid, but also ridiculed. "Are you getting defensive, Marie?" At the same time, Byung-woo arrived, speaking up. Sorry to interrupt the conversation between the ladies," he said. "This side is almost complete. It seems that side is also preparing to finish up, huh?" Seeing the scene, he asked, "Am I disturbing you during an important conversation?" "That would be a pity." He approached Rachel, a contemptuous expression on his face, saying, "Thinking about the humiliation I had to endure because of this woman, a few bullets aren't enough for her to slowly consider." Marie interjected, asking, "But what's wrong with your face, old man? Did someone hit you?" Hearing that, he involuntarily looked back at his swollen face. This? Just ran into a little trouble." On the other hand, Hyung-ho's mother had fainted on the table. At this time, on the rooftop, there were 3 burly men in black suits guarding around Hyung-ho. One of them called to report, "Everything is done as planned." Hyung-ho lay unconscious on the floor. On the other hand, Marie said to Byung-woo, "You've worked hard, old man. Thanks to you, everything went so smoothly." Hearing that, he replied, "Not at all, it's my luck to work with someone who can understand each other's intentions." He continued, "So, what's the next plan?" But before he could finish his sentence, the bodyguard next to him covered his mouth with a drug-laced cloth. Even though he was about to be drugged, Byung-woo stubbornly asked, "What are you doing?" Marie calmly replied, "Don't be too sad, President." "Old man," the assistant following him chimed in, "I received a job offer." He calmly replied, "Isn't this how adults do things?" Marie walked over and said to Byung-woo, who was slumped in his wheelchair, "From the moment you dragged Sean into this, your value was gone. Instead, the protagonist of this case will be changed to you. The cruel act of a father being avenged by his own son. This much should be enough, right?" Then she turned to ask, "Now, where is Sean?" Marie looked at the camera screens, all of which had lost connection. She was shocked. "Huh? What's going on? Why are the screens?" Suddenly, Rachel spoke up, "Among the children of Dead Mansion, there are children with special talents. We nicknamed and called those children with special talents masterpieces. In your case, Marie, it's DVA. A masterpiece of strategy." Marie looked annoyed. "What does that have to do with anything?" Rachel replied, "Marie, I'm talking about Sean. Back then, you guys were the ultimate masterpieces, possessing all the talents." Remembering the image of the director saying in the past, "Because Sean is the ultimate masterpiece." Hearing that, Marie hesitantly asked, "The ultimate masterpiece is?" At this time, the lights in the room suddenly went out, plunging it into darkness. The assistant asked, "Did the power go out?" Then he took out his phone to check. Right at that moment, there was a loud thump on the ceiling as Shurian jumped down. Marie turned around and shouted at the man, "Get out of the way!" But it was too late. Shurian jumped down and hit the man's head, causing him pain. Seeing this, Rachel smiled excitedly. Among the children that Dead Mansion created, that boy is clearly the ultimate masterpiece. At this time, Shurian faced them with a serious expression, his eyes sharp and dangerous. When Sean was little, the director's voice echoed, "Very excellent, Sean. Although all the good kids at this Dead Mansion are excellent, you're on a different level from them. Only a perfect child with supreme talent and strength like you can be considered the elite of Dead Mansion. You are a masterpiece, Sean." Sean pondered, maintaining a calm attitude in the face of the director's praise. "You are masterpiece number 2, no, the number 1 masterpiece of us all. Congratulations." As he spoke, he led him to the laboratory. Vincent, holding the tools, looked at him with an emotionless expression. And the director, standing behind, put his hand on his shoulder, whispering, "You are the ultimate masterpiece. You understand, right?" And Sean stood still without any resistance, while Marie, standing behind, looked at him with a jealous expression. Marie was jealous when she witnessed the director praising Sean like that. Back in reality, Sean stood in the dark room facing Marie. Rachel, sitting behind, yelled, "Sean, that damned brat, Marie is all." Sean interrupted, "You don't need to say more. Because I grasped the general situation while coming here, and as for the details. First, beat her up and then ask." He gritted his teeth, annoyed. Hearing that, Marie still smiled provocatively. "Are you going to hit a girl and see her as your opponent?" Then, as she spoke, she slowly pulled a small knife from her pocket. She spoke up, "Hanho's mother must hate you a lot," she said, and stepped forward, attacking him with the weapon. Sean dodged Marie's attack and yelled, "You still dare to say that this all happened because of who?" He thought to himself, "Just as I thought." Marie of the present was still attacking him even though he was a Dead Mansion person. Marie still fiercely and resolutely attacked Sean. He continued to think, could it be that she ignores the principles altogether? Sean cut off his stream of thought. "I'll think about that later." Then he took the initiative to approach Marie. He said, "You started it." After he finished speaking, he swung his hand, knocking off Marie's glasses and blocking her stab. Being pressured, Marie thought, as expected, "I can't beat him with strength alone." She then used her technique to slip behind him, putting him in a neck hold. Marie used the hold and slammed Sean to the ground. Sean was slammed down, but his hand was still on the ground to support himself. He felt unbelievable. What kind of technique is that? Rachel quickly realized, that's not a technique taught at Dead Mansion. Seizing the opportunity, Marie quickly ran away while Sean was still in a daze. Seeing this, Rachel anxiously spoke up, "Sean, chase after her quickly. You have to catch Marie. Someone is helping her from behind. We have to find out about this." Hearing this, Sean was shocked. "Someone is behind her? What are you saying?" Rachel impatiently yelled, "Hurry up. I'll explain later." Sean replied, "Damn it. I understand." And quickly ran out to chase after Marie. He ran after her and thought, someone behind Marie? What the hell is going on? No matter what, the important thing right now is just one thing. Marie or the person behind her, they know how to escape the control of the 3 principles. Sean pondered, a look of determination on his face. I have to catch Marie no matter what. When Marie was about to run to the door, Sean called from behind, "Hey! Stop for a moment. I want to ask you something." Sean was chasing and annoyedly said, "Slow down a bit while running." Marie held a few experimental test tubes. Hearing that, she said with contempt, "Run." She put on a mask and said, "Now it's officially starting." After that, she threw all the test tubes up high. The drugs fell out and they exploded. The drug compounds collided and caused an explosion. Sean covered his nose and realized, an explosive reaction, and this smell is a compound of phosphorus and sodium metal with ammonia. The laboratory contains too many unusual things. Sean quickly ran away to avoid the explosion. He cautiously thought, it's too dangerous to breathe this in. At that moment, Marie charged out from nowhere and attacked him with a knife. Sean inhaled smoke from the explosion, causing him to cough continuously. Marie still stubbornly attacked him. She stabbed Sean's arm, making it bleed. Next, she aimed for his hip, right on his stomach, and attacked. Marie punched Sean in the stomach, causing him pain. This place? The place that Dimitri injured? This brat. As expected, she's been watching. Sean started to feel breathless and had difficulty due to the smoke smell of the explosion. Sean thought, damn it. Is there anything around that I can use as a weapon? He dodged Marie's attack and planned to grab the item on the table. However, Marie was quick and kicked his hand. I've grasped everything about you beforehand, Sean. You will skillfully use the surrounding objects when you fall into an unfavorable situation. Images of him attacking people bigger than him alone. But you are not the only one. With the ability to improvise. Marie seized the opportunity and lunged to stab Sean's arm. She stabbed his old wound, causing it to bleed more. Sean looked at the wound in fear, saying, "Damn it! The wound's been reopened. This is serious." Behind him, the test tubes flew over and shattered. The drug compound detonated. Sean ran away, dodging the fire. He tried to run away as fast as he could, escaping the fire, but Marie still wouldn't let go, chasing after Sean. She rushed as fast as the wind, chasing after Sean. But when she reached the corner of the wall, Sean had disappeared. She silently observed. Marie saw the bloodstains along the hallway outside, and Sean had escaped. He had taken off his jacket and used it to cover his eyes while running. He hugged his bleeding arm. "Damn it!" Looking at the wound, he worried. "I'm losing more blood than I thought. It's too dangerous to be hit continuously like this." Sean struggled to walk. He painfully sweated, blaming, "Damn it, if it weren't for that bear." Despite the pain from the wound, he still thought teasingly, "I wonder which class will be in charge of cleaning the library? You guys are dead, haha." He quietly reflected on everything. He suddenly remembered Rachel. He slammed his hand on the table. "Is this because of me too?" At this time, Marie was looking for Sean. She called out, "Sean!" She was looking and calling, "Sean, where are you hiding?" She cried out, "Oh my God!" When she saw the blood stains scattered on the stairs, blood all over the floor, "Can't ignore it." Marie smiled gleefully. "You're still alive, aren't you?" She spoke up, "But I say, Sean, isn't the title of Ultimate that you were given strange?" Marie was walking up the stairs and said, "Normally, nicknames are given based on the special abilities of each child. But the director gave the title of Ultimate only to you. I believe that was the director's mistake, because he named the first masterpiece too easily. While there may be more outstanding children appearing in the future, but before anything, he called you the Ultimate. It's illogical, isn't it? In short, he was too hasty." Marie looked at the long trail of blood on the floor, planning something. She ran quickly towards the bloodstain and said, "When calling a fool who basically doesn't have anything like you the Ultimate of Dead Mansion." But in front of her, it's just an empty space without Sean. She looked at the stapler on the ground, wondering, "Stapler?" Suddenly, Sean appeared behind her and said, "Babbling is so annoying. Why do you talk so much?" Marie slowly turned around, holding the knife, planning to stab Sean. But she stabbed the book. Sean used his left hand to hold the book, blocking Marie's stab. Marie was shocked and surprised. Clearly his left arm was bleeding. She looked down at his arm in surprise. He stitched the wound with a stapler? Sean then spoke up, before complaining about what a masterpiece is, "You're the one who doesn't have the basics." He swung his hand and punched Marie hard in the face, causing her to bleed. The force of his punch knocked Marie to the ground. Sean approached and grabbed Marie's clothes. He grabbed her clothes, and his other hand curled into a fist, his eyes cold. He looked at the notice posted in the room and said, "You must be quiet in the library, that's the basics." Sean gestured to be quiet, whispering, "So you should obediently answer my questions." He squeezed Marie's mouth and asked, "You know, right?" He said seriously, "The way to destroy the three principles." Marie looked at Sean, thinking, Sean, the legend of Dead Mansion, the ultimate masterpiece. Is this the level he's at? At this time, Sean, with an ice-cold face, looked at Marie, waiting for an answer. He squeezed Marie's mouth, starting to lose patience, harshly saying, "You know, right? The way to destroy the three principles." He glared at Marie. At this time, Marie started to laugh. "Ah, the three principles?" She scornfully said, "That brainwashing thing for ignorant, troublemaking kids?" Hearing that, Sean sternly asked, "So you know?" Marie then smirked. "Pfft. Are you curious about the secret of the three principles?" Sunlight shone into the large house. A couple stood next to each other, the wife with a happy expression. "Oh my God." On the table was a pile of completed documents. "I'm done, Mom," Marie said to her parents. "The essay had an error in the theoretical proof. I've corrected it." The little girl honestly said, however, "It requires a lot of specialized knowledge to make an accurate judgment." Marie's mother pinched her cheek in satisfaction, brightly saying, "My good luck, thank you." That praise made Marie feel very happy. Marie brought coffee downstairs for her parents. Marie politely said, "Mom, I brought the coffee." Her mother was working, she said indifferently. "Okay, just leave it there." Suddenly, Marie spoke up, "Mom, the theory you're describing has an error." Her mother was stunned. "What?" Marie looked at the documents on the table and innocently explained, "Here, instead of this method." Her mother heard and stood up, holding her head tiredly. "Okay, Marie, thank you. I think I need to rest a bit." She went upstairs, her tone annoyed, instructing her husband, "I'm going to sleep. Don't wake me up. If you also want to rest, use another room." Marie's father was still looking at his phone and comforted the little girl. "Marie, just ignore her. Your mom must be too stressed, that's all." She obediently replied, "Yes, I understand." After that, he excitedly said, "Dad's going out for a bit." Marie's mother wearily came downstairs. Seeing that, the little girl quickly asked, "Mom, are you awake?" Marie pointed to the pile of thick documents on the table, saying, "While you were sleeping, I finished processing the data." Her mother couldn't believe it, asking, "You did?" She picked up the pile of documents to look and asked, "Where's Dad, Marie?" Marie replied, "He didn't say where he was going." Her mother held her head indifferently, saying, "Oh, really? Remember to ask next time." Marie obediently replied, "Yes." There was something she wanted to say on her face. She gave her mother a picture of her father. "I found out what you asked me to. The woman next to Dad is 28 years old." After following them, their location stopped at the 307 hotel on the outskirts of the city. Her mother lost control. She slammed the table hard, yelling, "Enough!" She said, "Marie, that's enough. I don't need to hear any more," causing Marie to be stunned by her mother's actions. Seeing her about to pick up the coffee to drink, the little girl immediately advised, "Mom, coffee isn't good for you. You're in a state of extreme stress. With that complexion and lifestyle over the past period, it's highly likely that your menstrual cycle will be unstable in the near future. Therefore, you should rest and—" Before the little girl could finish, her mother slapped Marie in the face. Marie hugged her cheek in surprise, saying, "Mom?" She said in a sarcastic tone, "You must think you're the smartest, huh? You think I'm inferior to you, don't you? That's ridiculous. No one can replace me." Her face was scary, looking at Marie with hatred. That made Marie feel frustrated and unwilling. At the mansion, that's how it was? The director looked pensively out the window, saying, "But returning her like this is a bit of a loss." Marie felt self-reproach. The little girl said sadly, "I'm sorry." The director walked over, stroking her head to comfort her. No need to apologize." He sat down next to her, saying to the little girl, "Marie, people are often uncomfortable with those who are more talented than them. So I don't blame you, because among the good kids at Dead Mansion, you're the smartest." Marie asked blankly, "I am?" The director replied, "That's right, Marie. You don't need to feel too hurt. Thinking about it, I shouldn't have let you be adopted so easily." He gently comforted the little girl. "From now on, use your talents for Dead Mansion, you understand, Marie?" Hearing that, Marie was moved and happy. Returning to reality, Marie jealously said, "But Sean, you reappeared again. The director shouldn't bother with people like you." Hearing that, Sean lost his patience. Hey. Why are you steering the conversation away? Aren't you curious about that? More importantly, tell me quickly how to destroy them." Marie ferociously bit his hand. "Ha! That's enough." Seeing Marie's attitude, Sean angrily raised his fist, planning to hit Marie. "You still want to play?" But Marie kicked her leg, blocking his punch. She said, "That's right. Thanks to that, I recovered my strength." As she spoke, she picked up the knife. Marie held the knife, wanting to stab Sean, but he dodged in time. "Damn it! You've been stalling all this time?" Marie pulled the rubber band out of her hair. Her eyes became colder and more ruthless. She braced her hands on the ground in a fighting stance. Sean thought, "No, there's something different about her now." Marie's expression was completely different. "Time to get serious about fighting, huh?" With that, she shot forward like an arrow and threw a punch at Sean. But he managed to block the blow in time. "He thought too fast." Marie immediately said, "Of course I'm fast." Sean was astonished. "What was that just now?" Marie smiled triumphantly. "What, so surprised? I can easily grasp whatever you're thinking." Then she kicked his leg, causing him to fall. Marie prepared to punch Sean in the stomach. But he quickly grabbed the book next to him and held it across his stomach, causing Marie to punch the middle of the book. Sean flipped over, holding the book in his hand with a bewildered expression. Marie looked at him with a smug, combative expression and said, "The power and speed are different than before, right?" Marie jumped up and knocked over the bookshelf. "Did you ever think of this, Sean?" she said with a cold laugh. "Even though we were trained from a young age, how could we possibly face a grown adult? Or a professional? Haven't you felt it too? I mean, there's something fishy here." Sean stood up and looked directly at her, saying, "How long are you going to keep talking nonsense?" Hearing that, Marie gave a mocking laugh. "As expected, even after saying all that. You still don't understand." Sean was bewildered and confused about everything that was happening. Marie then swung forward, using the book to attack Sean. "Legendary peak, huh?" She tried to hit Sean with the book, and he blocked it with his arms across his chest. "Hey, you stubborn kid!" But Marie ducked down and struck his injured abdomen. She said with interest, "This is also a strategy?" Sean bit his teeth in pain. "Damn it!" He turned around and saw the chair behind him. Marie charged aggressively. "Didn't expect that, did you, idiot? It's over!" She pounced on Sean, hitting him hard. With a smug expression, "Sean, I'm the true peak of Dead Mansion." Sean, clutching his arm which was bleeding heavily, hearing that, looked down on her. "The peak? You," he said sternly, "you think this is the end, Marie?" Then his hand touched the chair next to him. He slammed the chair hard against the ground. He punched the glass next to him with force. He remembered when he was young, this martial art requires you to use weapons with both hands. Alexander said to him, "It's a technique so dangerous that it can kill the opponent." One of Sean's hands held a shard of broken glass. The other hand held a wooden piece from the chair. He held the glass shard like a knife, ready to attack. His expression changed, his eyes cold, ready to face the battle. Marie was shocked to see that. "That's Alexander." Then Sean rushed forward and defeated Marie with a single move. Marie fell, blood splattering everywhere. She remembered the headmaster's words, "Must be the peak." Marie collapsed painfully onto the floor. Sean held the sharp glass shard to Marie's neck. His eyes were cold, wanting to finish her off. But he stopped and cursed inwardly. "Damn it!" He hoisted Marie onto his shoulder and said, "Just this once." He coldly asked, "All that stuff about destroying the three principles, it's all a lie, right? If there's another time, I won't let it go." Marie shed a single tear and whispered, "Headmaster." Meanwhile, in the cold castle. Outside the door, there were dead bodies everywhere. A man was holding a knife with a tattoo on his hand. And a tall, burly man with tattoos all over his body and blood on his back was kneeling behind him. The man turned around and smiled mysteriously. On the terrace, the security guards assigned to guard the place. The rain got heavier. They were frustrated because they didn't know how long they would have to wait. One of them said, "Wait until there's a signal." "A signal? What signal?" "I don't know, but at least they should call and let us know. Until then, just follow the plan." As he spoke, he approached Hanho. "So all we have to do is throw this kid down? Annoying. Just throw him down and be done with it." Many dark intentions surrounded Hanho. "We have to get rid of the blonde brat first to finish this off. Only we are stuck with the trouble." Suddenly, the security guard got close to Hanho again. "But, you've been listening to us this whole time, huh?" In the roaring thunder, his eyes became terrifyingly extreme. The situation was exposed. The security guard forcefully dragged Hanho to the railing. "You were lying still and eavesdropping, huh? Do you know how much trouble we're going through?" In the heavy rain, Hanho tried to beg them to let him go. Hanho didn't understand the current situation. The security guard threw him against the steel mesh. He loudly questioned, "You didn't die even when you jumped from the 4th floor last time, right? Don't bother us this time." Hanho looked at the distant abyss beside him. Fear and dread were deeply engraved in his mind. "Let's end it in one go, huh?" The stone with the familiar writing below reminded him of the terrifying experiences, causing him to cower back. Hanho felt nauseous. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Finally, he threw it all out of his mouth, causing the security guards to panic and step back. "Damn it, what are you doing, you bastard? The rain already annoys me, so filthy." The door suddenly burst open. The boy stepped out with lifeless eyes. "Are you Hanho?" "Looks like it." The security guards were startled and scared. "What's with that kid?" The boy spoke, just like what I heard. A weakling with a pathetic face, useless. The boy's words were unlike his age, causing Hanho to doubt. What? Who are you? Suddenly, the boy took out a small knife. To explain, I'm a regular at Hanho's snack shop. The security guards saw the boy with a weapon and quickly drew their daggers. Then, they shouted loudly, "You little brat!" Before they could finish speaking, the boy easily left clean, sweet cuts on them. In less than a second, the security guards felt excruciating pain, falling one by one. What is that brat? He's so fast. Hanho was overwhelmed by the boy's speed. What is that? There's a kid like that? The one near Hanho fumbled inside his pocket. That's right, I have a gun. Hanho became worried and tried to crawl towards him. A gun? He's carrying a gun? What's going on? The boy was still fighting the security guards over there, unaware that he had become the target of a gun. Hanho's eyes widened. That boy is in danger. I have to do something. But it's a gun. How can I do it? A weakling with a pathetic face, useless. The words the boy had said earlier permeated Hanho's soul. He gritted his teeth and turned towards the security guard. He was aiming right at the boy. This is the end, brat. The bullet was fired, fortunately not hitting a vital spot, but leaving a wound on the boy's leg. The boy painfully collapsed to the ground. This time, the security guard cocked the gun again, aiming directly at the boy's head. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Hanho's shout echoed, drowning out even the sound of the ring. Who's pathetic? He used what little strength he had to bite hard on the security guard's ear. He stammered, pointing a gun at a child like that, "What are you planning to do?" The security guard screamed like a monkey whose tail had been stepped on because of the wound. "You, my ear, let go! I'll kill you first!" As he spoke, he pointed the gun at Hanho's head. Fortunately, the boy returned. The boy kicked the gun away with one foot. "Hanho, I take back what I said just now. You're not useless anymore." Scene change in a dark building. Marie gradually woke up after the battle with Shurian. Rachel, who was in front of her, said, "You're awake?" Marie, thankfully. "If you had died too soon, I would have been in trouble." Marie vaguely remembered the battle, feeling angry about having failed miserably. Finally, she asked Rachel about Shurian's whereabouts. "Where's Sean?" "What, did you forget something?" Making excuses, "He's probably gone to find the old woman and that brat," Rachel replied. "Stop being so long-winded, I'm asking you now." Rachel threw the needle straight out. "It's nothing to be surprised about, just a truth serum. Of course, if you inject a few more doses, who knows, your life might evaporate from shock." She pinned Marie to the ground. "Now, truthfully answer my question. What are you secretly plotting, you damn brat?" Marie actually laughed. She answered without any fear, "If it's about that, I would say it whether you inject me with the drug or not. As many times as you want that thing. Is the idea of destroying half of Dead Mansion, along with number 0? Number 0? Number 0 is still alive." Rachel revealed her shock. "So worried? He said he was the one who left the scar on your forehead, and couldn't even apologize properly before leaving. That's right, the true legend of Dead Mansion that you guys have been hiding. Number 0 is still alive, Rachel." Scene change. The hallway became bustling with Shurian's panting. He ran while looking into the classrooms. This way is Hanho's classroom. After a while, Shurian stopped in front of a certain room. Inside was Hanho's mother, but she looked noticeably haggard. Shurian was afraid that something had happened to her, so he tried to make noise by knocking on the glass door. "Ma'am." Fortunately, Hanho's mother was still breathing. She kept calling her son's name. Shurian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the door. "Thank goodness, it seems you're not injured." But just as he was about to enter, he paused. Shurian remembered when Hyan's mother was full of tears. And also Rachel's image with her evil smile. Shurian stopped his actions again. He lowered his head and leaned against the door, his eyes filled with thought. At the same time, the boy appeared. "Sean, are you there? Are you okay?" Shurian was quite surprised and quickly asked, "Kid, are you hurt?" "Nowhere." As soon as he finished speaking, Hanho was right behind the boy. He saw Shurian and couldn't believe his eyes. "Park Shurian, why are you here?" The boy sighed. "The Sean I was talking about earlier is him. Although he looks like a monkey and acts stupid, but he's also the one who beat up the thugs who were targeting you." Before the boy's words, Shurian was absolutely still. Knowing the truth, Hanho was silent for a long time, then softly asked, Park Shurian, Sean, what did he do? What the hell are you talking about? Hanho's tone suddenly soared. Russian mercenaries or dead mansion, what does it have to do with me? In the end I ended up like this, because of getting involved with a rogue like you? All the pressure in Hanho was out of control and poured on Shurian. Seeing that Shurian didn't answer, Hanho was even more furious. Speak, Park Shurian, what is this situation? That thing. Shurian stammered. The boy noticed Hanho's mother in the room. Instinct urged him to push the door open, calling out loudly to her, Mom. Hanho also noticed what was inside. Mom, why are you here? Shurian seemed to want to say something. But then a bad feeling began to appear. Shurian sensed a danger threatening everyone behind him, so he could only stand outside, witnessing Hanho trying to shake his mother. Mom, wake up. Shurian told the boy, Kid, take the old woman and Hanho out of here. You'll see Rachel in the parking lot, gather there. The boy felt strange and asked, Why suddenly like that? What's wrong? Nothing, don't worry. Next, Shurian entered the room and called Hanho back. He said, I'll explain to you later. At this time, I can only say that. Sorry, I can't protect anything. As he spoke, Shurian clenched his fist even tighter. Fortunately, Hanho cooperated. He and the boy helped his mother out. Before leaving, Hanho reminded Shurian, later, you must explain everything clearly to me. Explain clearly, what are you protecting, what are you apologizing for? Their backs, which were getting farther and farther away, gradually disappeared in the hallway. Shurian regained his spirit. Okay, I understand, so. He turned his eyes to the hidden corner nearby and said loudly to the person who was following, You can come out now. Footsteps suddenly echoed from the darkness in front of him. Growing louder and louder, a figure filled with murderous intent appeared over there. Shurian looked at him in shock. The mysterious person spoke, quite observant. Blonde hair, blue eyes, you're Sean, right? Legend, I was a little worried when I heard about this. You're very different from what I heard. I thought you would look fierce. Shurian yelled at him, Who are you? Jang Hyun, he replied. Jang Hyun is my name. In a snow-covered village in Siberia, Russia, inside the Barefoot headquarters. Right at the entrance, two heavily armed men stand guard for a monster inside. A man appears with a vintage bottle of liquor, his body covered in tattoos and scars. He is Beluga Kozlov, affiliated with Barefoot, acting as a leadership advisor. Beluga questions the visitor, What brings you here? Surely not seeking peace. The person opposite is Vincent, secretary affiliated with Dead Mansion. Vincent replies, Can't you tell by looking at me? The situation is very serious. The director is very angry about you Barefoot guys. People in the industry should respect each other. Or do you bears not know when to stop? Beluga cradles the vintage bottle. What are you saying, you fake bastards? Nearby, Sasha answers on behalf of them, If you're talking about what happened in Korea, there's nothing we can do. It was just a small conflict that happened during a mission. This large man is known to be Barefoot's strategy coach. Sasha continues, If possible, we would like to avoid conflicts with you Dead Mansion guys. Vincent glances at him, laughable. Avoiding it by sending a second-rate guy like Dmitri? That was a coincidence? You even sent Bare Knuckle, the strongest in Barefoot. A terrifying voice comes from a nearby sofa. The murderous aura from this person is even more intense than anyone else. Because Igor Medvedev is the leader of Barefoot, codenamed Bare Knuckle. Sasha shouts, Whatever, that's enough, you midget. It would be better if you stopped yapping. Sasha gets angry, Midget? Who are you calling a midget? Me? As soon as he takes off his glasses, he receives several invisible cuts. Only when blood starts oozing out does Sasha realize he's been hit. It was Beluga with his slender weapon who caused it. Look at this. When did they get here, the brats from Dead Mansion above? Beluga questions Vincent, This is child abuse, you know that, right? Oh well, looks like you want to go all the way today. As he speaks, he pulls out a gun hidden around his waist. Whoever loses shuts down their business, and starts knocking on coffin lids. As soon as he finishes, one of the kids answers from behind Beluga's cushion. Startling him, this brat. Sorry. The boy approaches Vincent, What is it? I didn't give any orders to come down here. Suddenly, the boy calls Vincent's name. From the boy, Vincent knows something is wrong. The boy whispers to Vincent, I can't contact the director and the others. With anyone at Dead Mansion. In the silent atmosphere, Beluga's subordinate suddenly rushes in, looking extremely flustered. Mr. Beluga, what is it? Why are you in such a hurry? He whispers something to Beluga. Not knowing what he heard, Beluga's expression changes completely. What? What happened, Igor? Back at the school where Hanho is studying, dawn is breaking through the window. It's also the moment when Jang Hyun closes the distance with Shurian. He says, blonde hair, blue eyes, you must be Sean, the legend. I was a little worried when I heard about it. Looks like you're different from what I thought. I imagined you as someone with a terrifyingly violent appearance. Shurian asks about his identity, half believing, half doubting. Jang Hyun, that's my name. Jang Hyun, first time I've heard that name. Shurian suddenly thinks, the murderous aura I felt in the hallway back then, is it from this guy? He looks normal on the outside. As Shurian gets caught up in the confusion about Jang Hyun, he gets close with a hook kick straight to his face. Shurian is startled and tries to block the opponent's thunderous kick. From what he feels, Shurian realizes Jang Hyun's strength is terrifying. What is this? It's like being hit by a hammer. Jang Hyun is quite surprised that Shurian can still stand. You blocked it? I was planning to finish it in one blow. Without answering him, Shurian raises his morale and counterattacks with a punch. Unexpectedly, before he can even touch him, Jang Hyun reads his move, not only locking his movements, but also lifting him up and slamming him down. Resisting will only hurt more. Do you like that? He sneers. I had high expectations because you're the ultimate masterpiece, the legend of Dead Mansion. Shurian breaks free from the control, but accidentally creates an opportunity for Jung Hyun to attack. He rushes at Shurian like a storm. Your skills aren't even as good as those old geezers. Faced with the fierce attacks from the tiger, Shurian can only block unconditionally. However, he is cornered, and no longer confident enough to defend. Jung Hyun rushes in with a finishing kick. Struggling is useless, just give up obediently. In the silent hallway, the sound of a collision suddenly echoes. Jung Hyun's eyes become blurry, followed by Shurian's voice. What? Old geezers? Where did you come from and spout nonsense? It turns out Shurian blocked the attack. He even grabbed Jung Hyun's collar, which is why he's dazed. Shurian continues, anyway, this is the legend of Dead Mansion. Comparing me to your old geezers or whatever, I'm a little hurt, you know? Shurian uses the force of impact to gain momentum, then spins a few times and throws Jung Hyun straight out the window. The glass shatters. Just when it seemed like everything was over, Jung Hyun's voice echoes from the broken window. You actually threw me out the window? I thought you were a good boy. He actually came back. Jung Hyun slowly walks down the hallway. You guys aren't good at all. Just as Shurian was about to say something, he was grabbed by Jung Hyun with his superior speed. Then, he slams his head hard against the wall. No good, number 0 told me to bring you. But I almost killed you. The rain gets heavier. Marie smirks. Rachel, why so tense? If you want, you can join us. Rachel explodes in anger, questioning her. Do you not understand your situation right now? No, you're the one who doesn't understand, Rachel. He will be here soon, the leader of Barefoot Bare Knuckle. No matter what, you are no match for Igor, the strongest in Barefoot. Suddenly, a voice comes through the radio. Sorry, but Igor won't be able to make it. Because the flight to Korea, it blew up. Igor is probably out at sea now, huh? Rachel's eyes widen. Sorry for getting your hopes up too high, Marie. Marie's smile fades, her eyes looking blankly at the radio. What? This voice, could it be? The voice then says, Hello Rachel, long time no see, how have you been? I wanted to come and see you directly, but I'm sorry, I have a lot of things to do here. On the other end, Rachel is screaming, Why are you using the director's phone? That's right. Nal slowly turns his eyes to the side. I'm with the director here. Unfortunately, the director is currently unable to talk on the phone. Marie stammers, What? What do you mean? Didn't you say the director would be safe? That's right, Marie. Sorry, but I lied. My goal from the start was to wipe out Dead Mansion. So of course, I have to get rid of the director too. Through the phone, Nal loudly praises Marie. It's all thanks to you, really. Diverting attention by creating a conflict with Barefoot, an unexpected tactic, truly worthy of being called the masterpiece of strategy. Thanks to that, all the pastors are focused on Barefoot, making it easier to destroy Dead Mansion. Moreover, the leaders of both organizations are out of contact. They must be suspecting each other now, huh? Just as he said, both Vincent and Beluga hold weapons to each other's necks. You damned fake bastards. You filthy bear bastards. In the cold snowfield of Russia, the fuse for the conflict is slowly burning. Vincent asks Beluga, "You want to go all the way, don't you? You think I'm scared? I'll send you all back to God." This is just the fuse and tinder, because of the appearance of another important figure. In front of the two leaders, this person speaks up, "You guys can stop now, because the most powerful person in Russia doesn't allow this to happen." The overwhelming aura quickly makes Vincent sweat profusely. She adds, "Have you forgotten the instructions of the Alexander family?" Beluga is somewhat wary, whispering, "I didn't expect you to come here in person." Alexander Sophia in front of them scolds, "It's good that you didn't, or it would have been a big deal. You're standing in front of a lady, put down your weapons, okay?" Besides her famous name on the battlefield, Sophia is also praised by people in the industry as a war hero. It's unexpected that Sophia would appear here. Slav smiles sarcastically, "Is that really Sophia? Dead Mansion, are you so pathetic that you have to call Alexander?" But Vincent immediately retorts, "We didn't call you." At this time, Sophia speaks up, "Although I have helped Dead Mansion before. But saying that I was called by them makes me a little uncomfortable." Vincent and Slav's faces show some surprise and fear. The boy next to her is very admiring, "Awesome, those two don't even dare to do anything." So this is Alexander. Sophia says her purpose, "Today I'm not here to side with one side or the other, but to warn you that the current situation is extremely serious. The current situation is not just a matter between Dead Mansion and Barefoot. That kid has finally appeared, a masterpiece that Dead Mansion has been hiding for a long time. That person is Null." At another building, Shurian is still trying to speak while being restrained. Number 0. "Who does that guy think he is, kidnapping people?" Then Jang Hyun presses him harder against the wall. "Come with me to see who that person is. No more words. I came all the way here to catch you." Before he can finish, Shurian bites Jang Hyun's hand. "Oh, really?" Jang Hyun quickly pulls his hand away. "EW, disgusting, how can you bite someone like that?" Shurian feels a smell in his mouth. "What is this? Isn't this just a bandage?" Now Jang Hyun notices his hand. Turning around, he sees Shurian holding it up. "Why are you wearing this?" Jang Hyun's punch almost hits him. "Give it to me. Give it to me, you mutt. Shurian doesn't need this thing anyway. What's wrong with you? Here you go, take it." "Oh God, my head. What's wrong with this guy?" Jang Hyun receives a call. Number 0. The other party is Null. "How is it, Jang Hyun? Are you angry and using your fists? You can't do that. If you help me, I'll find that person for you. But if you kill Sean, things will get complicated." Jang Hyun replies, "Sorry, Number 0. But this bastard is completely different from what you said. His strength is terrible, his fashion sense is awful, especially that hairstyle is so ugly." Shurian sneers, "Why does everyone hate on me?" Null's voice is still quite calm. "Sean is that weak? That's strange, how can this be? Could it be that he went to choose his parents?" Jang Hyun sighs in frustration. "Humph, you guys are complicated." Null asks, "Do you want to try Sean?" The first step. Jang Hyun wants to know what it is. Annoying, what do I have to do?" Null asks curiously, "Sean's parents aren't there?" "Go kill them." Before he can answer, Shurian rushes forward and punches Jang Hyun hard in the face. For the first time, Jang Hyun witnesses this scene. "What? How can this be? I didn't even see it." Shurian's foot continues to move up. He lowers his heels straight down where Jang Hyun is standing. But Jang Hyun manages to dodge, so Shurian steps on the floor, causing it to break. Even Shurian himself doesn't know why he did that. "What is this?" Jang Hyun smiles in amusement. "So this is your true strength, Sean. I think you were right, Number 0. Null is a little flustered. "Really? Are you sure?" Jang Hyun touches his right cheek lightly. "Sean, the legend of Dead Mansion is quite useful." The other end seems quite happy. "I told you, he will definitely help our plan." The sun shines on Jang Hyun. "It's this late?" Null immediately gives instructions. It's morning, now get out of there." Still not fully believing, Jang Hyun asks again, "Just leave like that? Are you sure?" It's already in Null's calculations. Well, if Sean is locked up like that, bringing him back won't help either. Let's wait and see. Because now it really starts. Suddenly Eugene runs over. "Sean, there's big trouble." Dead Mansion and the director. What is this all about, Sean? Sure, Ian quickly looks around. What? Where did he go? Eugene still doesn't understand what's going on. Who are you talking about? Sure, Ian's expression is very anxious. Jang Hyun, I'm talking about him. As soon as he finishes speaking, Sure Ian's body can't stand still. He falls to the ground without hesitation. I have to find him. He knows something. I have to chase him. Damn it, my body. Then Sure Ian faints in Eugene's panic. Wake up, Sean. A long time passes. A month has passed since that time. Everything that happened that day was handled properly by the White Tiger forces. The school is temporarily closed. At times like these, they went on vacation. Is it really? The culprit of this series of events is Joseph's father. His son was accused of leading school violence. He resented the school and the people around him. Hanho and his mother must still be in shock. Sure, Ian doesn't think he should visit them during this time. Standing in front of a rather old place, Sure Ian slowly raises the door. The gun from Dimitri points at his head. Kid, couldn't you come faster? How long were you planning to make us wait? Seeing this, Sure Ian is a little surprised. What is this? Did you really come? Dimitri doesn't like to answer directly. It's just because of the circumstances. Get in quickly. You're the last one. Everyone else is here. Looking around, Sure Ian immediately judges. Oh, it looks harmonious, huh? Just a month ago you were killing each other. Marie's hands are restrained by iron cuffs. Dimitri says, of course, work is work. Moreover, the person paying us is gone. More importantly, Igor, my brother had to, number 0 or whatever, I can't let it go. You're from Dead Mansion, right? If you know anything, you better say it. Next to her, Rachel says, the situation here is the same. The director is now captured by number 0. If it wasn't for you barefoot guys, how could this have happened? The young man with the baseball bat speaks up. What? Are you kidding me? If you want to settle accounts, your side attack this side first. Unable to bear it, Dimitri presses the gun harder. It's all because of this glasses girl. Kill her. Marie doesn't give in. Whatever, it's because you bear guys are too simple. The boy glares. Do you see this? Do you think I don't dare to hit you? Sure, Ian hasn't said much so far. The youngest person here is also the most serious, Eugene. That's enough, don't you guys see? We're all being played by him. Let's sort things out and deal with them one by one. Dimitri grumbles. That's why I'm asking this girl for information about that bastard. Sure, Ian seems too tired. The leader of Dead Mansion is captured. The entire orphanage force is damaged. The leader of Barefoot is missing. No, in reality he's probably dead. Maybe everyone here already knows. Who is the common enemy we need to deal with? Dimitri is a little curious. So what are you planning to do, kid? Sure, Ian has a plan in his head. We will form a temporary organization. As I said earlier, we have a common enemy, right? Let's form a temporary alliance. Korean kids call this a crew. One person has this opinion. Why should we ally with you guys? Another has a different opinion. Crew? Interesting. So what's the organization's name? Sure, Ian hasn't really thought about it yet. Dimitri says in frustration, are you stupid? You have to have a name for people to join. This time Sure Ian has figured it out. Barefoot and Dead Mansion. Take the first letters to make bad. Bad child. What about the bad kids? The bad kids are born with only one goal. Number 0. I'll beat that bastard myself. Dimitri himself finds it very interesting. Bad. It starts with the first letter of Barefoot, not bad. The guy with the bat is a little unconvinced. What? Are you really going to join that crew? Dimitri laughs. Yeah, I like this name, but I don't know what's going on. In just 1 month, that kid has become a completely different person. Did something happen, Rachel? Rachel just looks silently, and doesn't answer. Back to a month ago. Vincent's voice comes from the phone. Sean, how is it, Rachel? Rachel is still in the hospital room, still recovering. It seems like he overexerted himself. This makes Vincent less worried. This is also a good thing. We won't encounter any obstacles bringing Sean back. The boy walks over and asks, where do I put this? Vincent says without looking, give me that book, and put the rest on the bookshelf in the VIP room. Then Rachel asks, how is the situation at Dead Mansion? Vincent recounts, we came back immediately after hearing Sophia's warning, and the director disappeared along with Nal. And one more thing. He took the list of good children. Rachel is visibly surprised. If it's the list, could it be? Vincent continues for her, yes, the situation the director was worried about has finally happened. Nal is planning to retrieve the good children who were sold. Standing in front of a child, Nal reaches out his hand. Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. I'm here to save you, come with me. The girl is still hesitant to decide to go with Nal. Vincent is still in contact with Rachel. First, I'm checking the identities and locations of the clients recorded in the backup list. Even so, we don't have enough manpower to protect everyone. Although I don't like it, I'm asking those bears for help, because they are also targeting number 0. Rachel asks curiously, Nal is harming the clients, but that doesn't mean he has control over the good children, right? Vincent nods. Normally, that would be true. Then Rachel says a series of reasons, but I heard Marie say it, we found a way to destroy the 3 principles. Vincent doesn't believe what he hears. Nal really found a way? No way. Wasn't the director always afraid that the children would ignore the 3 absolute principles? Rachel's eyes turned to Shurian. That's why when we found Sean, the director wanted me to confirm whether he was still controlled by the 3 principles or not. Vincent has something more to say. Yes, especially. Sean doesn't realize it yet, does he? I'm just guessing, but it's very likely that Nal will contact Sean first. Therefore, at all costs, we have to bring Sean back. Don't let them meet. In his dream, Shurian dreams about his past life. At the church on a rainy night. The woman who looks rich scolds, "Get down, can't you get down faster?" The pastor asks curiously, "I don't know what brings you here so late." She says, "I know what kind of place this is. It's this kid. Please raise him for me." This makes the pastor somewhat forced. We are an orphanage. We only accept children without parents. But clearly this child still has a mother. She angrily throws Shurian away. "How much money do you want? I'll give it to you. Is that okay? Now I'll leave him here. I don't want to raise a kid like him. You can raise him or sell him." It really makes Shurian wake up tired. Hospital? What's going on? Shurian remembers the story of Marie and Jang Hyun. I understand that thing. Suddenly Shurian freezes. He remembers Nal's voice on the phone. Sean's mother isn't there? Go kill her. The blood transfusion stand has been knocked over. Shurian rushes out into the street in a panic. Auntie. He runs to the familiar apartment building. Quickly presses the elevator to go upstairs. Damn it, why is the elevator malfunctioning at this time? Shurian can only take the stairs, please. But something in front of him makes him stop. It's the sword that has been pinned into the elevator shaft. What is this? Nal's voice comes from behind. Oh, you finally came. I've been waiting for so long, Sean. I miss you so much. But Shurian doesn't remember who that person is. Who is it? Nal quickly runs down the stairs. What, you really don't remember? Hey, that's not okay. I came all the way here just to see you. Shurian feels that guy is too fast. When did he get here? Nal keeps talking. You really don't remember anything? Or should I remind you, kill that woman? Suddenly Shurian swings his hand strongly. It's you, the voice on the phone. Nal doesn't hide it. That's right, Sean. Anyway, this is a big problem. Are you still acting like a good boy? And you even go to choose your own parents. Shurian doesn't understand what he's saying. What? Choose my own parents? Nal slowly pulls the sword out of the door. I'm not sure either. You really don't remember anything? About your true self. But what Shurian notices is the sword. He dodges in time when it flies towards him. Nal raises his sword high. From the beginning, you are the same as us. You are not the good children. This makes Shurian think, I am not a good child. That memory reappears, so, you can raise him or sell him as you please. The pastor is a little hesitant. There's been some misunderstanding, ma'am. Shurian smiles blankly. Did I do something wrong, Mom? That woman was always talking a lot and noisy. You said so, Mom. Now she won't bother Mom anymore. Even so, I feel a little sorry for that house's dog, because I like the way it wags its tail whenever it sees me. Well, it can't bark anymore either. I did the right thing, didn't I? Then Shurian lowers his head to the cold ground. She is so angry that she can't speak. You stay there. You don't. Something like you. The pastor helps Shurian up. Okay. We will take care of this child and raise him. When he goes inside, Shurian feels very strange. I behaved like a good child, listening to Mom. At that time Nal also heard these things. Quite amazing, because you weren't trained to listen to your parents like us, so why do you act like the good children? You are not a good child. But if you keep choosing parents and acting like a good child, then I will take away your parents again and again, Sean, until you give up. Shurian looks at himself through the reflection of the sword. remembering how that woman abandoned him. And her pitiful face. Shurian grabs the blade without hesitation. Then he uses his other arm to break it. He points the broken blade at Nao's face. He grabs Shurian's hand and pushes it away. That's right, that's how it should be. You can't be a good boy, Sean. This is your true self. That night, at the church, one of the rooms suddenly lights up. The person inside is none other than Beluga. He seems very satisfied to have found what he needs, found it, so it was hidden here. These priest bastards, their tastes are quite high. As he speaks, he rummages through the cabinets. Inside are bottles of vintage wine. Isn't this vintage wine? Footsteps come from outside the door. When did Vincent get here? He questions Beluga, rummaging around. Are you guys professional thieves or something? Beluga is startled. That's why people say not everyone can be let into the house. Beluga replies, anyway, you let me in, you should treat your guests better. Some documents appear on the table, making Vincent curious. What is this? According to Beluga, they are all diagrams of the manpower arrangement to protect Dead Mansion's clients. Manpower protection? He adds, Nal is targeting your clients. How is a brat enough? Barefoot's mercenaries are on guard. Nal or whatever, let him dare to show his face. Not stopping there, Beluga also tells Vincent another detail, that they have prioritized the deployment of key personnel based on the wealth of the clients, with the main focus of the business being to focus on VIP clients. Regarding this type of policy, Vincent is silent, and secretly acknowledges Beluga Slav as a strategic advisor of Barefoot. Getting to this position is really extraordinary. He forcefully opens a few bottles of wine. Losing a few bottles of wine, what's the big deal? Our labor costs are cheap already. Vincent asks again, do you know how many bottles you stole? If the director knows, that's why I'm drinking it. Beluga also invites Vincent to taste the bitterness from what he stole. If you weren't in this situation, you wouldn't even have a chance to taste it. How is it? Open it? Looking at the bottle of wine that is hundreds of years old in front of him, Vincent can't hide his hesitation. However, in the end, he agrees with Beluga, and they forcefully open a few bottles, using all of them as a reward. They are drunk at the table. So good, the blood of God, I'll die if I have to. Now you're an accomplice. Vincent is so drunk that he can't answer. Until Beluga says something he has always been curious about, Vincent's attitude changes. What's wrong? He says, your kids, those 3 principals, how do you brainwash them? They listen so well, I even want one. Vincent's eyes become sharp, seemingly not wanting to reveal it. After a few seconds, Beluga doesn't get a response and reluctantly says, business secret? I'm really curious. Absolutely drunk, Vincent mutters, brainwash? You could say that. Looking at his face in the wine glass, Vincent begins to explain. Most of the children here are children who were abandoned by their families. Such children often feel more lacking than usual. And we just take advantage of that point. Just like the words the director said, you are abandoned because of your shortcomings. Therefore, you must become good children. A good child must prove that they are valuable. A good child must be more outstanding than anyone. As a good child, only then can you become a family, otherwise, you will be abandoned by your family again. All of it is what the director has instilled into the children's heads. Hearing this, Beluga is a little confused. That's it? Only that is enough to control them? Really? The kids are so strongly bound by this thing called lack? Vincent replies. Beluga fiddles with the empty wine glass. He sneers, so you guys are bastards, the director's idea? No, from a kid. Vincent says that kid is not a good child, but he wants to become a good child. A kid who doesn't hesitate to do everything just to get the recognition of his parents. That kid is Shurian. From here, the director's terrible truth is revealed by Vincent, so he exploited the psychology of lack from that kid to create an entire army of young children. The 3 absolute principles were formed from there. In that battle, Shurian's opponent praised him. That's right, this is your true self, Sean. I can't become a good child. Shurian uses the momentum to kick Nal straight, making him fly far away. That hurts, it seems you've regained your strength. Shurian slowly gets up, muttering, can't become a good child, I? When he was young, Shurian witnessed his biological mother leave because of him, her face filled with terrifying fear. When he grew up, the person Shurian considered his second mother received a painful slap. Don't call me Mom. Shurian trembles all over. Maybe you're right. I don't think I'm a good child. That's right, Sean. So, Shurian absolutely interrupts. So, If I eliminate you, the one who said he would kill my mother, won't I be a good child again? Nal sighs. You want to become a good child that much? Then reveals a very uncomfortable expression. That's the problem, Sean. Because of your actions like this. Those 3 absolute principles were born. Because of you, we are controlled. They rush at each other again to fight. Each slash is released, leaving countless bloody wounds. Unexpectedly, Ian injures one of the senior's eyes. He takes advantage of that to surge forward. Nal wipes away the blood flowing from his right eye, then laughs out loud. Cheap trick, doing it to this extent. He regains his composure, with one slash knocking Ian's weapon into the air. Ian unconsciously steps back, but is cornered. Nal uses this opportunity to launch a finishing blow at him. Fortunately, Ian manages to jump into the air to avoid the blow. Next, forcefully pulls out the knife stuck on the ceiling, using it to create a vertical slash to charge at Nal. The slash doesn't injure him, but only cuts his coat. However, this is the premise for Ian to break through. He holds the coffee cup next to him tightly, using it to splash Nal straight. As soon as everything is limited in vision, Ian's knife unexpectedly rushes over. Unfortunately, Nal had already seen this trick, and directly knocks Ian away again. With no weapons in his hand, Ian switches to the backup plan. He grabs Nal's arm with his bare hands, got it, then uses all his strength to focus on the punch behind. One punch straight to Nal's face. Because of the pain, Nal can no longer hold the weapon in his hand and drops it on the floor, at the same time. But in the next second, Nal is able to hold the sword tightly and slash, keeping a safe distance from Ian. He realizes the sword in his hand is annoying. Currently Ian is fighting empty-handed. They rush at each other like a storm. Nal reveals an evil smile, rushing in without mercy. Ian doesn't give in either, his eyes filled with confidence along with his fist. He takes momentum to create a hook punch at the sword blade, directly knocking the sword blade into the sky. Nal's eyes widen in surprise. Hit the swinging sword? Is this your level, Sean? Worse than I thought. Just when it seemed like there would be a spectacular comeback, Nal throws a knee. Ian loses his balance and falls backward. Fortunately, he manages to regain the battle, kicking Nal straight. After resisting, Nal takes out another dagger. Scene change, back to Beluga. He is yawning after tasting all the expensive wine. What? Who is that kid? Sean, the one you guys are going to kill. So it's him. You guys have manpower protection for Sean, right? Vincent questions. The answer is no. Beluga says that he doesn't have that place arranged. Vincent immediately shows his attitude because that is the most important place, but for Beluga, this is unnecessary. On the other hand, the hallway where Ian and Nal are fighting is still very lively. They are fighting in front of a room that is lit. From the light, a hand is trying to open the door. It turns out Sophia has been there before, so Beluga doesn't need to care. Sophia comes out of the door. I wondered where the noise was coming from. So you two are playing around. Nal's eyes widen when he sees Sophia. The battle is temporarily suspended accordingly, Sophia says, daring to cause trouble. So rude, Nal. Sophia also notices Ian next to him, who is very surprised. Long time no see, kid Sean. But what is that appearance? Clearly I locked it at that time. Not seeing him answer, Sophia strokes Ian's head. Let's greet each other later. First, her attitude immediately changes. One attack closes in on Nal, then punches him away easily. The punch is so strong that Nal doesn't have time to react. Just like that, he is blown into the wall behind. Sophia sighs. Damn it, still a kid, too light, behind. Ian can hardly believe that she can easily defeat Nal like that. She looks at Nal. In front of her are only things that have fallen after the shock, and Nal has disappeared since when, as expected, too light. Already ran away? Sophia turns to Ian. Okay, stop here, catching him is not my mission either. Let's talk first. No matter how tightly I lock it. Who told you to be so weak? I guess some adjustments need to be made. Under the pressure on his shoulders, Ian can only submit. Sophia gently picks Ian up on her shoulders. Let's go, little Sean. Wait. I forgot to tell you, that old lady doesn't live here anymore. All the families of the good children are his targets, so she is no exception. Trust me, kid Sean, I will protect your mother under the name of Alexander. Even if it's the mother you chose yourself. Anyway, you don't have to worry anymore, Sean. Ian's face darkens without answering. Sophia continues. So, you just need to focus on training. Should we try the dead squad again? Suddenly he stops. You still remember, right? If you fail, you will die. A month later, Ian in the off-road vehicle is talking to the bald uncle. So you forced explosives into the lower body and then squat? Ian recounts his hard training process with Sophia, looking very pitiful. Do you know what happened? Just a little relaxation and I'll explode. I thought it was a Russian urban legend. I didn't expect it to be real. Alexander is indeed different. Ian hugs his head tightly. Don't mention that name again. The uncle asks more. How much better have you gotten, Sean? What? Your skills, what you learned from Sophia. In just 1 month, I wonder if you've improved. Ian regains his confidence, smiling softly. If you're so curious, do you want to try? Faced with this challenge, the uncle doesn't bother to respond. When moving a little further, Ian tells the uncle to stop at the location he specifies. The off-road vehicle quickly pulls over to the side. Ian carefully gets out of the car. I'm going. Wait, Sean. The uncle asks him, is it really necessary to go to school? You're their target. Isn't this too dangerous? Are you worried about me? Suddenly I want to get goosebumps. He says it like that. The uncle clicks his tongue. I mean, if something happens, report it immediately. Don't think about handling it yourself. Also, if you see anyone strange, stay away from them. His fuss makes Ian embarrassed in front of his peers. He quickly slams the doors shut. Oh my God, I understand. Please stop. Nearby, 2 male students are whispering about Ian's identity, mentioning that he used to follow Yusef, a second-year student. Is that his father? He looks so young, like a model. He's so cool. Is he from a rich family? Ian has heard every word clearly. He pays special attention to them mentioning that the uncle is his father. Father? Ian quietly looks into the car. The uncle is still complaining tirelessly. That kid is getting harder and harder to handle. Finally, the uncle leaves. Scene change, in an abandoned factory. Jang Hyun holds his hand towards the sky, along with many fanciful thoughts. From outside, Nal's voice rings out, so dusty. Staying in this place for a long time is not good for your health. How are you, Hyun? Jang Hyun is very happy to see Nal return. Nal, I've been waiting for you for so long. Why are you only coming now? I have so many things I want to ask you. Sorry. I have a lot of things to do, Nal replies. He wanders around and is quite interested in the environment here. Not only are there punching bags to practice with, but there's also a vending machine, so he asks Jang Hyun. He says he decorated a little while waiting for Nal to return. That's right, I should have brought a drink, the minimum courtesy. Jang Hyun picks up the scissors on the ground, then uses it to unlock the vending machine. It's okay, don't worry about it. Nal smiles when he sees Jang Hyun's decisive action. After taking his favorite drink, he pulls Nal to his beloved bed. Let's drink this later, sit here. They say this is the magic chair. When you sit down, you will only tell the truth. Great, isn't it? Now that you sat down, you have to honestly answer me. Nal is a little hesitant. Hyun, you seem to be talking too much today. Are you very happy? No, not at all. Jang Hyun looks at Nal with cold eyes. So you have to answer my question honestly. You promised me, right, that you would help me find that person. Are you really looking? Isn't it too long? Nal replies, of course I'm looking. I'm trying hard to search everywhere. But first we need something to do. Retrieve Sean. I need that child, then I can keep my promise to you. Jang Hyun leans himself on the chair. As I see it, that Sean has nothing to do with finding that person. As I said earlier, this is the chair of truth. If you lie casually, I will kill you. Nal becomes weak in an instant, stuttering, honestly, I'm not lying, Hyun. You can trust me. On the surface, but in his heart Nal has ominous premonitions. Jang Hyun, I thought he was just a kid with pretty good skills. But it seems he's smarter than I thought, not easy to manipulate. If I'm careless it will be troublesome. As expected. Jang Hyun says, if you plan to do that, you better think again. As he speaks, he hugs the scissors tightly in his hand. With no other choice, to gain trust from Jang Hyun, Nal has to act out a play. Really, what are you saying so scary? Okay, I will search more carefully. That's right, I came to tell you this. Hyun, do you want to go out somewhere to play? Go out to play? Jang Hyun immediately jumps up, looking very expectant. Scene change, Ian has returned to his familiar classroom. Seeing him enter, the male students in the same class talk again. What? Wasn't he suspended from school? Haven't you heard? They said it's all photoshopped. It seems Park Sher-Ian photoshopped it to look cool. Sher-Ian doesn't bother to argue, just sighs and returns to his seat. That's right, it's all edited. Returning to the conversation between him and Marie, she said that doing so would get the suspension revoked, because the principal was threatened by me from the beginning. Sher-Ian takes out the photo. If it's a threat, what is this photo? I want to throw up when I see it. Edit it properly. That's not editing, Marie says frankly. Remembering what appeared in the photo, Sher-Ian can only hug his head. Please get out of my head. Absolutely next to him a voice calls out, Sher-Ian, it's been a long time, huh? How have you been? The owner of the voice is a big bully. What's wrong? That's right, because it's an edited picture, so that's how it is. The bully provokes, should we go outside? So the group moved to a secluded area. Are you friends with gangsters? Those pictures, you surprised us? Hey, you bastard! Sher-Ian stopped because there was no one else here. The big guy, because he didn't hear him answer, got agitated and attacked first. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, he was read by Sher-Ian. A flick to the chin makes his bulky body ache. Finally collapsing on the spot. I want to try it, but don't be afraid, I'll be gentle. Sher-Ian looks at them. He reminds them that the group used to be on the same team. About a month ago, during a harsh training session with Sophia, she frankly shared that his problem was his obsession. The obsession of believing that he is controlled by the three principles, Sher-Ian says while breathing. I know that, but I don't know why my body doesn't obey. Stupid kid Sean, then I have to use another method. Another method? Sophia continues. If you can only use a part of your strength due to the control of the three principles, all you have to do is increase the overall strength. Therefore, the second guy in the bully gang was easily defeated. Only one guy remains. He gapes at Sher-Ian. What? Are you kidding me? Nearby is the area for drying cleaning equipment. He casually takes a mop. Using it as a weapon. Sher-Ian, you bastard, come on. You only have that much. Sher-Ian complies with his wishes, rushing up with great speed. The bully also swings the mop to fight back. But it can't withstand one hit from Sher-Ian. It quickly breaks into pieces. He freezes in shock. Sher-Ian glides past him. Then says, the bell rang, it's time for class. I'll go first. He leaves after defeating all of them. In the hallway, Sher-Ian confidently looks at his fist. Training with Sophia is really helpful. Although I can't completely control it, but even if I use a part of it, it's already at this level. Outside the door, a person has appeared and says to the teacher, is this class 1, year 2? Upon confirmation, this person rushes into the class. There he is. Sorry, please move aside. While Sher-Ian is still worried about being able to use all his strength, he will be able to face the guys named Jang Hyun and Nal. Then that person puts his foot close to Sher-Ian. Long time no see, Sean. One kick blows Sher-Ian into the corner of the wall. Something has changed in the time we haven't seen each other, huh? It seems your strength has improved. That person is actually Jang Hyun, the one Sher-Ian always has to be wary of if they clash. Jang Hyun says otherwise. Are you tired of playing the good child game? Earlier, Sher-Ian confidently said, I will be the bait. Because I am the target, he will come right away. Rachel just keeps silent. But Sher-Ian is curious about where she is going. What is this outfit? Rachel explains that because you are the target, I can't just sit and watch. I will wait nearby. Because you are a very important product of Dead Mansion, we have to do our best to protect you. First, I have something I want to ask you. What is your purpose this time? Sher-Ian immediately says that of course he will catch. But Rachel interrupts him and says, no, Sean, don't you realize it yet? You are different from the children controlled by the three principles. Now there is no one ordering or controlling you anymore, so why do you still want to fight Nal? Could it be that you still fantasize that that old lady is your mother? Rachel wonders. Sher-Ian says indifferently, maybe, I don't know. Rachel warns him not to just say things to get it over with. But Sher-Ian says coldly, that's true, I don't know. From the beginning you said, I don't have memories of the time I was abandoned. And when fighting Nal, although it's a bit late, the memories are still very vague. My body and mind ache. Rachel didn't expect Sher-Ian to not remember anything. She suspects that he subconsciously used his strength. Sher-Ian continues, even if I'm not restrained by the three principles, I still can't use my strength perfectly. Rachel immediately says, if so, isn't standing out as a target even more dangerous? Why do you have to do it to this extent? Sher-Ian replies that, you're right, they are not my family. Although we are no longer friends, but Honestly, if I can choose something that is not affected by the three principles, I will eliminate anyone who dares to touch that family. This is my choice, not because of principles or orders. Back to the present, Shurian has been kicked straight in the head. He thinks, so if being bait works, let me be it. When facing Jang Hyun, Shurian thinks leisurely, come and tear me apart. The hunt will take place here. At this time, outside the hallway, the big student just stood up. Then he was unexpectedly hit in the face by a table corner that flew out. It was Jang Hyun who kicked Shurian out of the classroom. Shurian quickly grabs one of Jang Hyun's legs, then throws him towards the window. Jang Hyun's whole body hits the glass hard, causing it to shatter. He leans against the window frame and sneers, "It seems your strength has improved, huh?" Jang Hyun says as he rushes towards Shurian, "I haven't even started yet." Shurian immediately looks around and discovers that there are too many people here. I have to change locations. Hey, where are you looking? Jang Hyun notices and quickly swings his fist at Shurian. Shurian looks at Jang Hyun's wrist and considers, I think like this, huh? Immediately after, Shurian grabs Jang Hyun's arm and throws him down. Jang Hyun realizes that this technique is the old man's. Not giving Jang Hyun time to react, Shurian immediately kicks him away. But Jang Hyun still manages to put his hand down on the ground. To Jang Hyun's astonishment, Shurian speaks up and says, "Good, I got you. I knew I would be attacked when I came to school, but I didn't expect it to be on the first day back." Shurian goes inside and locks the door. While outside a lot of students are discussing, "Hey, did you see anything just now? It seems like someone was fighting. It felt like something flew by." Just then, a female teacher also comes over and asks, "What happened? Why are you all gathered here?" A student replies, "Park Se-in is fighting with someone, ma'am. Something just flew by and went into the restroom." "I know, go back to class," she replies. Jang Hyun is facing Shurian and says, "You're really different from before, huh? Then I don't have to hold back anymore." As soon as he finishes speaking, he knees Shurian straight in the face. "You mean you were holding back all this time?" Shurian wonders. He grabs Jang Hyun's collar, then immediately slams his whole body to the floor. Shurian says to Jang Hyun with killing intent, "I'm not interested in you. I just want to know where Nal is." Jang Hyun wonders why Shurian mentions Nal, but he slowly raises his foot. One kick sends Shurian far away. Shurian endures the pain and asks him, "Still want to go all the way?" Jang Hyun suddenly says, "On second thought, Nal told me," and rushes over again. He quickly dodges the oncoming punch from Shurian. Jang Hyun grabs Shurian's arm and props himself up. Using great force, he kicks Shurian towards the door. He finishes the sentence from before, "I have to ensure your safety. But if you keep doing this, I can't restrain myself. So, obediently follow me, only then can I retrieve you. I need to find that person." Before he can finish, Jang Hyun is slashed across the face. He hastily steps back but is still injured. Shurian grabs a stick with an iron head and asks, "You don't intend to kill me? Then what about the others?" Shurian asks angrily. Jang Hyun replies calmly, "Not sure yet." He is slightly surprised, thinking, "What is this? Why is he like a different person?" Without much to say, Shurian grabs the mop handle and attacks Jang Hyun. He reacts quickly and dodges to the side. But Shurian continues to chase after him, and slams the iron head on the floor. Jang Hyun uses force to prop himself up against the wall. Taking momentum, he rushes over and punches Shurian in the face. This punch makes Shurian's face tilt to one side. Just then, a voice rings out outside, "Who's in there? Why don't you open the door quickly?" Jang Hyun immediately stops, taking the initiative to say, "Trouble has arrived, let's stop here today." But Shurian doesn't stop and threatens Jang Hyun, "Where are you running? You think I'll let you run?" Suddenly Jang Hyun puts his arms around Shurian's shoulders and says, "If you don't agree, then I have to do this." As soon as he finishes speaking, he rushes quickly towards the open window and pulls Shurian along. Both of them rush out of the restroom like this. Jang Hyun uses force to control Shurian and asks, "How is it? Falling from here must hurt a lot, right?" This scene reminds Shurian of a terrible memory from before. Shurian says indifferently, "It must hurt a lot, I think so." Suddenly Shurian reaches out and tightly grabs the mop handle, then plunges it strongly into the wall. Thanks to this, the uncontrolled falling speed of the two gradually slows down. But both still land with a shock. Jang Hyun still lies on the ground after falling, but Shurian slowly props himself up. Shurian directly stands up straight and looks down at Jang Hyun. Unexpectedly, the sharp head of the mop has pierced through Jang Hyun's thigh. Right in this tense moment, a shout comes from afar. You two. Oh my god, what is this? Are you okay? A teacher runs over to the two in a panic. Jang Hyun struggles to answer that he's okay. But Shurian suddenly gets a headache. He feels like it's happening again. His body's reaction. Jang Hyun is busy explaining to the teacher, this is new but I just need to sew it up. She doesn't understand what he's thinking. Now he's still worried about his clothes. She worriedly says, you're injured, stand still. Jang Hyun is surprised again. You're not talking about the clothes? You're really worried about me? He smiles and replies, I'm really okay, while the teacher is injecting medicine into his wrist. Jang Hyun wonders what this is and learns that it's anesthetic. The effect of the medicine quickly makes Jang Hyun drowsy, his whole body swaying. Then he suddenly loses consciousness and falls down. The woman smiles ambiguously and wishes Jang Hyun good night. There are a lot of things I want to ask you. Hidden under the glasses and black hair is actually Rachel's face. Jang Hyun has finally been caught. Actually, in this world, every place is the same. Abandoned children are a common occurrence, and these children are the materials for us to create the strongest weapon. Then we send them to be adopted at a high price to parents who need them. This is the Good Children Project of Dead Mansion. But we are not the only ones with such ideas. As mentioned earlier, this material is everywhere. They take abandoned children and train them to become emotionless monsters. Isn't it the same as Dead Mansion Korea? Rachel asks Shurian. He vaguely realizes that Jang Hyun might be. Rachel immediately confirms that he is one of them. Jang Hyun is the material in that project. Shurian is thoughtful when Dead Mansion in Korea is mentioned. Rachel tells Shurian to leave this to her and go back, because interrogation is her specialty. Shurian wonders where he should go back to and Rachel immediately says, to class. Where else? Didn't you want to go to school so much? Shurian impatiently replies, I know, I'm going right away. He doesn't forget to tell Rachel not to treat Jang Hyun too harshly. Rachel hurriedly chases Shurian away and locks the door. Jang Hyun is still under the influence of the anesthetic and hasn't woken up yet. Not long after, Jang Hyun gently opens one eye. Then he sees his locks of hair falling to the ground. A man instructs Jang Hyun to sit still or he'll go bald. Hairstyles are a highlight for boys. If they're too ugly they won't sell. It turns out to be Jang Hyun as a child. The naive kid asks, can you make my hair like Mr. Carpenter? I like that hairstyle. The man praises, our Hyun has a great sense of aesthetics. I should add a knack for physical arts to the guarantee. Next time you get adopted, we might earn 200 million. But you can't have this hairstyle, Hyun, the man suddenly says. Jang Hyun looks up, confused. Why? Wouldn't looking cooler earn more money? Because you are not me, but Jang Hyun, everything about you must be Jang Hyun, the man explains. Jang Hyun is handsome, so you must be handsome too. Jang Hyun is strong, so you must become strong. Under Jang Hyun's skeptical gaze, the carpenter says, and above all, Jang Hyun must be alone, because if you have a family, you will become weak. Do you understand, Hyun? The man says those words with a bizarre face. At this time, Jang Hyun suddenly wakes up. Rachel suddenly speaks up and asks after him. The wound on his thigh makes Jang Hyun grit his teeth in pain. Looking at the bandage on his thigh, Jang Hyun wonders, why are you doing this? Rachel replies, I treated it a little. And these pants are Sean's gym clothes. Jang Hyun immediately asks, why are you doing this? Aren't I the enemy? Rachel asks back, is it necessary to be so cruel? If you cooperate, we don't have to be enemies, right? Rachel thinks, I told Sean I would interrogate him, but for kids like him, this method is best. Because he's a kid who has never experienced the feeling of being loved by someone. Thinking that, Rachel comes closer and asks, so can you answer me some questions, Hyun? Through binoculars, a man clicks his tongue and teases Jang Hyun, not good, already wanting to understand beauty at such a young age. Nal will scold you for this. He doesn't forget to praise Rachel, black hair suits her pretty well. Not good, I want to see it closer. Wait for me, senorita, he says mysteriously. Inside a school building. Jang Hyun refuses while chewing bread, I can't say. No matter how nice you are to me, I won't say. Rachel says calmly, that's understandable, you're on Nal's side. Jang Hyun hesitates and explains, I'm not on either side. Jang Hyun needs to be alone. Rachel wonders, you fought Sean but you're not on Nal's side? Jang Hyun says that, I also have my own goals, so I'm borrowing his power. It's a cooperative relationship. Because with Nal's ability to gather information, I will be able to find that person. Nal has the ability to gather information. Isn't he just a kid too? Rachel suddenly asks, are you sure you're not being deceived? Jang Hyun defends, Nal's ability to gather information is real. He has eyes and ears everywhere. He even found me, who ran away from the real carpenter. Rachel immediately grasps the key point and asks, what is the real carpenter? And why did you have to run away? Actually, Rachel knows kids like that get angry when someone denies what they say. Jang Hyun hurries to say, the real carpenter taught me a lot of weird things. Do you know how much I suffered? When I was young, I ran away after a few months of training. The bespectacled uncle would persistently chase after me, so I had to live on the streets. Then Nal came and, seeing his hurried appearance, Rachel interrupts and gives Jang Hyun a box of banana milk, telling him to drink this and speak slower. She asks Jang Hyun, so what did Nal want you for? Rachel thinks, showing just enough interest won't let him know how far he's going to say. Indeed, Jang Hyun reveals that, because he has a goal, he asked me to help liberate the good children of Dead Mansion who were sold around the world, and all the children will become a family. Then give the children. Suddenly someone speaks up and interrupts Jang Hyun. You shouldn't say it all like that, kid. You can't pass the test of beauty at such a young age. Rachel cautiously steps back. The man speaks up and greets Rachel. Lady, this is the first time we've met directly. I'm Miguel. He explains to Jang Hyun, don't worry, I'm on your side. I was called here to bring you back. Rachel asks in a panic, you're that Miguel? Miguel says calmly, what is it, Rachel, you know me? What an honor. There is a saying like this in the mercenary world in Spain. If you see the bullfighter waving the red cape, don't try to rush in. Because the bullfighter is always behind the prey, the man called Black Matador, i.e. the black bullfighter, is Antonio Miguel. Rachel asks hesitantly, Matador, why are you with Nal? Miguel replies quickly, oh God, I hate that nickname. And I love animals very much. And bullfighting is illegal now, so I don't kill bulls anymore. But I switch to killing people. Miguel rushes behind Rachel like lightning. He quickly slashes at her. But she also manages to dodge to the side. Miguel is quite surprised because it's been a long time since someone dodged this move of his. Miguel suddenly pulls out another weapon tube. That thing transforms into a long sword. Miguel says excitedly, I'm starting to get excited. Jang Hyun quickly blocks in front of Rachel and asks hastily, wait, uncle, why are you targeting this person? Isn't it enough to catch Sean? Miguel puts his hand up and gently adjusts his glasses. Look at this kid, he's really rude. You really can't pass the test of beauty. Don't worry, kid, you're just as handsome as me, you'll meet more beautiful girls. But that's if you live to adulthood. As soon as he finishes speaking, he stabs through Jang Hyun. He can't understand why Miguel would do that, he says. Nal said if you show signs of betraying us, then kill you. Surprising, isn't it? Then Miguel gracefully bows and says goodbye to Jang Hyun. Suddenly a gun points straight at Miguel's head and says, Holla. Rachel immediately fires, but Miguel quickly dodges. She quickly aims the gun after him. However, Miguel uses his sword to destroy Rachel's gun. He constantly attacks Rachel. She reacts quickly and dodges Miguel's attacks, but is still unfortunately cut, and her clothes are torn. Unexpectedly, Rachel is not injured and she can smoothly get the gun hidden inside. Rachel fires continuously at Miguel, who is running away. Right at that moment, the gun runs out of bullets. Miguel sees Rachel, and is glad he didn't side with her, so he rushes over instead of luck. Rachel's wig is also blown away. Miguel lewdly gets close to Rachel and grabs her hair. Rachel still tries to block his sword with her hand while Miguel wants to finish it now. The two struggle fiercely on top while Jang Hyun below is unconscious. Jang Hyun's life and death are unknown. He remembers the previous memory again. The carpenter once said, Jang Hyun probably needs the red, right? But I can't teach you. There is something that is a technique that I can't teach, because only the real carpenter can teach you. If you meet that person later you might learn it. Jang Hyun is not dead yet, but slowly gets up. Miguel on the other side also notices this movement. When he looks over, he only sees an object left behind. Miguel tightly grabs Rachel's hair and asks, where did that kid go? And Jang Hyun is rushing over extremely fast from behind. He uses the technique used by the real Jang Hyun to scratch Miguel. He coughs up blood and looks at Jang Hyun. It turns out Jang Hyun has just activated his wild instincts. A car with a sign Russian waste, "We will clean it up neatly," is parked right in front of the school gate. Inside the car, a man has just received an order from Nal saying that if the kid named Jang Hyun gets in the way, kill him. The man with the gun says, anyway, he's just a kid, Miguel will know how to deal with him. But the other person asks, is that guy reliable? A lustful loafer. Another person also sneers, a famous guy in Spain, it seems his name is Matador, isn't he just a guy who tortures bulls? And the gun of the guy from before is malfunctioning. Suddenly the young man in the hat next to him tells the man to give him the gun. After checking briefly, he scolds, bad maintenance, a gun like this can't break easily. As he speaks, someone wonders, now that I think about it, which team are you on? You look so strange. He slowly takes off his hat and replies, it's understandable that you look strange. Because I'm not on your side. Sure, Ian replies calmly. While at this time Jang Hyun is still in a wild, beast-like state. Miguel is knocked away by him. He can't stand firmly and drops his sword. Miguel looks at Jang Hyun in front of him in shock. What the hell is this kid? He's completely different from before. In the meantime, Jang Hyun rushes over again to scratch Miguel, but he dodges. That movement makes him know that it's not human. Looking at how Jang Hyun scratches his fingers strongly on the floor, Miguel affirms that it's a beast. He says calmly, then puts his hand into his pocket. Pulls out a red cloth and says confidently, then I can't lose. Rachel wonders why Miguel took out a red cape. He says again, Lady Rachel, it's embarrassing to say, but don't interfere. Miguel takes the red cloth and says that this is a battle between man and beast. Jang Hyun suddenly stomps his feet hard on the ground. And Miguel opposite asks him to come here. Immediately Jang Hyun rushes straight over like a beast pouncing on prey. Miguel flicks the red cape to the side. Jang Hyun quickly tears apart what is blocking his eyes. The whole cloth is torn like that. But Miguel is no longer standing behind it. He appears from above, grabbing Jang Hyun's shoulders. Miguel uses his own picador move. Forcefully slams Jang Hyun's whole body to the floor. Only to see his whole back has blood oozing out. Jang Hyun immediately regains his composure and kicks Miguel hard in the stomach. He is very excited by this and pulls up his clothes for Jang Hyun to see countless dart-shaped tubes inside. Jang Hyun quickly recognizes this thing. He hastily dodges a dart that was just thrown down. Miguel immediately gets close to Jang Hyun. Unexpectedly, those dart tubes are actually Miguel's double-edged daggers. Rachel is very shocked to see Miguel is so talented. He doesn't forget to introduce himself to Jang Hyun. I'm a bullfighting athlete, kid. But Jang Hyun immediately kicks him straight in the head. Miguel is angry when he has to face a fierce wild beast rushing straight at him like this. He also wants to look really cool and kicks Jang Hyun in the stomach with a debilitating blow. Jang Hyun is kicked away to the sharp points of the swords. They have created a dangerous fence surrounding him. And facing Jang Hyun is Miguel rushing over with extreme speed. He decisively wants to say goodbye to Jang Hyun. But Miguel's sword pierces through the space between the swords. And Jang Hyun has quickly grabbed the two posts next to him and dodges Miguel's attack. He stares at Miguel fiercely. Then kicks straight into his face. Miguel groans in pain. The previous hit even made him cough up blood. Because of the inertia, Miguel falls to the ground. Jang Hyun looks at him from behind, saying, not yet, I can do even more than that. Miguel looks at Jang Hyun in horror. He is the bullfighter who waves the cape. He has tamed countless animals. And ended their lives. But this is something that humans cannot tame. This is not a beast. Jang Hyun faces him, is a monster. Miguel decides that he doesn't need self-esteem anymore. He suddenly looks over. Then throws the sword in his hand straight through the fire extinguisher. Immediately smoke and mist blur the surroundings where Miguel is standing. Rachel stares intently at that place with great tension. And Miguel has quickly run out of that place. He can't believe that he would encounter this in Korea. Behind the corner, someone has observed everything. Miguel is running straight towards the Russian waste car. He thinks that if he can't control Jang Hyun, he should hunt it instead. He anxiously flings the door open and yells, damn it, change the strategy, they're all monsters. Use TNT to blow them up. But facing Miguel is Sure Ian sitting comfortably. Sure Ian suddenly grabs Miguel's hair. He angrily yells, who are you? But Sure Ian slaps his head hard and says, you're talking too scary, uncle. How dare you use TNT? Do you know this is a school? But it's good, There are many things I want to ask. These guys don't know much. Immediately after, Ian forcefully pulls Miguel into the car. On the other side, Jang Hyun gently picks up the piece of cloth that fell. He speaks to Rachel. I think you're right. I was deceived by Nal. Right at this moment, Jang Hyun's stab wound worsens. Jang Hyun loses all his strength and falls down. Rachel gently catches him. She says helplessly, full of wounds and still forcing yourself to this extent, the wound must hurt a lot. The person who treated you is so thoughtful. Let's go, I'll treat it again. Rachel says as she supports Jang Hyun to go, but he refuses, saying that he's okay. Jang Hyun should be alone, he insists. And the one who is peeking at Miguel outside is Eden. He is contacting someone on the phone. The other party says this is an order. Eden immediately replies, I understand. Just then, Rachel is supporting Jang Hyun to go out. Then she is shot in the head by a nail gun by Eden. A nail shoots through Rachel's head like that. Jang Hyun next to her is stunned to see Rachel die in an instant. And Eden, who just committed murder, is very indifferent as if nothing happened. Jang Hyun shouts in panic. Then the wound in his abdomen immediately bleeds more. Eden suddenly notices. It's Rachel who is still not dead and is rushing to attack him from behind. Suddenly appearing and wanting to make a hole in someone's head? Rachel shouts madly. Eden sighs regrettably because he just missed. He speaks up when he turns his head and looks up, asking indifferently. Who are you? Above is Ian rushing down. He directly stomps Eden's head hard into the ground. He doesn't panic and points the gun straight at Ian's face. At this time, Eden realizes that the one who just rushed over is the kid who is said to be the legend of Dead Mansion. But he is not hurt because he used the gun to block Ian's foot in time. Eden immediately fires at Ian. Fortunately, he dodges in time. But Ian doesn't expect that the bullet can penetrate such a hard hat, so it's not a normal nail gun. Not giving Ian time to think, Eden lifts his leg and kicks Ian. He uses his hand to block one hit. And Eden, witnessing Ian's actions just now, evaluates, this kid seems to be making me tired, I'm sweating. Rachel behind quickly reveals, Sean, this guy is also one of the good children. Ian says in panic, what, really? Isn't he too old to be a child? Yeah, I think so too, he was created before all of you, Rachel says. He is version 1. On one side, Marie holds a glass of water while her wrist is cuffed. Sitting opposite her is Eugene. Marie speaks up and says, you drink too, Eugene, are you afraid I'll poison you? Eugene immediately replies, I'm just being cautious, you shameless traitor, don't forget that because we need information about Nal, you're sitting here peacefully. So I can't let my guard down until you prove your cooperative attitude. Marie mumbles, Eugene, you're like an old man. She suddenly mentions the cooperative attitude. Then Marie says again, even the good children, do you know that they also have versions? Eugene wonders what she's talking about. Marie explains that, I'm talking about the good children of the previous version, the children of the generation before Nal and Sean. This is the story of the good children, or version 1. Eugene has never heard of such a thing, even at Dead Mansion, Marie says, that's right, even if they know, only a few people know about it. Is this very important? In response to Eugene, Marie replies, think of this as proving your cooperative attitude. Marie says that, the good children of version 1 were trained differently from us. I heard that version 1 has the ability to customize. They were raised according to the customer's preferences. In simple terms, they are products made to order. Their race, gender, age, and even skills. All are modified to suit the customer's preferences. Based on such a method, countless children were raised. We are version number 2 that was created. So they are stronger than us? Eugene wonders. Marie replies, I thought version 2 like us were those who were fully educated and were more outstanding children. All the skills of one are focused on one characteristic. So they are not easy to deal with. On Ian's side, he is struggling to dodge the nails constantly being shot at him by Eden. Ian uses force to spring up. Then kicks Eden straight in the face. He is annoyed that there is still a kid like this. Eden has realized that Ian's speed and destructive power are much greater than his. In that case, Eden intends to use something else. But Ian attacks again. However, Eden still manages to take out the measuring tape. He uses it to measure Ian's leg is about 841 centimeters. Eden says nonsense that is unrelated, compared to height. Your leg is longer than I thought, I'm a little jealous. As soon as Ian finishes speaking, He punches Eden directly in the face. Ignoring the fact that he was punched and his nose is bleeding, Eden calmly measures sure Ian's arm is 614 centimeters long. He finds it annoying and decisively kicks Eden away to another place. His whole body slides along the ground for a distance. Eden says softly, "If I get hit again, I'll probably die." "Even so, the measuring tape is roughly done," Eden mumbles. Right at this moment, sure Ian gradually approaches and says, "Hey, senior, kids these days are scary. You're not down yet, huh?" Sure Ian coldly faces Eden and says, "Looking at you, you haven't reached the age to be treated like an old man or a weak person." Eden bluntly compliments sarcastically, "You little brat, you're really good at provoking people. But do you know, Junior, now I have the template." As soon as he finishes speaking, Eden shoots nails at sure Ian, who is rushing over. He calculates, the leg is 814, so the length of the stride and speed. Immediately after, he hits sure Ian's toe. He didn't expect him to be able to do this. But sure Ian doesn't flinch and continues to punch. However, because Eden has known the length of sure Ian's arm, dodging is not difficult. He successfully dodges to the side and aims his gun at sure Ian. Eden says excitedly, "Run as you like, hunting slaves is my specialty." Like this, he chases after sure Ian aggressively. Eden suddenly takes out a hammer and a chisel. Only to see him forcefully strike down, the ground immediately cracks and a hole appears. But Eden is slightly stunned. When he sees sure Ian is going to block his crushing blow with the pipe, sure Ian says impatiently, "What have you been rambling about?" Eden doesn't care and replies, "Whatever, I've got you in my hands. If I calculate like last time and shoot." Right at this moment sure Ian doesn't hesitate. Holding the pipe in his hand, he rushes straight to Eden. Sure Ian has completely lost his temper. Both of his hands are holding weapons, using extremely fast speed to attack Eden. He painfully bends over to dodge one blow. Sure Ian uses so much force that he smashes the ground. Eden slowly realizes that sure Ian is stronger when he has weapons in his hand. He thinks, as expected, "I have to bring that thing." Just as sure Ian is about to hit Eden in the head, his phone rings. Eden panics and answers the phone, telling sure Ian to stop. The person on the other end is his father, who orders him to stop and come back. Eden immediately tells sure Ian to stop, because he has completed his mission for the day. He says calmly that his business here is over, so he has to go back. Sure Ian didn't expect to encounter this situation. He immediately questions, "Is this also Nal's order?" Eden replies, "Why would I listen to that unlucky white-haired guy? It's just my father's order." Sure Ian quickly chases after him, telling Eden to wait. "Do you know where Nal is?" But Eden can't say that. As soon as he finishes speaking, he lightly jumps off the wall and goes outside. Sure Ian wants to chase after Eden. But because he overexerted himself just now, his leg is injured, so he has to stop. Moreover, sure Ian has used that power 2 times in one day, when fighting Jang Hyun. And just now when facing Eden. Sure Ian is worried that if that happens, his mind will once again. While Eden at this time has returned to his car and doesn't forget to scold that damn blonde-haired guy. Kids these days are really scary. He's someone I never want to fight again. If it wasn't for that white-haired guy, I wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Suddenly, an iron bar pierces through the roof of his car. Sure Ian has been here since when and warns, "Didn't you hear what I said before?" He slowly puts his hand down on Eden's car window and says, "Didn't I tell you to stop?" Sure Ian stares at Eden with killing intent. Sure Ian says sternly, "Didn't you hear what I said? Didn't I tell you to stop?" Eden immediately gets annoyed by Sure Ian's stubbornness, and reaches out to grab the circular saw. He wants to cut the iron bar blocking his view. Eden also urgently steps hard on the pedal. The car immediately speeds away, making Sure Ian stagger and fall back. Eden can't stand it and curses, "These crazy dead mansion bastards, what the hell did they create? That's why I only plan to kill time and leave." But when Eden is not paying attention, Sure Ian has been inside the car since when, he suddenly asks, "Did you say kill time? Isn't it very interesting now?" Sure Ian is trying to pry open the car window and says, "A guy who shoots nails into other people's heads shouldn't say such words." And Sure Ian's weapon has pierced through Eden's shoulder, making it bleed. He grits his teeth and doesn't expect Sure Ian to be behind him. Through the rearview mirror, Eden looks in horror and sees Sure Ian is poking the iron rod in his hand towards him. He threatens, "Sit still, you're making it difficult for me to stab you." Eden feels really bad. This is too dangerous for him. Eden immediately decides to grab the nail gun next to him, all or nothing, and shoots at the car window. He quickly crawls out of it, looking straight at Shurian and says, "Alright, you win, you bastard, I give up. Deal with it yourself, you brat." He immediately jumps out of the car, leaving Shurian blankly looking at the empty driver's seat. Eden even nails the pedal, making the whole car rush non-stop straight to the construction site in front. Only to hear a crash. Eden has fallen to the ground and looks at the scene full of dust in front of him. He staggers and stands up, mumbling, "Where did a guy like him come from? I probably have to go to the hospital." While the car that crashed straight into the wall has stopped in the rubble. Large stones are pressing hard on the car body. Sunset has also fallen. Eden painfully hugs his shoulder. He knows that anyway, things are big now. "I have no other choice but to do that with the car. How do I explain this to my father?" Suddenly Eden looks behind him and says, "Seriously? You really followed me here?" Behind is Shurian, who is still alive, but his appearance is very tired. Inside, an old man suddenly hears a strange noise. He curiously steps out. Then he discovers that Eden is being pinned to the ground by Shurian. He shouts in panic, "Father!" The old man is surprised and doesn't understand what's going on. He asks, "What is this about?" Shurian suddenly falls silent, because he remembers the scene when he hit someone before and was caught by his mother. So Shurian was slapped in the face by his mother, making him very sad. While Eden is now anxiously yelling, "Father, it's very dangerous, come inside." Shurian glares at Eden darkly, while his father is hurrying to say, "Stop it." Unexpectedly, Shurian grabs the iron bar and hits his own head. Shurian seems to use all his strength to hit his head hard. Eden immediately panics and asks, "What are you doing?" "Damn it," Shurian says, the blood on his head is flowing everywhere. The terrible memory reappears, making Shurian's mood uncomfortable. He speaks up, "I will only ask you one more time, so tell me everything you know and I will leave here." Where is he? A short time later, inside the house. Eden has treated his wound and sits upright, hesitatingly says, "Alright, I'll tell you then. I'm not apologizing or anything," but his father interrupts and says sorry to Shurian. Eden is surprised to see his father apologize, but he continues to say, "A month ago, a man named Nal came here. He tried to kill me to retrieve Eden. Although Eden fought him to protect me, but he wasn't even his opponent, even after using every method. Moreover, he was fighting while his body was injured." Shurian notices that the time is a month ago, and guesses that the injury might have been caused by Sophia. Eden's father continues to say, "To save both of us, I agreed to cooperate with him," while Eden suddenly gets up and walks out the door. Shurian curiously watches him, but his father says, "But unexpectedly, the target is a young person like you. I have no reason to justify myself." Shurian instead says very sympathetically, "It's okay, what's done is done, just tell me everything you know about Nal." But he says, "I haven't seen him since that time, I only received the command through this phone." Shurian immediately says, "I will keep this for now. If I track the call history or location, I might find him." He wonders again, "You know how to do that too? It seems like you're an expert in this field, huh?" Shurian asks confused, "If it's a good child, they would be able to do it, wouldn't they? That uncle can't do it." Eden's father replies that that's right, because I didn't make such a request when ordering Eden. Shurian wonders and wants to ask one more question. He agrees, saying, "I will answer everything I know." Shurian asks bluntly, "Why did you want to order Eden?" While Eden at this time is sitting silently outside. Then Shurian suddenly walks out and groans, "My whole body aches like this." Eden just asks uncomfortably, "Are you still not leaving? Why are you sitting here?" After Eden finishes speaking, he changes the topic and asks, "How is that woman from before? Is she okay?" Shurian immediately replies, "If it's Rachel, don't mention her. It was hard enough for me to stop her from bringing a tank and blowing this whole place up, it's not a joke. So what are you planning to do now?" Eden doesn't understand why Shurian is asking this. He explains that, "You have cooperated with Nal, is it okay if you don't fight me? I also wonder if this is a bit too much." Eden says, "Although Nal is dangerous, I also don't think I will fight you again. Even so, I would rather fight a weaker person." Shurian teases and asks, "What's with that face? Do you want to play again?" Eden affirms again, "No matter what happens, I will protect myself, because that's why I was created. Since I was very young." While inside, Eden's father lovingly holds a picture of him as a child in his hand. then carefully puts it down on the table. I even bought him for that reason, Eden says. It's enough as long as my father is not hurt. Shurian clicks his tongue and admits, I don't know what to say in this case. He suggests, why don't you try talking more with your father? Eden waves his hand and says, impossible. Talk about what? I mean, I'm sure your father also has his own thoughts. He also doesn't want you to get hurt. Despite what Shurian says, Eden rejects it, saying, as if that would happen. To my father, I'm just an object. Eden lowers his head. Shurian feels annoyed when he hears that. He says, that's not what I heard before. So you should talk to him properly. My father. Before Eden can finish speaking, the inside of the house suddenly explodes. The large explosion causes the fire to quickly spread everywhere. Shurian and Eden outside are not injured. But both are stunned because Eden's father was just inside. Scene changed to Jinso's woodworking shop 20 years ago. A man seems to have just finished something. It turns out to be a wooden chair. Suddenly a boy shouts, Father. The man is his father. The boy is annoyed. Damn it, what's wrong? You told me you'd pick me up. The father is startled and looks at his watch. Oh, is it that late? The boy still complains, it's really annoying. You said you would pick me up today. The other kids all have parents picking them up. The father quickly soothes, I'm sorry, Jinso. I was going to go after finishing this, but I promise I will pick you up tomorrow. Oh right, should we buy fried chicken tonight? Jinso seems to be appeased. Really? Tomorrow I have to go there. I will definitely go, the father promises, his face beaming. The next day, it's time to go home. Jinso's father's car is parked in front of the school gate. From afar, he sees Jinso running out. The boy is very happy to see his father come to pick him up. The father waves at him in response. Jinso runs across the street to get to his father's car. Suddenly, a car rushes through, hitting Jinso right in front of his father. His smile gradually disappears. He witnesses the death of his beloved son. The chair he used to make is still there. Scene changed to a church. Someone's voice rings out. So that's what happened. But why did you come here? There are many orphanages in Korea. A priest is talking to someone. It turns out the priest is talking to a man with a tired appearance. I happen to hear this news. If I go to an orphanage in Russia, what I want. They can create a child that looks exactly the way I want. It's Jinso's father. He still hasn't recovered from the pain of losing his son. The priest asks again, there is such a rumor? Jinso's father always had the hope of reviving his son. After hearing that story, I went to Russia and searched for 3 years. Dead Mansion. Only in this place can I meet my son again. This priest is a member of Dead Mansion, he says. That's right. Only we can do that. Congratulations on coming to the right place. Now fill out the order form. Scene change back to Jinso's father's woodworking shop. Jinso's father looks in shock at the child standing in front of him. That child looks exactly like Jinso. The people of Dead Mansion have done as promised before. We will deliver the finished child to your place. He can't believe his eyes. He thinks, is this really possible? I think it's a miracle. He slowly walks closer to the boy. I thought you had come back to life, he finally exclaims, Jinso. The boy nods and greets politely, hello, father. But it's completely different from Jinso's always frowning, uncomfortable appearance before. What should I do first, father? The good child asks obediently. The father suddenly realizes the harsh truth. That's right, the dead can't come back to life. His face darkens. This child is not my dead son. Scene changed to the familiar chair that Jinso's father made before the day he died. It is abandoned in a corner. Father, I'm home from school, the substitute son speaks up. But the father is no longer excited. Hello, go to your room and rest. The boy replies obediently, yes, sir, please call me anytime if you need help. His eyes suddenly change. The memory of the day he forgot to pick up Jinso appears. He looks at the back of the substitute son and calls out his name, Eden. The boy turns his face around. Father, did you call me? Should we buy fried chicken for dinner tonight? Eden is surprised and freezes for a moment. Great. For the first time, a bright smile appears on Eden's lips. The father is also surprised to see that smile. That dinner, as promised, is fried chicken. Eden enjoys the meal happily. It's so delicious, father. The father replies, eat more. But then his face droops. He is staring at Jinso's portrait. Right next to it is Eden eating fried chicken deliciously. Looking at the portrait, he thinks to himself, Jinso, you are my only son. This child can't be you. No one can replace Jinso. However, the father now also loves this child. Eden speaks up, interrupting his thoughts. It's okay, father. I understand that I was created to replace your son. The father is stunned, full of regret. On that night, I realized, my greed and foolish obsession has imposed a life on this child. While Eden is still happily eating chicken, laughing and saying, so I will do anything to please father. He doesn't know how to respond, only thinks to himself, a feeling of self-blame is flooding from the bottom of my heart. He hugs his head full of regret. You don't have to do that, you don't have to do that. Eden doesn't understand what he means. What? You are not my son, absolutely not. The words make Eden's face darken. The meal can no longer be happy. In the middle of a winter night, Eden goes to throw out the trash alone. He closes the curtains for his father to sleep. When passing by Jinsul's portrait, Eden suddenly realizes something. It turns out that Jinsul has 2 moles. The father suddenly wakes up because of a scream. He rushes out of the room. What's wrong? Eden is sitting on the ground, hugging his face. He slowly pulls something out of his cheek. It turns out he used a nail gun to create 2 moles on his face, trying to imitate Jinsul. Blood starts to ooze out. I know what the problem is now. Because I don't have moles. Blood flows nonstop on his face, but he still says, this is a little more perfect now, right? Despite the pain, Eden still tries to smile so his father won't worry. Someone is holding Jinsul's portrait. It's Jinsul's father. He is staring at the portrait. At this time the scene has changed back to the present. He is old. He looks up. He looks at an old photo taken with Eden. He walks into a place that looks like a storage room. The chair from that year is neatly placed in a corner. He touches the chair, his eyes filled with affection. Suddenly a noise outside makes him pay attention. Someone is holding a sparkler. Do you want to play with me? Look, it's really beautiful, right? It's a strange girl. There is gunpowder in the sparkler, at most only 2 grams. He is surprised. Who are you? Right at that moment, something rolls over from behind him. It's a bundle of sparklers, the girl continues. But if you put them together, it will be like this. Boom, it's over. The girl ignites the sparkler in her hand to the bundle of sparklers on the floor. Outside, Eden is talking to Sean when the workshop suddenly explodes. Both are extremely confused. Eden immediately rushes into the workshop. Father. He sees his father lying on the floor hugging the old chair, the thing he always kept carefully. In the distance is a strange girl. She smiles and waves at him. Eden rushes over, yelling loudly, Father! Sean behind him discovers something and tries to stop him. Hey, wait a minute. Right at that moment, a man suddenly appears. He uses his gun to hit hard, causing Eden to be knocked away. Eden coughs up blood. That man is angry, preparing to swing his gun to hit again. No, how dare you touch other people? But suddenly he stops, turning to the girl. Sparky, didn't I tell you to hide? The man looks up and sees Sean jumping down from above, launching a kick. He dodges that dangerous blow. Even so, Sean is still very calm. He recognizes him. You must be Sean. When he is off guard, someone puts a gun close to his head. It's Eden, but he misses. The man manages to dodge somehow. Eden and Sean start to get exhausted against the formidable enemy, but still don't flinch. Eden says, listen clearly, Sean. I am Demoto, which means supporter, understand? Sean doesn't understand what Eden is saying. Demo? What is that? Say something easier to understand. Eden seems helpless. Support, it's support. Your face shows that you understand. On the other side, the man is standing still. What are they doing? The girl says, Slendy. Look, this is the special dish I just made. As she speaks, she holds out a pile of bullets in her hand. Boom, boom. It turns out the man's name is Slendy. Slendy admires, when did you make it? Find a place to hide, don't get caught. Suddenly a hand holding a knife slashes over. It's Eden, but he misses the slash. Slendy dodges the dangerous blow. You are Eden, right? Nal asked me to pass on a message to you. Thanks for the hard work for someone who has no ability. Slendy says and points the gun at Eden's face. He fires one shot, but Eden manages to block it to reduce the damage. Eden realizes something. Fire from the muzzle? What are you shooting at? Someone's business. It turns out it's Sparky's work. Slendy turns to question, what is this? It's too much. But she just smiles happily. WOA, boom, boom, so beautiful. Sean from behind holds a hammer and intends to beat Slendy, but he manages to detect it. Slendy quickly pulls out his gun to block the blow, but in the other hand, Eden's knife that Sean borrowed is slashing over. Please lend me this for a bit. The swing of the knife on the other hand seems to have created great pressure on Slendy. Eden witnesses that scene, his face full of satisfaction. It's really bad luck to run into him. Just as Sean intends to use the hammer to continue beating the failing Slendy, a series of things fly over. It's Sparky's homemade fireworks. Sean is hit. But these are not ordinary fireworks. Sean discovers that there are blades attached to the fireworks. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Slendy stands up. Sparky warns, "This is the person known as the Legend of Dead Mansion. I told you not to underestimate him." Slendy starts to take off his mask, this time. "I'll be a little serious." Before he can finish speaking, a large car crashes through the wall from behind. Sparky and Slendy are stunned. Someone is pointing a gun at them. "I told you, right? I will kill you, you bastards." It's Rachel who has arrived. She fires continuously at both of them. Slendy uses his body to shield Sparky from the bullets. On the other side, Eden and Sean are hiding in a corner. Eden is panicked. "Hey, it seems like that thing is also targeting me." Sean says, "It's probably right, lower your head." At this time, someone walks over. "I told you, Sean, don't be stupid and think about solving everything yourself." This kid doesn't listen at all. It turns out that it's the temporary alliance of Dead Mansion and Barefoot, or Bad Child, who has come to support Sean. Dimitri says to Sean, "After this is over, let's have a heart-to-heart talk at home." Sean just smiles faintly, haha. Right at that moment, Sparky is preparing to ignite the fuse for the ball-shaped explosive. Slendy reminds, "The number of people has increased." Sparky says excitedly, "Bang, bang, I wonder if it'll be okay?" She throws the ball into the sky in front of everyone. The ball is about to explode. The destructive power is astonishing. Taking advantage of the explosion, Slendy and Sparky disappear. The people of Bad Child have to search. Damn it, they escaped? These bastards. Eden runs to where his father is lying unconscious. He yells anxiously, "Father." He is still holding the chair tightly even when unconscious, surrounded by fire. Scene change. Eden bows and thanks Sean. "I owe you this time. If it wasn't for you." Before he can finish speaking, his father rushes over from behind with a hammer. "Ah, you bastards." Eden stops him. He is angry. "My woodworking shop, what have you guys done? Even the materials have been burned." Sean tries to explain, "That was done by the girls sent by Nal." But he still doesn't let up. "Then what about the wall? Which idiot drove the car into the building?" Dimitri can't hold back. "What idiot? Hey, you're stealing," and yelling, "Stop thief." Seeing that, Sean immediately stops him. It's because this person's driving skills aren't very good. Because the way of driving is different from Russia, so. Eden's father is still grumbling, cursing them in Russian. Those Russians still as stupid as before. Dimitri is surprised. "Dude, the old man speaks Russian?" He seems smug. "Ah, I was there for a while." Eden is too bored to say anything and turns to leave. "I'll go see if there's anything useful left." Sean also follows. "I'll help too." Eden's father continues to talk to them. "I wonder who that child looks like. It turns out exactly like that person. There is a saying in Russia like this: a father's love lasts to the grave, while a mother's love is endless." They seem surprised to hear him say that. Suddenly, Rachel points a gun at his neck. "What do you mean, old man?" He replies calmly, "You know what I mean, don't you?" In another corner, Eden is holding Jinsel's portrait in his hand, while on the wall is a photo of him with his father from before. Eden puts the portrait into a bag. Sean looks at him, worried. "What are you going to do now? You two have been completely abandoned by Nal now, isn't it very dangerous?" Sean replies calmly, "I plan to run away with my father anywhere. To be honest, I'm not brave enough to fight them like you and them. Before trouble finds us, we have to run. Even if you guys find us disappointing." Sean doesn't know what to say. Then, Sean teases, "You're so awesome, you're so awesome." Eden frowns. "What are you doing?" Sean says, "You've been acting like a bookworm since just now. Why bother pretending to be a loser? You just want to protect your father, right?" Those words of Sean touch Eden's heart. "Unlike you, we version 2 have 3 absolute principles. Among them is the content that in case parents are in danger, deal with the immediate problem." As Sean speaks, he removes the photo of Eden and his father from the wall. "A month ago I still thought it was the thing that made me act, but it wasn't. Seeing you, I'm sure." As he says, Sean gives the photo to Eden. He realizes an important thing, so it's family. So I just want to protect each other. What does the way of doing it matter? In the old photo, Eden's hand is holding his father's hand tightly. Scene changed to in front of the woodworking shop. Sean calls, "Ah, Mr. Eden. If you need help, contact me. I'll ask Sophia to take a look." Eden is surprised. Sophie, could it be Alexander Sophia? Sean pauses slightly. Yeah, that's right. What's wrong? Eden is shocked. Are you kidding me? How dare you call Ms. Alexander's name so casually? Sean is flustered. Is that so? Maybe like you said. Anyway, remember what I said before, right? Say it clearly, uncle. After saying that, he holds out his hand. Eden replies, this guy, because we're not much different in age, so. Next time we meet, call me brother. As he says, Eden bumps his hand with Sean as a farewell. Sean's cheeks flush. He is quite touched by that offer. Scene change back to the woodworking shop. Now it is no longer intact after the previous clash. Eden's father is meticulously cleaning his beloved chair. Eden stands silently, quietly witnessing. He remembers the scene where his father hugged that chair amidst the fire. Eden speaks up, "Father, you know." The father turns around. "Do you know how to take pictures?" It turns out that he is not familiar with the phone. If you touch it like this, it becomes a timer. "I want us to take a picture together." The sudden offer surprises Eden. The two fathers and sons put the phone in a place to take a picture. Finally it is stable, Eden says, "So is that okay?" His father nods in satisfaction. "It seems like it is. Now come here." As he says, he pulls Eden to go. Then he puts him down to sit on the beloved chair. "Sit down." Eden is really surprised. "Father, this is..." He sighs, seeming a little regretful. "Now it's too small for you." I mean, it seems a little late. I should have told you to sit on it a long time ago." As he says, he grabs Eden's hand. "I'm sorry for being so late. Son." Eden is stunned by those two words. His father smiles. A new photo is born. On one side, the photo of Jisol is carefully put into a basket by Eden, while the photo of Eden and his father lies quietly on the ground. Scene change to the car of the bad child group on the way back. Dimitri realizes something different about Sean. "You seem happy, huh?" "Is that so?" "That's right. That was the first time I called someone brother." Sean replies with a smile. "How should I say it? It's hard to describe it at this time, but..." Scene change to a hand full of blood being nailed. A foot full of blood is also being nailed. Sean continues, "It's like a family." At the workshop at this time, Eden is being nailed, hanging upside down on the cross. His father is lying on the floor, covered in blood. On the wall of the woodworking shop, a sentence is written in blood, "Bad child." Inside it is burning. A mysterious man, covering his face, walks out of the woodworking shop. His eyes are cold, emotionless, as if he has no humanity. Dimitri hurriedly runs after him, calling loudly, "Sean, wait a minute, listen for a bit." Dimitri quickly runs in front of Sean and says, "I understand how you feel right now, we'll come again another time, he just woke up not too long ago so." Before he can finish speaking, Sean angrily grabs his arm and shouts furiously, "Get out of the way." Dimitri is surprised to see Sean using force to grab his hand. What strength is this? After breaking free from Dimitri's grip, Sean quickly leaves. But he is shocked by the image in front of him. It is the person sitting in the wheelchair, looking lonely and blankly out the window. Seeing that, Sean quietly walks towards him. He carefully calls out, "Eden." At this time, Eden's face is pale, muttering, "Father, father." Seeing Eden like that, Sean calls worriedly, "Eden." Dimitri behind hugs his face and says helplessly, "His father died before he was brought here. And he just woke up and was shocked like this." Dimitri's face is blank, his eyes without a trace of life, leaning against the wheelchair. Hearing that, Sean looks at Eden with heartache. There is a small call, "Sean." Sean looks with concern and talks to Eden. "Eden, oh no, brother Eden, it's me, Sean." But in response to him is silence. Eden's face is pale, his lips dry. Eden at this time suddenly cries, his eyes desperate. He pleads vaguely, "Help my father." His words make Sean petrified. He can't believe his eyes. Sean loses his composure and runs out quickly. Dimitri sees that and shouts, "Sean." Sean runs to open the bathroom door. He covers his mouth tightly. "I thought I was ready to fight. To protect everyone, I thought I could do anything." He collapses to the toilet bowl and vomits. He thinks, but fighting is not as simple as that. He is very distressed and his hands start to tremble. Sean remembers when he affirmed before, "If anyone touches that family, I will definitely not let them off. Sean leans against the wall, looking extremely dejected. Perhaps this protection can make me lose everything. He disappointedly thinks, I'm just a kid who hasn't prepared myself for the loss. The bathroom door starts to open. Sean walks out of the bathroom blankly in Dimitri's surprise. Sean walks away coldly in Dimitri's call. Sean, where are you going? He glides past Rachel. Rachel suddenly stops and asks, are you heartbroken, Sean? Rachel is shocked when she hears Sean say, I'm okay now, I suddenly remember what you taught me. Cutting throats with sharp objects, piercing hearts with bullets, what you learn are techniques used to take people's lives. I'm not saying you have to have responsibility or justice for this, however, I also don't mean to say extreme words. Everything is the price to pay for the strength you express. The robber must be prepared to face being robbed. So become stronger, become a sharp knife and pierce everything. Become a weapon to destroy the enemy before it is taken away. Sean glares, his face full of killing intent says. At the church in a silent space. Sparky happily plays with the fireworks. Sparky happily runs to Splendy and says, look, it's shaped like a star. This star is for you. Splendy replies gently, thank you. The girl holds a heart-shaped firework in her hand, saying innocently, and this heart shape is for Null. Sparky excitedly runs to the front, hey, I'll give you one too. Seeing that he doesn't answer, the girl calls Damien. But he is still silent. Then Damien throws Sparky's firework on the ground uncomfortably. You crazy. He stomps on the firework and says angrily, do you think you're on a picnic? You can still joke in this situation? He glares at the girl and says, what's wrong? You're here already, why don't you light fireworks? But Sparky is not afraid, and hearing that, she excitedly says with bright eyes, really? Damien puts his hand on his forehead, with a funny and mocking face. He replies, no way. Then raises his hand. He intends to hit Sparky, but Splendy grabs his hand, that's enough. Splendy angrily scolds, someone killed that old man's family and set fire, huh? Damien doesn't give in and replies, you also caused trouble no different. Hearing that, Splendy angrily squeezes his hand and says sternly, little kid. Damien angrily stomps his foot on the ground, what did you say? He rushes up preparing to kick Splendy and shouts, this dog with the face of a corpse. Seeing that, Sparky pulls Splendy back and he takes a gun out of his coat pointing it at Damien. However, right at this moment, someone rushes in to break between the gun and the kick between them. He turns his face away and says, that's enough, both of you are too excited. He stands in the middle and signals for peace. He says in a teasing voice, if this keeps up, I'll lose my life. Splendy looks at him with a dazed face and is silent for a moment. At this time, someone walks over and says, what is this, are you fighting again, Damien? He comes with the girl behind and teases, don't be like that, this is a family meeting, it's rare to have all the members here. He says to Splendy with a smile, Splendy, please understand Damien, he's a bit rough. Because none of us really want to face you. Damien stands up coldly and leaves. Splendy hears that and turns to leave, replying indifferently, I hope so, come on, Sparky. Sparky looks hesitantly at Sika. And she is very calm and without any hesitation. Everyone around bows respectfully when Nal speaks up. Perhaps everyone already knows that Hyun and Eden have betrayed us. He sits on the throne-like chair and says, it's really disappointing, it seems they are not our family. So I hope the people in the family don't fight each other anymore. Hearing that, Damien looks at Splendy and says sternly, I wonder if those guys understand. Damien presents to Nal, Nal, you need to control at a minimum, at least we need to set some rules. Nal hears that and replies to him, so I also tried to create 3 principles like Dead Mansion. Do you want to hear them? Nal says happily with a smile, 3 principles of our family, let's call it that. Splendy stands still and listens to Nal say, first, dedicate all your strength to the family and no one else, individuals are not allowed. Second, do not use your strength for anyone except the family, so don't fight each other. And third, which is also the most important rule. Everyone around listens happily as Nal explains. Eliminate everything except our family. These are the 3 Iscariot's principles of our family. Nal says with a gentle but powerful face. Easy, right? Sparky hears that and nods innocently, smiling. He then continues, I have something I want to ask Splendy. Sika, bring out the file. Sika holds the file and gives it to Splendy. I have a child I want you to retrieve. On the other hand, the sunlight outside shines through the window. Someone is pulling the zipper of a bag. Eugene stands next to him worriedly and asks Sean, what are you doing, Sean? Where are you taking your luggage? Sean turns away and replies, I'm going to find them. He looks at the phone seriously and says, the phone that Eden gave. I found the place where the signal is coming from. Hearing that, Eugene hurriedly follows, then I'll go with you. Sean asks back, go with me? He says coldly, what can you do if you follow me? Are you going to whine those useless words again? Moreover, without an order, you can't act, you'll only be a hindrance. Jang Hyun at this time says mockingly, I thought you had gotten a little stronger, but perhaps you still haven't changed. He lies on the chair and says calmly, this is not my part-time job. He says strongly to Sean, even if you try to track the location, it's useless. Hearing that, Sean is stunned. What? He says casually, he said that he was also educated like you, so you think he would be so careless? Sean immediately angrily grabs the knife and stabs it straight into the chair. The knife is stuck straight into the chair. Jang Hyun doesn't panic at all, saying indifferently, you also know how to use things like that. Sean looks straight at his face and asks seriously, so what should we do? He replies, what else can we do? Then he starts to sit up, how about I help you? Jang Hyun says indifferently, no, I know what he's planning because I have something I have to return. Sean doesn't understand and asks in confusion, what? Jang Hyun says mysteriously, it's very interesting to go with me, do you want to try? Jang Hyun sits leaning against the wall and says, there are 2 children that Nal wants me to retrieve. And one of those 2 is you, Sean. The other person, Sean holds up the picture and looks at it with a thoughtful face. He says again, is the child named Morgan, he must be 19 years old now. In the picture, the child in the middle is Morgan. Then Sean puts the picture into his bag and says, so he must be version 1. Jang Hyun wonders, version 1? Sean replies, there is such a thing. Sean's eyes look thoughtfully around. Around him, people are playing together, he asks, what are we doing now? Hearing the question, Jang Hyun raises his head with a calm face and replies, the information I know about Morgan is very little. He points to the picture on the wall and continues, all I know is that the entertainment tycoon here is the one who bought Morgan, so the next plan is to approach the tycoon here first. Sean looks at the paper with the number 101 written on his chest and asks, is this an idol audition? Jang Hyun replies calmly and confidently, yeah, because I'm handsome, I'll definitely pass. Then he'll soon meet the tycoon. Sean standing next to him says coldly, you came here but you don't know what company this is, right? Jang Hyun replies calmly, so it's an entertainment company. Sean then whispers to Jang Hyun with a suspicious face, there are rumors that this company. At the same time, the manager walks out and calls, invite contestants 100 and 101. 2 men are sitting in the room. One man complains boredly, this year is terrible, there are no bright sprouts. I remember that time there were so many talented people coming here. Sean and Jang Hyun walk in, the assistant sees and whispers, is number 100 okay, manager? The manager hears that, and immediately looks up and is surprised. Jang Hyun smiles brightly and greets, hello, my name is Jang Hyun. That's a sprout, no, it's an ancient tree. Looking at Jang Hyun smiling, his beauty shining, he exclaims, an ancient tree can only be found in a national park. The assistant continues to look at Sean and says softly, but what about number 101? Looking at his indifferent, complacent appearance, he says, how can such a child come to audition? The manager looks interested and says, no, look carefully, he seems to be just a complacent and uncomfortable child. Look at him and his friend Jang Hyun next to him. Don't you see anything? At this time, Sean turns around and asks, hey, do I need to participate too? Jang Hyun hears that and says triumphantly, because I will stand out more if you come with me. This is a strategic assessment. The manager suddenly asks Jang Hyun, you said your name is Jang Hyun, what specialty do you think you're best at? Jang Hyun excitedly replies confidently, my face, I think I have a handsome face. The manager hears that and says funny, hey, I know that, what more talent do you have? Jang Hyun thinks slowly and replies, then what about fighting? I also practiced Aikido a little. The real carpenter taught me. Sean sitting next to him laughs loudly. Hey, he's asking what you're good at really? Sean puts on a contemptuous face, good at fighting, right? You fight even worse than me. And also, I heard you were pierced by that Uncle Miguel, isn't he weak? Hearing that, Jang Hyun says coldly, Jang Hyun is very strong and I am Jang Hyun. So obviously I am strong, right? Sean hears that and laughs contemptuously. You've turned into those soulless eyes again, how are you so good at it, try again. Seeing the two of them like that, two managers are shocked and gape. The assistant says in a panic, Hey, what are you two doing now? While the manager thinks differently. That's right, it's the resonance effect that I want. Surely those two will make something happen, a couple to follow. A pair, the birth of. At this time, Jang Hyun and Sean are fighting fiercely. Jang Hyun punches Sean in the face. And vice versa, Sean also punches Jang Hyun in the face. Seeing that, the manager yells, Hey, kid, don't bleed, guards, call the guards quickly, don't hurt his face. At this time, the guards have caught and restrained Sean's two hands. They drag him outside, he struggles, Wait, why are you catching me? I was also hit. While the manager is comforting Jang Hyun, Oh, look at Jang Hyun's face, are you okay? Jang Hyun replies gently, It's a little itchy here. Outside, Sean is still making a fuss, Hey, aren't you coming out here? Sean looks at the guard's hand that is holding his shoulder tightly. He yells, Hey uncles, let go. The guard replies sternly, Be quiet and go outside, buddy. Then Sean uses his strength to knock the guard to the ground. Under the witness of the people around, he yells, I said let go. It seems that we should prioritize educating you on etiquette. The guards behind are full of killing intent, play with us for a bit. The elevator moves to floor B4. The group of guards release him, pushing him forward, go. Sean thinks with cold eyes, as expected, the rumors are true. The other side of the entertainment company SGT, on the surface it is a company that produces top idols. In reality, they often use violence to carry out illegal contracts. There are rumors that this is the company of the top gangsters in Seoul. Sean looks in the hallway. There are all men with tattoos and fierce faces. One guy there sees him and says, What's up with this kid? Is he a trainee causing trouble again? The guard replies, This time he's not even a trainee. I thought he came for an interview, but it seems he has no talent, so he probably needs some education. Sean next to him says with contempt, Woe, there are so many people hiding here. Really? Then he pulls out a knife and slashes the hand of the guard next to him. The guard yells in pain, Ouch. Sean continues to stab the other guys. His eyes are sharp, his momentum kicks the remaining guys. His hand is holding a knife, stabbing them, making them painful. Sean looks at them coldly and asks, Your boss bought a good child, right? The answer is easy. The tall guys with weapons look at him warily. He continues, If you've bought weapons, you have to use them as weapons, right? So there must be a good child here. Sean spins the knife in his hand, saying with a detached face, That's my conclusion. One fierce guy with a weapon attacks him. Sean points the small knife at him. He rushes over, but Sean quickly dodges to one side and stabs him horizontally in the stomach. Sean growls, This is the position to pass the artery, press hard. Don't underestimate it. The stabbed guy angrily orders the people behind, Catch that kid quickly. Sean looks at them with dangerous eyes. A crowd of violent people behind rush at him, and Sean is not afraid, holding the knife and advancing. Over there. At this time, Pilgyu sees that and squeezes the beer can in his hand. On this side, Sean is still violently eliminating each one. He looks at the guys defeated at his feet, saying contemptuously, You idiots, is that all you've got? Suddenly a shadow rushes towards him, as fast as a wind. It's Pilgyu. He rushes over and swings his fist, surprising him. He punches Sean hard, but he manages to dodge, causing that fist to hit the door. Seeing that strength, Sean is shocked. A different person, huh? That's quite a bit of strength. This time it's probably the right person. Pilgyu looks at him, his eyes sharp. What are you? Are you a good child? Hearing that, Sean says vaguely, It seems like it's the right person. Then he takes the picture out and looks at that child, Morgan. Sean squints, incredulous. What? Are you kidding me? It seems to have changed a little too much. He quickly puts the picture away and says, Anyway, it doesn't matter, I'm here because of you, Morgan. Pilgyu replies, Why are you looking for me? Sean says seriously, Cooperate with me, Morgan, otherwise you and your family will be in danger. Hearing that, Pilgyu mocks him, Really? Are you trying to threaten me? Bold, huh? Sean impatiently yells, This is not a threat. The underlings behind see that and speak up, Brother Pilgyu, beat that bastard up, kill him, brother. Pilgyu glares dangerously and says to them, Be quiet. He rushes up angrily, wanting to hit Sean, now on Morgan. Sean says, You didn't even listen to me once? Then I don't need to be polite anymore. Saying that, Sean swings his fist and punches Pilgyu straight in the stomach. He punches and says, So be it. Pilgyu coughs up blood and wonders in disbelief, how strong is this kid, exactly? Not stopping, Sean yells, not over yet. Then he puts all his strength, and hits Pilgyu hard in the stomach. Launching a lightning-fast attack, a force like a brown bear, he launches a fatal blow at Pilgyu. He launches a power strike mace, causing him to cough up blood and be in extreme pain. Sean rubs his hand and says decisively, "So it would have been good if you had listened to me, Morgan." His face is serious, his eyes cold. Pilgyu. At this time, someone arrives. It was the voice that called Pilgyu. Sean is surprised. A girl's voice? She rushes in and uses her skills to attack Sean. Sean falls unexpectedly. Isn't this a mace? How does she know this technique? He looks at her in shock and asks, "Who are you?" Remembering the picture on the wall. Wait a minute, isn't she the idol Moa? She looks at him uncomfortably and says, "Moa what?" "I'm the one you're looking for. I'm the good child Morgan." Jang Hyun is picked by the shooting location, so he immediately pulls him in to put on makeup. "Excuse me, what is everyone doing? Is it also an audition?" The section chief replies, "That's right. Anyway, since we're going to do it, let's check the camera once." Jang Hyun says excitedly, "If I do this, will I pass?" The section chief takes out the contract. "Of course, passing is very important. If you feel uneasy, let's sign the contract first, how about it?" Jang Hyun stares at the phone and says coldly, "No need." Could it be that you have joined another company before?" Jang Hyun continues, "I want to meet the director here." The staff reminds Jang Hyun, "Sit still, kid." Jang Hyun shows the picture in his phone to the two staff. "It's a handsome child like this, named Morgan. Do you know him?" The staff takes Jang Hyun's phone. "Let me see. It seems like he resembles someone." "Section chief, do you know this person?" The section chief runs over to take a look. "Who?" "Let me see, isn't this exactly? It's Moa when she was young." "Where did you get this picture?" Jang Hyun says secret, "But who is Moa?" The section chief points to the picture of a beautiful girl posted on the wall. "You don't know Moa? Look over there. She is the representative star of our company, Moa." Jang Hyun is stunned. So the child in this picture. What boy? Moa is a girl. And she has been unusual since she was young. Jang Hyun then asks, "Unusual how?" "Well, it's not good to say it out loud for the image of an idol. She's a girl but quite grumpy and rude. I'm the good child Morgan." "Uncle Pilgyu, are you okay?" Morgan sees that Uncle Pilgyu is seriously injured. She rushes up angrily. Punches Sean straight into the wall. "You bastard." She runs over and punches his face and yells, "Uncle, Park Pilgyu, wake up." Park Pilgyu says weakly in pain, "Moa? Really, I thought Park Pilgyu was dead. How could he faint before a child's punch?" Sean struggles to get up. A girl's punch is no joke. But compared to the woman I know, it's far worse. Morgan frowns and rolls up her sleeves. "You blondie, what are you saying?" Park Pilgyu stops her. "Moa, I think that child resembles you." Morgan replies, "I roughly guessed it too, since he was looking for Morgan. But why did he mistake you for me? Does my appearance look strange these days?" Park Pilgyu continues, "More importantly, change the way you talk. You're an idol, Morgan. So you want to cause trouble with me. You're in for it, blondie." Sean dodges Morgan's punch and makes a comment, "Fast. The movement is also good. Each version has its own strengths. This girl was created to fight, huh? I'm a little disappointed." Then Sean slaps Morgan. Morgan goes crazy. "Damn it, what is this kid? I hit too lightly, huh? Good endurance." Park Pilgyu rushes out to stop Sean. "You brat, I won't let you touch her." Sean holds Park Pilgyu tightly. And Park Pilgyu tries to use his strength to push Sean away. Park Pilgyu glances at Morgan and yells, "Morgan, remember this well, blondie. I will protect my uncles." Morgan kicks Sean straight in the head. The strong kick sends Sean flying quite far. Guards. Sean's memories rush back. Sean remembers the story of the past, his relatives being beaten very badly. He tries to struggle and argue with Morgan. With skills like that, that remark was no different than a child's whine. Morgan was about to punch Sean again out of anger, but she missed, and Sean took the opportunity to turn around. He grabbed Park Pilgyu's hair. He slapped Park Pilgyu. Then, Sean landed a spectacular punch on Park Pilgyu, causing blood to gush from Park Pilgyu's face. Seeing her uncle like that, Morgan calmed down. "Security!" Sean yanked Park Pilgyu's hair back and raised his fist. Morgan grabbed Sean's leg. She knelt down, crying and begging Sean to stop. We were wrong. I'll do anything you ask, so please don't hurt them, please. Please, you need Morgan, right? Leave them alone. Sean looked at everyone. What is this? Are you kidding me? Are you saying I'm the bad guy? Damn it. That evening, Shim was on his way to the company, listening to a demo. Okay. This song has a diverse harmony, it's perfect for our MOA. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he immediately answered it. Team Leader Kim, I'm driving. Before he could finish, Team Leader Kim interrupted. Director, where are you? I'm almost there, why are you bothering me? Team Leader Kim stammered. No, the big tree is gone. He said he was coming to see the director, and then he disappeared. The director didn't understand what Team Leader Kim was saying, so he asked again, Team Leader Kim. What are you saying? Speak slowly. The big tree or whatever, I'll tell you when I get there. Suddenly, Splendy blocked the car. He had a gun ready in his hand, and pointed it forward. Behind Splendy was Sparky, holding a firecracker. He startled, swerved the steering wheel, and cursed at Splendy. You crazy bastard, what are you doing? Splendy fired a shot at his tire. Next, Sparky threw the firecracker at his car. The firecracker rolled under the car. The car exploded, spewing fire. Sparky excitedly watched the car explode, while Splendy worriedly reminded Sparky, get over here a bit. Seeing the car overturned, Splendy praised Sparky. Good job, Sparky, leave the rest to me. He approached the car. He leaned his face close to the car window. Hey, you're the CEO of SGT, Shim. He lay in the car in pain, gasping, help me. Splendy broke the car window and dragged him out. He pointed the gun straight at his head. I'm only asking once, listen carefully. Where is Morgan? Morgan, how do you know that name? Before he could finish speaking, Splendy kicked him. Answer my question. He painfully crawled, begging for help. Is anyone there? Please help me. Still no answer. After all this time, Splendy became enraged. How annoying. Guess I'll blow off a leg first. He raised the gun, ready to pull the trigger. Then Jang Hyun appeared, kicking the gun into the air. Hearing the sound of boom, boom, Sparky happily laughed. Splendy stared at Jang Hyun with killing intent. You're that traitor, the name is. And he shouted Jang Hyun's name. SGT Entertainment, an entertainment company that has trained many top idols, is an object of envy for everyone. A company that provides people as a source of light for someone. But darkness always exists under the brightest place. A female fan accidentally swung and hit a security guard. Although she apologized, his attitude was incredibly intimidating. In the crowd, the security guard shouted, Can't you stand still? Keep going back and forth. Therefore, people often call SGT Entertainment a mafia company at the top of the area. Cut to a scene where a man with a scary face questioned, This is our SGT Entertainment company. Who are you to dare to touch it? The girl next to him immediately interrupted, Oh my God, you're so proud, aren't you? I told you to manage them properly. Ganging up on a kid and still talking so much? Take this off. Become an idol with your kid later. It turned out his name was Moa. The female idol kept muttering about his attitude. Can't you speak nicely? I'm an idol. Nearby, Shurian still didn't make any special moves. The female idol saw him sitting in a corner, as if someone had made him do it. So she opened her mouth to ask Shurian, So, how are we supposed to cooperate? He stammered, Well, there's a bastard named Nal who's targeting our good kids. And you're also a target. He's planning to recover and lure us to his side. The female idol immediately flew into a rage. Recover? Ridiculous. As if everyone will say yes, I understand. Shurian immediately raised his voice. If you don't listen, you'll die. You, and the people around you will die. The female idol and Moa froze for a few seconds. But then she strongly showed her fighting spirit. Don't be ridiculous. How dare he target us? I'll protect you and my family at all costs. Bring that guy out here. I'll tear him to pieces. At this attitude, Shurian sighed. He asked the female idol, Do you want to face Nal yourself? You can't even defeat this group, Shurian said. Being looked down upon by him, the female idol quickly retorted, That, we're not prepared today. Shurian ignored what she just said and directly said, You hold too many things in your hands. What protecting family? Don't talk like a child. With that clenched fist, you can't even hold a weapon, or even use a fist properly. On the other hand, Shim Gyote, CEO of SGT Entertainment. He felt a sense of impending death in his heart. he accidentally met his savior, Jang Hyun. In the accident, Gyute tried to crawl out of the fire, then shouted towards Jang Hyun, "The name of that student is Jang Hyun, right?" "Yes, my name is Jang Hyun, do you know me too? You're the representative director of SGT, aren't you? I came to pick you up because I have something to meet you about." Gyute revealed surprise mixed with admiration. "You want to meet me? Do you want to sign a contract with our company?" At this time, the perpetrator of the accident rushed towards Jang Hyun with divine speed. "No, I also have something to meet that guy about." He swung a knife at Jang Hyun. Unfortunately, he dodged it. Jang Hyun made an agreement, saying that whoever wins will take the person away. But Splendy raised the gun towards him. "So confident, huh?" Then forcefully pulled the trigger, causing another loud noise to appear on the scene. Jang Hyun fell down, blood began to seep from the wound on his back. Splendy was about to leave because he thought Jang Hyun was no longer breathing, but unexpectedly in the next second he jumped up, his sharp eyes staring at him. "Of course, I'm Jang Hyun." He hit Splendy hard on the back of the neck. His eyes widened. "Really?" At this time, Jang Hyun felt the momentum gradually rising. He continued to attack Splendy, but he was caught by him. Then he was slammed down, leading to loss of balance. As a result, Jang Hyun was locked down to the ground, and the gun was pressed against his face. Splendy looked at Jang Hyun with unwavering killing intent. He couldn't just sit and wait for death, deliberately turning to an angle, then skillfully creating a hook kick straight into Splendy's face before the bullet left the barrel. Some of the mask was removed, he shouted in pain. At the same time, Jang Hyun had kept a safe distance, immediately teasing, "How is it, Jang Hyun knows how to do things like this too." Just when it seemed like everything was over, unexpectedly a sharp knife appeared next to him. By the time Jang Hyun realized it, it had left a scar on his cheek. The owner of that hidden weapon came from a little girl. "Splendy, are you okay?" Jung Hyun smirked. "Kids are playing with knives and fireworks again? There's no way you're a kid." Finishing his words, he flew to the girl like a rocket. Sparky's eyes were tearing up. At the same time, a scary voice echoed from behind Jung Hyun, "Don't touch Sparky, you brat." When Jung Hyun turned to the direction of the voice, he saw nothing but some clothes falling on the ground. The wig and the outer coat that Splendy left behind. Absolutely from behind, a familiar voice rang out again, "Over here." Jung Hyun became alert. He was about to launch a counterattack but was completely blocked. Too bad. "I also don't want to have to fight with children to this extent." While speaking, Splendy squeezed Jung Hyun's hand tightly. Jung Hyun kicked him, causing him to step back a few steps. He paid special attention to the wound that Splendy had just caused. "What's this wound? Just grabbing?" After a few seconds of thinking, Jung Hyun finally had his own plan. Splendy still maintained a hostile attitude looking at him. Next, the battle was resumed when Jung Hyun rushed over. He praised him for having better movement than before, unaware that Jung Hyun had approached from when. He slashed at his arm, injuring him. Then held on to his shoulder tightly, borrowing momentum to knee Splendy straight in the head. However, everything was still not optimistic. On the contrary, Splendy became more aggressive, moreover, very flexible. So, he had retaliatory actions. Very quickly both hands and feet of Jung Hyun were grabbed by Splendy. "I'll break your hands and feet on this side, okay?" The squeezing force on the arm made Jung Hyun uncomfortable. He had to use some strength from the remaining leg to push the body away. "Don't struggle anymore, kid. Because it's time for the good kids to go to sleep." Splendy began to show strange expressions. He tilted his head back scarily. Then shouted, "But no matter how you look, you don't look like a good kid. If you're not a good kid, then what if you're a bad kid?" From behind, Yuri appeared with a baseball bat. Without saying much, directly impacted Splendy. After finishing, he conveniently clicked his tongue. What a hit. The head of the baseball bat was deformed due to Splendy. He questioned, "Who are you?" After dodging, Yuri chuckled. It even dented the bat made of special alloy. At Sparky's place, she had created 2 large fireworks. Then threw them at Yuri. "Get away from Splendy quickly." The firework quickly approached Yuri. While he wasn't paying attention, it exploded and created a devastating explosion. The little girl screamed and ran to Splendy but was scolded by him. "Stay there, Sparky. It's not over yet." True to Splendy's words, a solid shield appeared. A welcome this big is a bit too much. Going to pick up runaways and encountering trouble like this. The big guy turned to Jung Hyun and said, "Kid, I'll deal with you later when we get home." Splendy realized that the guy belonged to Barefoot, making him very surprised. You even know our team? Well, if you've touched other people's children, then you must have prepared yourself, right? Finishing his words, the shield was opened, revealing the heavy weapons that he had carefully prepared inside. Cut to a scene where Morgan was with Sir Ian and was being lectured by him. Sir Ian's voice resounded, "What protecting family? Don't talk like a child. Holding so many important things in your hands, you can't even hold a weapon or a fist firmly." Morgan gritted her teeth, expressing anger. She shouted at Sir Ian, "You bastard!" At this time, the staff outside the door rushed straight into the room. He shouted loudly, "Something big happened, Director." All attention was focused on this person, and Morgan also stopped her reckless actions. On the other hand, because Dmitri had appeared with his supermassive weapon container, Yuri almost fainted in shock. "Dmitri, that's right, it's the weapon that Igor used before." Dmitri casually lifted the solid thing up. "This thing is also called Bear Hunter." Sparky stammered, What is that?" blocking all of Sparky's fireworks. According to Splendy, it was reinforced with a heavy armor plate. Therefore, he changed his attack direction, only seeing Splendy's hand deformed. He rushed forward like a storm and aimed at the shield. The ultimate goal was to remove all the armor plates, so he frantically clawed. Unfortunately, just as he made a move, Dmitri reminded, "Don't, it's very expensive." The gun barrel was placed next to him. A loud explosion rang out. Splendy was able to bend his body to dodge the fatal shot. Dmitri had no intention of letting him go. The gun barrel quickly changed direction and aimed at Splendy again. The hunt officially began. He kept dodging the bullets. Even the claw marks imprinted on the shield made Dmitri a little unhappy. This crazy guy, removing it with his bare hands? Out of options, he could only tell Yuri to support from behind. More than anything, he had to protect Younghyun, who was barely breathing nearby. Yuri immediately understood, quickly running to Younghyun without paying attention to Sparky. The little girl had already prepared a huge firework. "This guy, where do you want to go?" "What is this, just a kid?" Yuri cautiously drew his sword from behind. The explosion from the firework resounded throughout the battlefield. This made Splendy extremely proud. "Sparky's fireworks are not ordinary. Die in the fire, you brat." From within the sea of fire, Yuri successfully escaped. He replied, "Even so, fire is still better than water." "Really? Why don't you try stepping into it?" The butcher used speed and approached Yuri. Before he was torn apart by Splendy, Dmitri managed to block with the shield. Seeing Splendy blown into the wall, Sparky panicked. At the same time, Yuri had brought Younghyun back, but the kid was still energetic, so he told Yuri to release him to continue fighting. As a result, he didn't pay attention to the positioning shells from Sparky. Dmitri was once again submerged by the rain of bombs. The little girl screamed, "Don't bully Splendy, you evil people." From within the smoke, the familiar gun barrel appeared and aimed at Sparky. 2 consecutive shots left the barrel, directly destroying the grenade launchers in the little girl's hand. "Can you be good, kid?" Dmitri sighed. "Playing with kids these days makes me sentimental." At this time, Splendy had left his position. In an instant, he approached Dmitri and knocked the gun out of his hand. "Don't you know moderation, barefoot? We used to." While speaking, Dmitri drew the axe from the weapon container, then forcefully chopped towards Splendy. He easily grabbed the axe, accidentally falling into the trap that Dmitri had set. He wanted to use this as an excuse to extend the distance from the butcher. Next, Dmitri returned with the shield, and told Yuri to quickly get out. Tremendous power was transferred to the shield. Dmitri punched Splendy, causing him to fly dozens of meters away. Yuri was trying to stop Younghyun, and also asked Dmitri about his condition. In response, Dmitri said that he had to finish hunting before leaving. Splendy slowly got up. Sparky immediately ran over. "Splendy, are you okay?" "It's okay, stay away from here." "Barefoot, I heard Bare Knuckle Igor is dead. Who are you?" Dmitri Medvedev." He confidently answered. "Medvedev, are you related to Bare Knuckle?" Splendy had the opportunity to approach. He punched the shield violently. "Damn it, this guy and that guy all ignored my brother." Below, Dmitri released 2 stun bombs. The next second, Splendy's vision was obscured by the 2 bombs. On his side, Dmitri rushed in with his weapon. Unfortunately, Splendy read it. He created a spin kick and kicked away the weapon in Dmitri's hand. Dmitri remained calm, quickly taking out another gun. Then fired continuously at Splendy. "Is that human movement?" Before he could attack, Splendy circled around and grabbed his left ankle. Don't you have anything else? Splendy squeezed hard. Just as Dimitri was about to finish him off with a single shot, Splendy made a sudden change, using his unparalleled speed to scratch Dimitri, drawing blood. Both quickly closed the distance. Dimitri, taking advantage of his carelessness, punched him in the body with the axe. However, Splendy used only one hand to deform the axe head. Not enough, he said. Is that so? But I think it's enough. Dimitri still had another weapon and was pouring it down on his opponent. This time Splendy retreated. Unexpectedly, he was cornered into a trap that had existed for some time. His leg was injured by him. At this time, Splendy realized that the stun bomb was used to set a trap. It seemed that everything was too late. The trap was connected to the stake by a thick chain. Dimitri also fixed it deep into the ground to limit Splendy's movement as much as possible. After completing, Dimitri leisurely said, "Got you, you bastard. If you don't want to lose your leg, stand still. Let's finish this now, shall we?" Suddenly, Nal's voice came from behind. "I didn't expect you to push Splendy to this point. You're better than I thought, barefoot." Dimitri was momentarily shocked when he managed to react and turn around. His weapon had been broken by Nal. "Nice to meet you, Dmitry Medvedev. And goodbye." Nal gave a cold smile. He disappeared from the spot. By the time he appeared, Dmitri was completely defeated. He bitterly looked at Nal's back. "So you're Nal. You're tougher than I thought." I swung the sword with the intention to kill. A terrifying scream rang out. "Nal!" From far away, Shurian rushed over. He kicked hard towards Nal. "Yes, that's right." Nal unconsciously laughed madly. "That's when you show up, Sean." Shurian looked at Nal with bullet-like eyes. The kick from him was blocked by Nal. "What happened?" "That's a good expression." Nal observed the situation and realized something. That Shurian really wanted to fight a life-or-death battle, and also brought something that surprised him. Behind Nal, Dmitri was panting, his body covered with wounds. Shurian remained in good form, skillfully using his weapon. Nal also wanted to fight seriously. He turned around and held the sword. "If that's the case, then I have to play to the standard." The sword was quickly unsheathed. Nal rushed in with a divine slash. Shurian dodged it, making him even more excited. "At this level, you're better than I thought." Shurian broke through to the back, then accelerated overwhelmingly in front, punching Nal hard. Nal noticed that his speed was getting faster and faster. According to the current situation, Shurian was like a whirlwind spinning around Nal. Splendy nearby also noticed the situation. "It's completely different from before. It's not possible to improve like that in a short time. What made that kid become like that?" Nal replied, "That's right, it has to be at this level, legendary, right?" The next second, Shurian disappeared from the battle and suddenly appeared from above. "It's over." The wire from his weapon was neatly wrapped around Nal. He seemed to have realized it. Unfortunately, Shurian used force, making the wire tighter. Sparky saw Nal in danger and cried. Thinking that Shurian had won, Nal suddenly gave a savage smile. "You're really cruel. Why are you so agitated, Sean? Because of Eden?" Saying that, the wire fell one by one. Hit in the heart, Shurian became out of control, shouting his name. "Don't keep calling my name." Nal passed through his body and left a series of terrifying slashes. "What do you want to say to me?" He repeated what Shurian had said before. "Why did you do that to Eden?" "Is that the right question?" Shurian's eyes became desperate. At the same time, a car parked neatly in the lobby. From inside the car, Moa rushed out to Gyute. "Brother!" Gyute struggled to speak. "Take care of that big guy over there, and the big tree." "The big tree?" "That's right, that kid suddenly appeared and saved me. Can't let it be like that. Must nurture him, our future." Moa shouted in her brother's ear. "What the hell are you talking about, the big tree, and the future?" They didn't know that Nal had approached. He began to hiss. "Representative of SGT, Shim Gyute, you're the one who bought Morgan, right? Could it be?" Nal's eyes searched around. Finally, he took out the photo and compared it with Pilgia. "Is that guy Morgan?" Shurian intended to take this opportunity to finish it, but Splendy noticed him. He rushed over like the Grim Reaper, causing Shurian to freeze for a few seconds. Before he died from distraction, Dmitri with that giant shield Kip rescued. Dmitri used all his strength to stop Splendy, while urging Shurian to leave quickly. Following his words, Shurian immediately sped off, but the obstacle was still there. Sparky was the next obstacle. She threw the fireworks straight at him. Don't bully Nal. Shurian once again fell into danger, when the firework was about to explode right next to him. What had to happen, happened. The light from the fireworks appeared. Unexpectedly, Sparky lost her direction because of this light, was very scared and kept calling Nal's name. Shurian ignored the danger and rushed straight over. When he was about to approach, Gyute stopped him. He wanted Shurian to save him first. Shurian took a few seconds to think, then asked Gyute, "Where's Nal?" I don't know. They took Pilgyu away." Cut to a scene at SGT Company. A shrill scream appeared. The female idol vented her anger on Shurian. "That's why I told you to let me go with you." "You're joking. What's the difference if you go?" "What do you mean no difference? At least the one they caught is me, not Uncle Pilgyu. He's the one who should be standing here." The female idol gradually lost control. Shurian replied, "But I came here to stop that. A gangster was caught but everything was ended, isn't that good? You can still say that, you kid." The female idol rushed at Shurian and grabbed him. At this time, another person appeared next to her. This person called the female idol and told her to shut up quickly. Yuri shouted, "Can't you see there's a patient here? Who do you think we're suffering for?" "I'm okay, Yuri. This kind of injury will heal with a little rest, more importantly." Sean's words were not wrong. You're their target. Ending like this is very lucky. The female idol was still angry, retorting in a low voice, "What the hell are you to talk nonsense there?" Dimitri turned to speak to Shurian, "But Sean, you were wrong this time. That gangster is family to her, can't say nice things, this guy. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Shurian was completely silent, his eyes averted as if he didn't want to answer. At this time, Gyute spoke fearfully, I also understand the situation somewhat. "So, our Pilgyu, what will happen to Pilgyu?" Shurian replied, "Nal mistook him for Morgan so he took him away, but revealing his identity is only a matter of time. They'll target us again." Yuri continued, "Hey, it's not like we came back empty-handed. What about using this?" While speaking, he rubbed something next to him. "I mean, the hostage." It turned out that Sparky had been captured by Yuri. The female idol immediately reacted, "Damn, what's that kid? When was she here?" "She's been here for a long time." She immediately removed the tape, urging, "Release the kid, what are you doing?" Yuri immediately stopped her actions because Sparky was too noisy. As soon as the tape was removed, Yuri was ready to receive Sparky's scream. But instead of screaming, she shed tears. Then she bowed her head and cried even louder. The female idol felt sympathy, gently comforting, "Kid, are you okay? It hurts a lot, right?" The little girl replied, "What to do, Splendy is very injured." Splendy was injured because of Sparky. What to do? If that's the case, then Nal won't come to pick Sparky up anymore. Now Sparky is no longer Nal's family. In a dark factory, Splendy pointed the gun at Nal. He questioned, "Why did you abandon Sparky?" "Don't misunderstand, Splendy. And to be clear, that's your business, Splendy. You're the one who's closer, you're the one who abandoned her." Splendy became angry. "I only listen to you when Sparky is here, forgot, white hair?" Nal still replied calmly, "Don't say that, Splendy, it's too scary. Isn't it? With those legs, it's probably worth a try." Splendy lifted the mask on his head. "Is that so?" That scary face appeared again. But Nal brushed it off. "I'm just kidding, Splendy, you're really scary. If it's Sparky, then you don't need to worry too much, we'll go find her right away." Nal continued, "First, let's deal with the fake Morgan first, shall we?" The target shifted to Pilgyu. The cold steel blade was close to him. "Fake, I'm Morgan, the good kid of Dead Mansion." Before he could finish speaking, Pilgyu received a slash from Nal. "Stop. Don't deliberately tease me, you trash. Do you know why I let you live? Planning to use me as a hostage to control Morgan and that kid, right?" Pilgyu flew into a rage. At this time, Nal became confused about the exchange of hostages. He said, "I didn't think like that. I'm just curious, if you claim to be Morgan and sacrifice yourself, how will Morgan react when you fall in front of me?" His eerie face was revealed, along with the sword across his shoulder. Cut to a scene at a gloomy, dark church. Inside the dark space with a little light, laughter rang out. Hoo, it's really. The old man looked triumphantly at Pilgyu tied up opposite him, sarcastically, "Too bad. It's rare to have a guest, but have to treat them like this. If it takes too long, it's impolite." Saying that, he put on gloves. picked up the pliers and continued, let's finish quickly, shall we? The old man indifferently held the pliers and approached Pilgyu, threatening, spit out everything you know about Morgan. Pilgyu, hearing that, was not afraid. His eyes and face, although painful, were still firm. I said I'm Morgan. Hearing that, he immediately and rudely opened Pilgyu's mouth and said, honestly, this lie has no effect. Because I can't see that energy of Morgan from you at all. His eyes coldly and excitedly brought the pliers slowly into Pilgyu's tooth. Pilgyu's face showed a bit of fear and anxiety. He thought, these bastards know about Moa's ability? At this time, Splendy outside walked in and said, how can you pry open his mouth with that method? He slowly walked over and said to the old man, people like this are usually like that. Splendy went to Pilgyu in front of him being tied up. He said, torture or bribery are useless. Because he didn't participate himself, so cutting off a piece of meat from the ear, cutting off a few fingers or toes won't do anything. Pilgyu looked at him with hatred. The old man, hearing that, replied, this is difficult, what should we do now? Splendy, hearing him ask that, slowly replied, let me, I know how to deal with this guy. He put his face close dangerously and said, the important thing is not to find where, but to find who. Cut to a scene at SGT Entertainment Company. In the room at this time, 3 people were anxious and worried. Then Sim Gyute asked, how's the kid? Morgan, hearing that, gently replied to him, cried for a while and now she's quiet, just Splendy this, Splendy that. Sean, hearing that, frowned uncomfortably and said, are you kidding me? Sean said to Morgan with a harsh tone, except for that, you have to ask where Nal is. Why would I want you to listen to that kid's whining? He angrily said loudly, get out of the way, I'll find out directly. Sean was about to step forward, then Morgan blocked his way with her leg. She crossed her arms and leaned against the door, looking at Sean with cold eyes. Sean, seeing that, asked irritably, what are you doing? Morgan spoke, anyway, the kid can't run away, let her rest for a bit, then comfort her and ask. Sean lost his temper, slapped the door, and angrily said, are you kidding me? Get out of the way. Morgan also nervously retorted, I also want to find Pilgyu at all costs. No, I'll find him, but not by harming a child like that. She continued, also, if you know where Nal is, what will you do? Sean, hearing that, asked back, what? Morgan retorted, I heard you lost again this time, what's the difference from arguing here? Look closely at your current situation and the teammates lying down. This is not a problem that can be solved by fighting. Sean immediately growled angrily, therefore, I will do anything. He shouted with hateful eyes. Morgan angrily used her forehead to hit Sean's head. She looked at Sean and questioned, at least make a battle plan, you damn brat, why do you always act like a rebellious second grader? Seeing the tense situation, Shim Gyute immediately intervened. He hugged Morgan and advised, Moa, be careful with your words, don't use such words. But Morgan was still angry and scolded. Are you the only one annoyed? Are you the only one angry? She shouted, her eyes a little sad, the one who is being kidnapped is my family. Sean, hearing that, suddenly fell silent, his eyes aching as if he remembered something. He remembered Eden before when the two of them worked together. Sean turned around and left in frustration, and spoke, damn it, monitor that kid closely, no matter what, you have to find out quickly. Then Sean suddenly asked Gyute, are there any empty training rooms here? Gyute, hearing that, was surprised, huh? The room Moa used to use on basement floor 5. Sean still walked away indifferently and he said, I'll warm up my body a bit, if you know anything, let me know. Looking at his dazed, helpless appearance, Morgan looked thoughtful. Sean went into the elevator and slowly inserted the SIM card into his phone. He stood pensively leaning against the wall with an unpredictable expression. He uncomfortably remembered the words from before, I heard you lost again this time, what's the difference from arguing here? He angrily cursed, damn it. Sean remembered the battle, Dimitri's fighting weapon, the camera was attached to Dimitri's weapon. There was a small camera attached to it. He looked at the phone that recorded Nal's battle, which still had the battle with Nal. Sean watched the phone and went into the room, turned on the lights. He thought, I'm clearly stronger now, but there's still a gap in ability. He looked at the scene in front of him, and was stunned. Looking at the room full of weapons, he couldn't help but be surprised. Is this really a training room? Sean looked at the things in the room and wondered, it's a real sword, what training is there with this? At this time, someone spoke from behind, it just looks like that, I'm an actor. It was Morgan. She stood leaning against the door and continued, if you get used to those things, it will be useful in the future. Sean was holding the phone in his hand. Seeing her, he was surprised. He asked, "What is this, following me for? Weren't you supposed to be watching that kid?" Morgan saw the phone screen and immediately came to see. She was surprised when she saw Null. "Is that Null? The body proportions are quite balanced." This made Sean frown uncomfortably. Morgan, seeing that, snatched the phone away and left. "Let me see." Sean was startled by her action. "What are you doing? Give it back." Morgan removed the hair tie on her hair and coldly said, "Be quiet." Her expression was serious. "Because from now on, I have to concentrate." Sean looked at her with a confused expression. Gyute held a pack of cigarettes in his hand and sighed. "Oh my God, what's going on? I thought we were done with Dead Mansion." Yuri, sitting next to him, blurted out, "What is it? Where's pink hair?" Gyute, hearing that, was startled and shouted, "Ah! You scared me, what are you doing there?" Yuri indifferently replied, "To be safe, I was told to stand next to you." He continued, "But pink hair also came from Dead Mansion, right?" Gyute replied in frustration, "Oh, that's right, I took her away when she was young." Yuri rested his hand and asked indifferently, "Last time it was the guy who was good at shooting nails, what is pink hair good at?" Gyute, hearing that, raised his voice and said, "Moa, don't you know Idol Moa? She has a good name. What pink hair, what pink hair." He continued, "But listen, I originally planned to make her an actress, so I brought back a child who was excellent in that field." Yuri, hearing that, was confused. He thought to himself, "What is Moa good at?" At this time, Morgan held a wooden sword in her hand, facing Sean, making him surprised. "It's the acting method." Morgan suddenly became a different person, her face triumphantly smiling dangerously. "How is it? Am I similar now, Sean?" Sean, seeing that, was stunned and uncomfortably said, "Are you kidding me? What are you doing now?" Acting method embodied 65%. Morgan used 2 hands to hold the sword handle. Model Null. Morgan prepared her posture, looking at Sean with a dangerous, arrogant expression. Then she swung the sword to attack Sean. He quickly dodged her sword. Sean seemed to have realized something. This is Null's fighting style. Sean smiled provocatively. "Where are you looking, Sean?" Sean carefully held the dagger in his hand. Then he used the dagger to block Morgan's sword blade. Seeing that, she looked at him and smiled with pleasure. "Haha, why are you so agitated, Sean? Is it because of that guy?" Her provocative words made Sean freeze for a moment. He remembered Null's dangerous face and challenging smile. Sean gritted his teeth, his face angry. Morgan still held the sword, swinging it towards him, saying arrogantly, "Yes, that's a good expression." Then she rushed to Sean very quickly. Morgan looked at the sword in her hand, calculating her strategy. Although there was still a lack of information, so it couldn't be effective, but because of direct movement, I gradually felt it. She seriously thought, that guy named Null is indeed a monster. At the same time, Sean rushed close to her, emphasizing, "You're not like him." Those words made Morgan confused. Then he swung his hand and knocked the sword out of her hand. Then Sean used his foot to sweep Morgan's leg, causing her to fall, while he held a screwdriver and pressed it on her. Sean with cold eyes held it and stabbed it straight down on Morgan. But he stopped in time. The two of them silently looked at each other for a long time. At this time, Morgan sat up and pushed Sean away. She blushed and said, "Hey, stop, get out of the way." Sean suddenly became silent. He muttered Eden. He released the screwdriver in his hand and said helplessly, always saying some incomprehensible things, "You're really a strange uncle." "Clearly an uncle," he said sadly. At this time some tears flowed down and stuck to Morgan's shirt. Sean sadly cried, "But he identifies himself as my brother, he told me to call him brother." Morgan, seeing that, reached out and touched the tears on Sean's sad eyes. She comforted, "It's okay. Just cry, why are you pretending to be strong? When you're also just a privileged kid, the privilege of kids is that they will cry when they want." Sean, hearing that, could no longer restrain himself and buried his face in Morgan's shoulder, sobbing. At this time, Rachel was approaching. She was about to open the door and enter, then Dmitri stood in front of the door. "Leave the kids alone." Rachel, hearing that, said uncomfortably, "What are you doing? Get out of the way." But Dmitri firmly said, "No way." He coldly said, "Even if it's you, this time it's not allowed, Rachel. Leave the kids like that for a while. Just a little bit is fine." Inside the room, Sean and Morgan were still leaning on each other and crying. Cut to a scene of a man walking around, The battlefield was full of blood, he said. We're family, Sparky. Sparky innocently asked, family? Nal, hearing that, replied to her, that's right, I came from Dead Mansion. He raised his hand and said, I also received the same education as you. He gently smiled and said to Sparky, we were brainwashed since we were young parents, so you have to use your strength for the family. Sparky, hearing that, asked him innocently, is that so? But you killed Sparky's family. Nal immediately bent down to look at her and said, those who bought us, they're not our family, Sparky. He gently touched her red, smudged face, because family doesn't hurt each other. Simply, they are just buyers, they are the ones who consider us nothing more than objects. Nal slowly pulled out a box of matches from his pocket. He lit a fire and slowly said, so I will become your real family, not someone who commands an object. Nal lit the fire for Sparky's firework and gently said, I will be your real family. He looked at her and smiled, introducing, my name is Nal. Nice to meet you, Sparky. Sparky happily held the firework in her hand, her face happy. At this time, someone was watching them from behind. Nal realized that someone was looking at him, his eyes wary. Splendy quickly rushed over like an arrow to attack Nal. Nal managed to block Splendy's attack with a stick. Splendy angrily said, what the hell is this, you? Nal, seeing that, calmly smiled and said, I deliberately took advantage of the time when you were absent. I didn't expect you to come back sooner than I thought. Maybe your nickname is Slender Man. While the two were arguing, Sparky shouted, Splendy. Nal, hearing her call, was surprised. Splendy? The girl ran to cover Nal, saying, don't bully Nal. Sparky spoke, Nal is now Sparky's family. Splendy, hearing that, asked in confusion, what does that mean? The little girl silently explained, he told me that the fathers are the buyers, they are not family. Sparky firmly said, family doesn't hurt each other. Nal stood listening, looking satisfied, while Splendy was still confused. He confusedly called Sparky. Sparky turned back and said to Nal, Nal, Splendy is also our family, so Nal also can't bully Splendy, right? Nal agreed and gently said, that's right, we are all family. Splendy, seeing that, warned Sparky in fear, Sparky, wake up, he's lying to you. Nal stood next to the girl and said, Splendy, please help me later. He held Sparky's shoulder, looking at Splendy with dangerous eyes. The ground was full of fireworks falling out. The scene switched to the training room. A voice rang out, I thought I was going to die. The two sat resting and talking to each other. Morgan looked at the sword on the ceiling and sighed, it's been a long time since I tried, so now I find it difficult. Sean suddenly spoke, is this ability? He exclaimed, just like that guy Nal, from the way he moves to his personality. Morgan, hearing that, had a pleased face. She smiled confidently and said, it's called the acting method, I can learn from what I see and act exactly like that. Hearing that, Sean urgently asked her, then can you learn from anyone? Morgan, being asked, was stunned and said, well, not really, the implementation rate also depends on the amount of information provided, and the ability to maintain it also differs based on the difficulty. Also, sometimes the body can't handle it when the technique is too difficult. Sean spoke, but you can do it? Morgan looked at him, blushing and smiling. Suddenly Sean leaned closer to her and earnestly said, can you show me one more time? Morgan startled and said, what? You're asking too much. He grabbed her hand and said pleadingly, please, I think I'll feel it if I try 1 or 2 more times. Morgan shyly blushed when she saw Sean holding her hand. At the same time, Gyute opened the door and saw them holding hands. He was immediately angry. What the hell are you doing, you demon? He shouted, why are you so close? What are you feeling? Morgan, being misunderstood, was embarrassed and uncomfortable, shouting, uncle, what are you misunderstanding? While Sean happily praised, uncle, Morgan is the best. I'm telling you the truth. Gyute angrily rolled up his sleeves, gritting his teeth and saying, this bastard, really? Morgan came to stop Gyute. Oh my god, please stop. Then someone outside called, director. Gyute was still annoyed and said to the other person, you came at the right time. Do you have a knife? Give it to me, it's been a long time since I felt itchy. The manager held a gift box in his hand and said, there's an item that was just sent to you. Gyute was still annoyed, glaring at Sean and grinding his teeth, saying, sent to me? The manager took out the box and reported, it's written here that it's sent to Morgan. Morgan? Not Moa? Sean, hearing that, was worried. He spoke, stopping, wait, if you open it carelessly like that. But before he could speak, Gyute had opened it. Looking at the thing in the box, Gyute was horrified, his face pale. Damn it! Inside was someone's severed ear, bleeding. Morgan, seeing that, was immediately shocked. The four sat in the room, everyone was confused and desperate. Rachel spoke, now there's an answer, right? She held the knife in her hand and coldly said, bring Sparky here. Seeing that, Morgan panicked, wait, why did everything turn out like this? In contrast to Rachel's extremely calm attitude, if they want to use hostages, then we should do the same. Why didn't you do anything from the beginning and let her stay there quietly? We should have done something to show them. Morgan, hearing that, reacted even more strongly, then what should we do now? Don't tell me to do it like they do. Rachel calmly replied, of course, that's my specialty. Morgan angrily stomped her foot on the table, glaring at Rachel, saying, you dead mansion people really make me angry. Rachel indifferently replied, aren't you also a product like us, Morgan? Suddenly Gyute stood up and said, Moa, stop, now maybe we have to take action. Morgan didn't believe her ears and asked again, what? Gyute clenched his hand firmly and said, what this person said is not wrong, we shouldn't have left that kid alone from the beginning. Saying that, he turned around and left, looking angry and determined. Morgan, seeing that, panicked and shouted, damn it, what happened to you two? But Gyute still ignored it and walked away, saying, it's written on the card, where is Morgan? The tone showed that they knew Pilgio wasn't Morgan. Morgan ran over, constantly persuading and stopping Gyute. Uncle, we decided not to do bad things, did you forget? Gyute determinedly said, I have to find Pilgio at all costs. About that kid, I'm sorry. He took Morgan's hand off his shoulder, so Moa. This time, let go of my hand. Gyute held Morgan's hand, his face murderous without hesitation. Gyute violently opened the door and stepped into the room, ignoring Morgan chasing after him. Uncle. Gyute, although looking fierce and determined, at this time he couldn't control his tears from falling. That evening, outside, two men stood in the rain, looking at SGT Company. It was Pilgio and Gyute, always side by side, accompanying each other in everything. The current scene, Gyute had entered the place where Sparky was being held, while Morgan was still chasing behind, worriedly calling, Uncle, please. But he indifferently said, sorry, kid, I'm in a hurry now. He walked towards Sparky, who was sitting with her face down, crying. Gyute held a knife in front of the little girl, his eyes cruel, saying, where's that kid named Nal? Will you tell me or not? At this time, Sparky was still crying. She constantly whispered to blame herself. I hurt Splendy, if we hurt each other, we're not family. Gyute was no longer patient, he grabbed the hem of the little girl's sleeve and pulled her up. He threatened Sparky with a knife, shouting angrily, say something. Where's our Pilgio? Huh? Say it. I told you to speak up quickly. But the little girl still didn't answer, crying and saying, Sparky is not family anymore. Gyute, seeing that, lost his temper and shouted fiercely, that's your business, it has nothing to do with me. Morgan ran to intervene, holding Gyute, who was angry, and he released Sparky. The little girl lay on the ground, sadly crying, the tears flowing down. Cut to a scene at the airport. Nal happily said to Damien, okay, Damien, I'll leave the rest here to you. Damien replied, okay, you must recover Morgan. Damien smiled dangerously, looking pleased and said, at this level, you should have received the gift already, if you think it's not enough. Then send a few more. Hearing that, Nal sighed and said, you're really too much, our Sparky is being held by them. If you bully them too much, what am I going to do? Damien, hearing that, happily laughed loudly, haha, you're really. Nal said, still laughing? He teased, anyway, Damien, you really can't be a good kid. Saying that, he boarded the plane with Sika. Damien, hearing that, happily replied, that's the best compliment. The plane slowly took off, while Damien ran away. He was running to the door, then the phone rang. Damien answered the phone. What is it? Dominic, did that guy cause trouble again? On the other end of the line, the old man leaned against the wall tiredly and said, that, Mr. Damien, things went wrong. Splendy took the hostage and disappeared. Cut to a scene at SGT Company. The security guard was surprised to see someone appear. Chief of Security. At this time, Pilgio, being tied up, walked in. Behind him was one person, below were 2 grenades thrown in. Pilgio spoke, get out of the way. 2 grenades were thrown inside, surprising the security guard. Not long after, they quickly exploded and caused a large explosion. The security guard was pushed down and panicked. Seeing that, Pilgyu asked, "Are you okay?" He said to the security guard, "Run away quickly." Splendy behind him, biting the fuse and lighting it, said fiercely, "You dare to take everything from me? Then you must pay a corresponding price." In his hand he held 2 sticks of explosives. Splendy growled, "I will also destroy everything." He bared his teeth, his face scary, holding a few sticks of explosives in his hand, threatening, "If you want to keep a little bit, return Sparky here." Seeing the SGT Entertainment people calling and reporting the situation, Splendy spoke, "If you want to keep a little bit, then bring Sparky here." Saying that, he lit the fuse. Then, he pushed Pilgyu out, threw the firework into the sky. Unexpectedly, a few fireworks were slashed and fell in midair. Splendy stopped, realizing a formidable person was still here. "That's right, there's still you." It was Sean. Sean walked over and asked Pilgyu, "Hey, are you okay?" He replied, I'm okay. What about Moa?" "She's evacuated with the others." Sean continued, "Anyway, the ones they want are the good kids." Splendy suddenly rushed to Sean, with the weapon in his hand. "You're also a good kid, right?" But his attack missed. Sean dodged the dangerous attack. He was even more angry. "At least face dead mansion like Null. Why did you kidnap Sparky?" He continued to rush over, intending to grab Sean, but once again he dodged. Sean countered with a punch. "We're different from them. We are the bad kids." But Splendy still dodged that punch. He mocked, "Too slow, kid." Sean replied, "Is that so?" Then suddenly launched a kick. Because he was careless after dodging the previous attack, this time Splendy took the full kick and was knocked away. Sean smiled proudly. Splendy propped himself up after the kick. He was still cold. "Whether you're a good kid or a bad kid, it's none of my business. Bring Sparky here." Saying that, he took off his mask, revealing the burned face underneath. Cut to a scene 10 years ago, at a mansion of an Italian mafia organization. That organization was raising a dog, not an animal but a man. He only lived for the organization, burying himself in blood and sin, was an absolutely loyal dog. But then one day, the dog decided to leave his master. Because he had found a new master. And also the person he loved more than anyone, he carefully looked at the pendant with the photo of the 2 mothers and children. He unconsciously smiled. The man at this time had a clear identity, was Splendy of 10 years ago. Cut to a scene at another mansion. Splendy walked into the mansion, with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. He felt strange because it was dark inside. At least he should turn on the lights. Before him was a horrifying scene, the 2 mothers and children, his master, covered in blood. A mafia suddenly swung a stick from behind, ambushing him. The bouquet fell down, mixing with blood. Splendy was knocked unconscious. He woke up and realized the smell of gasoline. Before his eyes, the 2 mothers and children were being burned in a sea of fire. He couldn't believe his eyes. No, no. He crawled to the 2 mothers and children, desperate, "Please, please." He hugged the little girl's hand, which was burning black. "No, it can't be like this. The person is not dead yet, right? Still warm." Saying that, he still didn't let go of the little girl's hand. He was also submerged in the flames with them. Cut back to the mansion of the old mafia organization that he used to be a part of. 2 gatekeepers saw a person covered in blood, walking forward with a gun in his hand. It was Splendy. His body burned black, his face burned, holding the gun in his hand, pointing at the gatekeeper mafias. In his hand, he still held the necklace tightly. Inside there was a photo of the 2 mothers and children, but now it had become distorted. Cut back to the place where Sparky was being held. Gyute angrily, "An explosion? What the hell is going on? Could it be that kid named Null came looking?" Hearing the name Null, Sparky stopped crying. A subordinate ran to report to Gyute. "I don't know who that is, but Pilgyu." "Is Null here?" Sparky asked, groping her bun. Morgan surprised. "Huh, what are you saying?" The little girl took out a ball from her bun. Then started to cut it open, her face radiant. "Brother Null has come to pick Sparky up." She threw the ball up high. Cut back to Splendy and Sean's fight. Splendy continued to be hit by Sean. Even though he was handcuffed, Pilgyu still offered Sean, "Let me help you, kid." But he refused. "Step back, don't come here." Pilgyu was surprised, "That child. His level is completely different from when he fought me." Sean smiled triumphantly when he stabbed Splendy's leg. "Got you." Splendy countered with a punch from above, but missed. Sean dodged extremely quickly. Even Splendy had to exclaim, "What a nimble kid." Sean replied, thanks to Dimitri. Is that so? Commendable. Saying that, he prepared to attack again. He swung his hand like lightning, missed the punch, but this time made Sean more alert. Sean made a serious face, preparing to counterattack. But the weapon in his hand fell down. The punch just now was too strong. Sean was panicked by Splendy's quickness. Splendy continuously attacked. Fortunately, he dodged them all. He kept attacking, threatening, let's see how long you can dodge. Finally, an attack hit and grazed his cheek. Sean surprised, what is this? Can you be even faster? Splendy took a long breath, then shouted, come on. Be even more brutal, Sean. Saying that, he rushed to Sean. Sean realized something was wrong. His breath? He kept thinking, and suddenly realized, from when, his hand was right in front of him. Splendy smashed Sean's face into the wall, then pressed his head to the ground. Sean resisted, using his knee to push into his face. Splendy became angrier, threatening Sean, you better give up now. He pressed Sean's head harder. But Sean smiled, no, it's interesting from now on, I found it. Saying that, he twisted his hand confidently saying, your weakness, uncle. Splendy stepped back. He didn't expect Sean to find his weakness. What, you? Sean got up. Splendy noticed Sean, his eyes have changed. Sean seemed interested. Now, where do we start? Splendy became more wary. At this time, Pilgir saw someone coming. Gyute, is that you? Back to Sean and Splendy's fight, he angrily shouted, you damn trash. Gyute, from afar, used Sparky to threaten Splendy. You came to find Sparky, right? What are you going to do now? He growled. Splendy went crazy seeing the knife to Sparky's neck. You dog, take your hand off. Gyute roared, I won't. You think only you are trash? The knife lightly cut Sparky's neck. Gyute held the little girl tightly. Sparky trembled with fear. I'll show you, today, I'll play to the end with you. Splendy really couldn't keep calm. He shouted Sparky's name. Sparky fearfully called his name, crying, Splendy. Gyute continued to threaten Splendy, don't move. If you move a bit. At this time, Splendy knelt down. He begged Pilgir, please, release Sparky. Sean behind didn't believe what he just saw and heard. Splendy helplessly, I'll do what you want, so please, I beg you. Gyute couldn't understand why he cared about Sparky so much. Is this brat so important? You even cut Pilgir's ear. The ear? No, I'll offer this neck to you. Saying that, Splendy clutched his neck until it bled. So, please, I beg you, don't take away my world anymore. Blood from his neck flowed down non-stop. Gyute gritted his teeth, fighting a fierce inner battle. Finally, he relented, releasing Sparky. Suddenly, Gyute asked, do you know why I came to Dead Mansion and took Moa away? He began to talk about his past. I was a thug, ignorant, and didn't have any special talents. All day I only knew how to ransack underground karaoke bars or nightclubs. What can I do? Because that's the world I chose. But then one day, when I looked up, there was another world different from the world I had seen, bright, full of splendor, different from us. At that time, a thought appeared in my head, we also want to live happily in that bright world. We used all the money we had and brought Morgan back, and thought that if this child became famous quickly, we would have a comfortable life. Raising a child is not easy. But it's also a happy thing, right? Saying that, Gyute looked at Pilgir smiling. Gyute looked at Splendy, who was holding Sparky tightly in his arms. This time, thanks to you, I know. We have to entangle with you, and live happily. It seems that's the world I want to live in. Splendy still held Sparky tightly, stepping forward. You are Gyute? Yes. It seemed that everything was settled. Splendy carried Sparky away, leaving a reminder, soon, you will have to clash again. Because Iscariot will not give up the good kids. Sean wondered, who is Iscariot? Splendy continued, but I will promise one thing. Your world, I will also protect it. Cut to a scene at an abandoned, dark place. Someone angrily kicked a wooden barrel. Damn it! That corpse-faced bastard, I didn't like him from the start. He was very angry with Splendy. He turned to another person, saying, change the plan, now we immediately rush into Morgan. Consider this an interview for the rookies. It turned out he was talking to his two new juniors. Cut to a scene, Rachel angrily, glaring, while, without me, you voluntarily returned Sparky. It turned out she was in SGT Entertainment's office. Rachel pointed a gun at Gyute. Gyute admitted his mistake. Sorry, I have no words to defend myself. Behind him, his subordinate shouted, "Brother!" Sean defended Gyurte, "Don't blame them. If these uncles didn't intervene, I might have been taken down. The situation is too tense. You over there also think so, right?" Saying that, Sean looked at Pilgia. He replied, "Ah, yes, very dangerous." Pilgia thought to himself, "Are you on our side, kid?" Sean continued to question Rachel. "But why did you bring that thing?" It turned out that the thing he was talking about was Marie. She replied, "Oh my, what do you mean that thing? I came here based on the spirit of cooperation. You hurt me too much." Sean retorted, "You cooperating? Without you, I can do it myself too. Stay put obediently, got it?" Marie sarcastically, "Doing so well that you lost the hostage?" Eugene appeared from somewhere, stopping, "You two stop. Listen to Marie first." Sean finally kept quiet. Marie said, "Their goal is to lure the good kids. If talking and threatening don't work, they will use force." Sean snapped, "Everyone knows that." Marie ignored him, continuing, "Therefore, Rachel and I decided to find the kids who had contacted Null." Rachel spoke, "That's right. I compared the characteristics that Vincent remembered with the kids I had been watching. Surely Null will crave such kids." Marie continued, "And I have found the current information of those kids. I have recruited a few people already. They will definitely join us." Sean doubted, "What about their abilities? Are they reliable?" To explain a bit, because the abilities of the early good kids will depend on the purpose of the buyer, they are created to specialize in a single ability. But suppose if the purpose of use is only for combat, how strong will they be? An angry man stepped forward, preparing to take something out of his inside pocket. "This is invalid. Where did you bring this from?" He pulled out a gun, shouting, "No, I don't acknowledge it." Blood splattered everywhere. Someone was shot. Cut back to SGT Entertainment's office. Rachel said, "I spent a lot of money and hired them as mercenaries. If you want to catch Null, you have to spend." Marie continued, "But it's still not enough. We need a strategy." Saying that, Marie brought out a roll of paper. A strategy to capture Null and his whole group at once. That roll of paper was the promotional poster for Morgan's upcoming performance. Cut to a scene. Someone was looking at the advertising poster on their phone. "Oh, it's Moa's exclusive performance. The performance date is coming soon. This Moa girl is Morgan, right?" The person speaking was a newly revealed character. His name was Connor, a good kid, early version, specializing in martial arts. "That's right. Look closely at the face and you'll recognize it." Another person replied, "He's Eric, a good kid, early version, specializing in assassination techniques." Connor burst out laughing, "I can't believe it. Morgan is putting on makeup." He laughed like he was about to die. "Hey, what's with that expression of yours?" Connor wondered why Eric wasn't laughing like him, but in fact Eric was holding back his laughter. "Stop it. I also find it very funny, even so." Damien interrupted, "Hey, what are you doing? Not following?" "Sorry, Senior, we're coming right away." Connor said, "We've decided to join this side, but also want to stand on our teammates' side." Eric continued, "We've decided to go with the so-called bad kids. However, while waiting for action, we predicted in advance, because we were curious about who they were." Damien started to go crazy. "I'm speechless. If you do that, you'll be taken down right here. You damn juniors." He glanced with scary eyes. But suddenly from behind, a fist came flying. Connor punched Damien, sending him flying far away. He gloated, "This is the sure win tactic of that player, Senior." Damien had used his hand to block, so he wasn't injured on his face. Suddenly he saw many things like threads surrounding him. It turned out Eric was using assassination techniques to take down Damien. Connor scorned, "Already dead?" Eric said, "Hey, if you say that, then this situation means he's definitely alive." Just as he finished speaking, Damien rushed forward and launched an extremely powerful kick. Eric was kicked away with amazing force. Connor was angry, preparing to launch a kick in response for Eric. He quickly blocked that kick with his super long legs. Connor's leg bled. "What? The leg?" Damien sneered, mocking, "You idiot, I thought you only knew how to swing your arms and punch randomly." On his leg was attached a super hard piece of iron. It was what had injured Connor. From behind Damien, Eric rushed in with a knife in his hand. He slashed, but missed. Damien did a backflip into the air, then kicked Eric hard on the head. Eric spat out blood. Connor continued to rush in and fight him. He thrust his knee into Connor's neck. Connor spat out blood. Damien landed on the ground. Under the sole of his shoe was attached a knife. Foreseeing Damien's attack, Eric warned Connor, shouting. But it was too late. Damien launched a fatal blow. Connor's blood splattered everywhere. Damien continued to kick Connor. Then kicked again. Finally he had to retract the knife in his soul. Connor collapsed face down on the ground, coughing up blood. He had taken the full damage. But Damien still didn't let go. He kicked Connor in the stomach. Teammates? Juniors? What's the point of saying that crap? Eric didn't know what to do. He could only helplessly call his teammate's name to see if he was still alive. Damien seemed to have turned into a monster. He angrily, "Is Dead Mansion a place to raise brats?" Cut to SGT Entertainment Company. Sean sat on a chair, looking hesitant, and said, "In this situation, you still want to organize a concert?" Marie, hearing Sean say that, immediately spoke irritably, "What do you mean organize?" "It's a strategy, Sean." But Sean still didn't believe it, worriedly saying, "Compared to them, we're too obvious." Marie quickly replied to him, "In that case, try to take advantage of that." Sean was confused by her words. Take advantage? While the two were talking, Rachel went outside to answer the phone. Marie, seeing him confused, explained, "That's right, anyway they're going to attack us, at least we're the ones who decide the time and place." She picked up Moa's poster and said, "In short, this concert is a tactical strategy that benefits our side." Marie smiled, her face triumphant, saying, "What's being used as bait is this trap?" At this time, Rachel stood outside, silently answering the phone. The other end of the line spoke. "Hello, Rachel." Rachel asked, "Where are Eric and Connor? Why can't I contact them?" The other end of the line rang out with laughter and a mocking tone. Rachel is really Rachel. Hearing the voice of the person on the other end, Rachel was momentarily surprised. This voice, could it be Damien? Damien held the phone, looking triumphant as he stepped on the head of the person under his feet. Rachel on the other end asked, "Are those two related to Iscariot?" Damien then scornfully replied, "What's the relationship? We don't need these trash." Rachel, hearing him say that, worriedly asked, "What happened to Eric and Connor?" Damien, after hearing that, stepped on the person with one foot and said indifferently, "Who knows?" He looked at the phone, giving a cunning smile. "Guess." Damien sat down, looking at the two people he had defeated, and whispered, thinking about it, "Those bastards, they know Moa is Morgan, right?" He glanced at another direction where someone was coming, wondering, "Why are you still here?" Sika slowly walked closer to Damien from the outside. Eric weakly lay on the ground, painfully muttering, "Connor." Damien, at this time, smiled dangerously, his eyes malicious, saying, "Just right, I have a very interesting idea. Help me, Sika." Sika still kept a cold face, silently listening to him. On the other hand, at the company, Gyute and the staff were cleaning up the battlefield together. Pilgyu picked up a box of things on the table and spoke, "Director, take a look at this. It seems like it's a gift that the fans gathered and sent to Moa. It almost got burned." Gyute quickly replied, "Throw it away." He carefully said, "Things like this are too dangerous in this situation. We don't know what's inside." He fearfully remembered the box that had contained Pilgyu's ear. Therefore, he firmly said, "No need to open it, throw everything away, Moa's safety is the top priority." Morgan came over, hearing him say that, and didn't understand, saying, "What are you saying?" She jumped down from the stairs. Gyute, seeing her, immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" "Go practice." Morgan looked at the box of things in Pilgyu's hand, uncomfortably saying, "That gift box is mine, the fans sent it to me. Why are you throwing it away?" She shouted and snatched the box of things from Pilgyu's hand. Pilgyu was worried. He tried to explain to her, "Moa, our priority is your safety, we don't know what's inside, what the fans send now is not important." But Morgan didn't listen to the explanation, angrily shouting, "Then what's important?" While Gyute stood next to her, his face gradually becoming dark. Morgan angrily and resentfully said, "This is what the fans sent me as a gift, and you told me to throw everything away." At this time, her attitude had truly angered Gyute. He threw the bundle of things down and said, "Enough, Moa," he said in a low voice, "don't you see everyone is giving their all? Why are we doing this, huh?" But Morgan was still angry. She loudly said, "What I mean is that you're going too far." Gyute clenched his fist, walking towards her. He angrily couldn't restrain himself and slapped Morgan in the face. "Too far what?" Gyute angrily shouted, "Our job is to protect you from getting hurt. In this situation, what else do we know how to do? Just do your job, whatever singing and dancing is fine. The box of things at this time lay shattered on the ground. Saying that, he sighed, turning around and walking away. Morgan tremblingly spoke, "Why? I have to stand on stage." She resentfully, with tears in her eyes, said. She cried, her eyes dejected, looking at Gyute's back. Then Morgan turned around and left, leaving Pilgyu and Gyute standing silently there. Seeing that, Pilgyu, who had been silent for a long time, also spoke, "Why do you think one thing and say another, brother?" Gyute, hearing that, was sorrowful, looking dazed, and replied, "Pilgyu, I don't understand myself either. I don't want you guys to get hurt because of Moa, but I also don't want to lose her. What should I do in these situations?" Sean stood upstairs, hearing everything, then pondered. He leaned against the railing, absent-mindedly thinking about something. A week later, the concert began. The staff were preparing for the performance. The performance would begin in 30 minutes. Marie sat inside observing. She happily drank water and said, "Has everyone finished preparing? Everyone, go to your assigned positions." At this time, Eugene was standing guard. The walkie-talkie rang. "Eugene," the boy replied, "Yes, I'm assisting in the parking lot outside the performance area. I haven't seen anyone suspicious yet." In the meantime, a displeased voice rang out next to him. "What is this all about?" Yuri wore the guard uniform and frowningly said, "Why do I have to wear this?" Eugene, seeing that, immediately teased him, "It suits you, isn't it? Don't you like swinging the stick?" Yuri angrily said, "No, you kid." Marie sat listening to the two of them arguing, still smiling. "What are you smiling at?" Her face helpless, she pressed a button and continued to ask, "What about you, Uncle Dmitri?" Dmitri, who was standing guard, immediately replied, standing in front of the gate, "Most of the guests have entered." He calmly replied, "No problem on this side." Marie looked at the screen and continued to ask, "What about you, Madam Rachel?" Seeing that she didn't reply, Marie worriedly asked again, "Rachel?" At this time, Rachel indifferently spoke, "Don't talk to me." Rachel, disguised as a cheering audience member under the noisy atmosphere of the stage, said, "Infiltrating, can't contact." Rachel continued, listening to important content, operating independently on this side. Marie, hearing that, blurted out, "That unlucky woman." The other end of the line rang out with an angry voice, "What did you just say?" Marie continued to contact Sean. "Sean, what's up with your side? Standing up there, can you see anything?" Sean, standing on high, seriously observed below. He carefully reported, "Haven't seen any signs of infiltration yet. When the performance starts, they will take the opportunity to infiltrate." Sean observed below, his face pensive. Looking at Pilgyu, who was commanding the guards guarding below. Sean continued through the walkie-talkie, "Especially you guys, don't get hurt, observe Moa carefully, we'll fight them, you got it?" Pilgyu, after hearing that, teased, "Oh ho, calling me uncle now?" Sean embarrassedly said, "Moa calls you that, so I unconsciously called you that too." Sean spoke, carefully saying to Morgan, "Anyway, you're the center, are you ready?" Moa, who was standing listening in her beautiful, gorgeous dress, smiled gently. Marie looked at the screen. She ordered, "The lights will turn off in 5 seconds. Then turn on the stage lights." At this time, in the direction of Yuri and Eugene, someone appeared, slowly walking towards them. Yuri smiled and mocked, "Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin, aren't you too late?" The loudspeaker counted down 5. It was Eric. He wrapped the thread in his hand. Behind him was Sika. On the other hand, Dmitri also noticed someone walking towards him. The person was Connor. His eyes became strange, just like Eric's. On Rachel's side, a hand grabbed her shoulder, saying, "Excuse me." Rachel, the tall old man wearing gloves, threatened Rachel with a gun. His face was cold, holding the gun and pointing it at her, threatening her. At this time, Sean, who was standing observing, had someone appear. It was Splendy. He looked at him, his face full of challenge. He held a weapon in his hand, his sharp eyes looking at Sean. Sean, seeing him, became wary, highly vigilant. The lights on the stage turned on one by one. Morgan stood on the stage, beautiful and confident. She interacted with the audience. "Hello everyone." Under the stage, the audience cheered and cheered. "That's right. Let's start." On the other hand, Sean here had already started to rush up to fight Splendy. Eric slowly walked towards Yuri and Eugene. Yuri smiled and said, "The show is about to begin. There are still guests who haven't entered? Then they must be our guests." Saying that, he quickly grabbed the stick and rushed towards Eric, even though Eugene behind him stopped, wait, you have to understand their strategy first. But Yuri didn't listen, he stubbornly replied, understand what? Beating them first will reveal everything. Sika touched Eric's shoulder with her finger, saying, orders. Eliminate them all, Eric. Immediately after, Eric, like a machine, launched forward, blocking Yuri's stick. Eugene, hearing that, was stunned. Eric? So that person is an early version, but why are they on Iscariot's side? Eugene seemed to understand everything, running up to warn Yuri, Gopnik, don't underestimate them, they're not easy to deal with. Yuri, who was fighting, hearing that, didn't understand. Annoyed, kid, you're too noisy. I know myself. He harshly said to Eugene, unaware that Eric was attacking him with a knife. At the moment he swung the knife down, Eugene managed to block Eric's stab in time. The boy looked at Yuri, his face proud, saying, I told you not to underestimate them. After all, you're just an amateur. Yuri grabbed the stick, saying, you brat. It would be less of a hassle if you shut up. Then he stabbed the stick hard into the ground. Eric held the knife, crouching towards Yuri to stab. But Yuri used the momentum to fly over Eric. He squatted down and picked up the head of the stick stuck in the ground. Then used force to throw it hard at Eric. Yuri grinned excitedly. Ha, that's how it should be. Eric lay unconscious on the ground, but Sika approached him. She put her face close to Eric's, whispering an order, get up, Eric. One of his eyes changed color strangely. Immediately, Eric slowly stood up. Seeing that, Yuri disbelievingly said, what? He clearly took the full hit from me. How can he withstand that? Eugene, seeing the situation, said suspiciously, whatever, that woman's ability is very suspicious. Like controlling people with dolls. Looking at Eric's staggering appearance as he stood up, Eugene continued, moreover, forcibly moving with that body, maybe he's not himself anymore. Yuri, hearing that, not only didn't worry but also said with interest, sounds good, even if he's beaten to death, he'll try to stand up? It must be very satisfying to fight this guy. Eugene then annoyedly replied, can you calm down a bit? The boy tried to explain to Yuri, make a battle plan first, we still don't fully understand the opponent's ability yet. But Yuri indifferently said, just charge in and beat them up and we'll know. Right? Eugene worriedly said, the opponent's ability has too many variables, if they can manipulate a random crowd, then, suddenly behind the boy, Antonio Miga, holding a trowel in one hand, headed towards the boy. Maybe the enemy is still somewhere. Eugene still didn't know there was someone behind him. His face was the same as Eric. His eyes were changed to one color, as if hypnotized. At this time, Connor slowly walked closer to Dmitri. He muttered, run away. Dmitri carefully prepared to draw his gun. He said in confusion, what? I can't hear you clearly. Then Connor rushed forward like an arrow, causing Dmitri to not react in time. He swung his hand, using a strong blow to send Dmitri flying far away. His eyes were the same as Eric. I said, run away. Dmitri, after being hit and falling, hit the cabinet. He cursed, damn it, you bastard. What kind of punch is this? He painfully looked at the knife stabbed in his stomach. Dmitri looked at the wound, thinking, damn it, what did Nal do to this guy? Suddenly, Connor rushed over to attack from somewhere, his mouth muttering, run away. On the other hand, in Yuri's place, Eugene suddenly fell silent. Yuri worriedly said, what is it? What the hell is going on? At this time, Eugene was lying unconscious inside the corner. Yuri fearfully shouted, kid, what's wrong with you? Wake up, kid! In the meantime, someone with a weapon passed by behind. Yuri heard the sound, his face confused and panicked. Then Antonio Miga rushed out from somewhere, fast as an arrow. He held a steel spear, stabbing through Yuri's leg, causing him pain. Then Eric behind continued to attack with a knife, but Yuri managed to spot him in time. He dodged Eric's stab. He used the momentum to try to run away. Yuri pulled the spear that was pinned in his leg out, but because he didn't have strength, he lost his balance. Yuri fell, hitting his back hard against the steel bars behind. Eric and Antonio stood in front of Yuri with murderous looks. At this time, he was completely helpless, his face pale with fear. He remembered when he was young, Yuri's face was red and smudged, his eyes scared. In Russia, there used to be a saying like this. A country that loves baseball so much that it can sell 500,000 baseball bats each year. This sentence means only one ball and glove are sold. I learned this from my father. The drunk man held a baseball bat in his hand, his face insolent. He was going to hit the boy. The terrible father beat me every day. Whenever the bat broke and couldn't continue, he would say he lost interest, so he bought a few to spare. That's why baseball bats were sold in such large quantities. I used to think how nice it would be if I died. He held the bat and said to Yuri, Yuri, Dad said that only the weak cry. You said you wanted to be as strong as Dad. Then you have to smile. He smiled dangerously. When he was about to hit the boy, a big, strong hand grabbed the head of the bat. It was a tall, muscular man. Yuri's father, seeing that, was surprised and said, You're barefoot? Why are you here? That man didn't say much, squeezing Yuri's father's mouth shut tightly. He immediately panicked and said, That's right. There's an accomplice, there's an accomplice. I'll tell you everything. The man, with a fierce face, punched and broke the bat, and said, The weak cry, only the strong can laugh. I agree. So, will you cry or laugh? Returning to reality, Yuri sat, his face full of sweat, suddenly smiling. He remembered the words, the weak cry. Then he grabbed the stick very strongly from the ground. Yuri held the stick in his hand, his face without any fear, saying, Only the strong can laugh. He used his strength to hit the rock, flying towards Eric and Antonio. At the same time, he turned around to see something. Yuri took out two things with a round shape from his pocket. He looked at them with interest, saying, The combination of tungsten blue and carbide, although this ball is quite soft compared to other balls, its elasticity is excellent. You can use them like this. Then he threw the two balls hard. They flew through Eric and Antonio. The ball hit the fence behind them. Then they collided and flew back, hitting Eric and Antonio. They continuously hit them. The reaction force from the ball continuously hit them, causing them pain. The ball hit Antonio's face hard, causing him to fall. Yuri, seeing that, jumped up and down with joy. That's how it should be. At this time, Eric was still not taken down, holding a knife and rushing over. Seeing him rushing over, Yuri thought, With this leg, I can't run far anymore. Next are these two babies. Yuri took out two yellow balls and started to hit. The two yellow balls flew over Eric. They carried the wire, sticking to him. Yuri's voice rang out, The yellow balls are a pair, because inside them there's a connecting wire. The wire, following the direction of the ball, tightly wrapped around Eric. Finally are these red balls. Then he threw the red balls. Yuri was excited, his face challenging, throwing the balls. The balls flew towards Eric. On them were sharp spikes that could kill people. They hit Eric, causing him to bleed. Eric was seriously injured by the spikes of the balls. Yuri satisfiedly said, The ball is made of alloy, integrating the shape of a knife and bear claws. Sika, seeing the situation, panicked. Antonio at this time staggeredly stood up. Then suddenly Eugene jumped out, saying, That's enough, and kicked Antonio, causing him to fall. Yuri, seeing the boy, was surprised. Kid, you're still alive? Eugene, stepping on Antonio, who was unconscious on the ground, said sternly, Of course, how can this kill me? I was just disguising to divert them. More importantly, Yuri, that fight was so impressive. Yuri, hearing that, happily said, Is that so? It's great, isn't it? I alone am enough. Eugene smiled and said teasingly, But the way you explained each material and how the weapons work, how should I say it? It's like our age. Then bear claws? Sorry, I'm just too funny, so. Yuri, hearing that, angrily blushed and shouted, You damn brat, shut up. If you can, say it again. What nonsense are you babbling? Are you a brat? But he didn't know that someone appeared behind him, kicking him with their leg. He raised his leg, kicking Yuri hard in the face. His kick sent Yuri flying far away. Damien, his eyes cold, scornfully said, Too childish. I can't stand it. Are you bastards on a picnic or something? Yuri, his face bloody and swollen, lay sprawled on the ground. Eden was coldly flying up, launching a punch from the sky to the enemy. But very quickly, Dmitri easily dodged, causing Eden to punch straight into the wall, debris flying everywhere. But Eden didn't easily give up like that, and launched another punch, and Dmitri was lucky to escape again. Looking at the innocent steel cabinet in the back, Dmitri inwardly exclaimed, Damn it, what kind of destructive power is this? Strength on par with that guy Splendy from before? While attacking, Eden reminded his opponent, Run away. He was trying very hard to regain consciousness for a moment. Because of that runaway sentence, Dmitri was caught off guard, so he took the full punch to his ribs, painfully to the bone. Being hit too painfully, Dmitri angrily fought back, grinding his teeth and cursing from now on. What the hell are you talking about? Just as he finished asking, Dmitri gave Eden a punch, causing Eden to step back, dodging with difficulty. Thanks to that punch, Eden regained consciousness for a moment. Using all his strength, Eden then called out to remind, "Run!" Hearing the opponent say that, Dmitri blankly asked himself, "Run? So fighting now is not its wish?" One of Eden's eyes had returned to normal, but the other was still being controlled. Not letting his opponent be too carefree, Dmitri then swung the axe to attack, but luckily, Eden used his quick body to dodge skillfully. But because of dodging, unable to stop due to inertia, Eden landed with his face. Just looking at it made him feel sorry for the pain. Seeing his opponent like a mouse lying on the ground, Dmitri smiled confidently and asked with a scornful voice, "Surprised? I prepared a little to welcome you." After that, both fell into silence. No one moved or spoke. Seeing the strange atmosphere, Dmitri then broke the silence, asking with an indifferent tone, "I don't know if you like it?" At the same time, in another place, Shurian was facing a difficult enemy. Splendy saw Shurian's unsightly expression, then chuckled and asked with a somber voice, "Couldn't finish everything at that time, Sean?" Not waiting for Shurian to reply, he continued to provoke, "Come on, show me your true strength." As soon as there was that call, Shurian immediately got into position and rushed up to attack. Splendy was not to be outdone. He also got into position to prepare to fight back. Splendy had just launched a palm strike to the face. Then Shurian quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the dangerous attack from the opponent. But unexpectedly, Splendy then held the gun, not only pointing it straight at Shurian's face. A wave of fire from Splendy's gun was released, not knowing if Shurian could dodge in time. Otherwise he would surely burn to ashes. Above, there was a fiery battle raging. Below here, Morgan was preparing to start her performance. A few audience members heard the noise, then buzzed and asked each other, "What is it? Did you hear an explosion?" At that moment, inside the control room, seeing the situation gradually losing control, Marie adjusted the lights to attract everyone's attention. The lights were adjusted by Marie to focus on Morgan standing in the middle of the stage. The audience, seeing that scene, then cheered in joy. "It's starting!" Outside was as bustling as inside the control room was as tense. Marie worriedly asked through the walkie-talkie, "They have appeared, can everyone hear me?" Marie worriedly called, "Eugene, Yuri." In another place, Yuri, full of wounds, was lying motionless. Not hearing a reply, Marie again called someone else, Dmitri, but unfortunately, Dmitri was also struggling to fight with Eden. Not receiving an answer, Marie angrily shouted, "Damn it!" But not giving up, Marie again called someone else, "Rachel, Rachel, can you hear me?" Rachel was also facing an enemy, but still had to annoyedly exclaim, "Too noisy, Marie," the old opponent exclaimed, "Have we met before?" Both were merging into the crowd. The old man still continued to speak despite Rachel not bothering to answer. "I have heard a lot about you, Rachel. Heard that your specialty is disguise." The old man showed a disapproving expression, and then exclaimed scornfully, "But worse than I thought." At the same time, inside the headset, Marie's voice was heard again, "Rachel, in 2 seconds, I will turn on the lights." After that, Marie began to count 1, 2. After 2 counts, Rachel coldly used her hand to quickly and skillfully push the gun pointed at her away. While the old man was still stunned, Rachel pushed the gun to shoot straight up, relying on the noise of the stage to overwhelm the noise caused by the gun. Taking advantage of the fact that the old man had not yet shaped up, Rachel quickly weaved to escape. A moment later, the old man could only blankly look around, looking for Rachel who had blended into the group of viewers. The old man glanced left and right to find Rachel's silhouette. A distance away from the old man, Marie worriedly reminded, "Fighting loudly here will cause trouble, Rachel." With a cold tone, Rachel replied, "Don't worry." Using her killer eyes, Rachel indifferently affirmed firmly, "Because this is my specialty." Feeling Rachel's eyes, the old man annoyedly glanced back. The 2 eyebrows of the old man were almost about to kiss each other. Suddenly the old man turned around suddenly, looking here confused. Only not paying attention, the old man's thigh had already received an injury. Blood sprayed out like rain. Rachel again glided away gently after causing injury to the enemy. Then with a swish, the old man's arm was injured. Rachel stood from afar, observing the results that she had done. Although angry, but the old man couldn't grasp Rachel, so he was only full of patience. Far away, Rachel held the weapon used to commit the crime, giving a ghostly smile, provoking the enemy. At the same time in another place, Eden was launching a punch like lightning onto Dimitri. Reacting very quickly, Dimitri used his weapon to block that attack. Looking at his weapon, Dimitri confidently exclaimed, "That's how it should be, it's not easy to pierce this." Then after that, Dimitri again swung his axe, attacking back at Eden, causing Eden to dodge with difficulty. Seeing Eden intending to run away, Dimitri then urged his axe, asking coldly, "Where are you going?" After that, both again continued to charge at each other like moths to a flame. Eden strongly launched a kick into the middle of Dimitri's chest. The kick was very accurate, causing Dimitri's old wound to reopen. Dimitri painfully groaned, inwardly exclaiming, "Damn it, the wound reopened." While Dimitri was still distracted, Eden again launched a punch causing Dimitri to not be able to dodge. Eden coldly watched Dimitri lay down with difficulty. Taking that opportunity, Eden again sat on Dimitri. Being clamped tightly, Dimitri could only lay there, taking the beating from Eden. A lot of punches were swung down on Dimitri's face, causing Dimitri to be stunned. In that moment of life and death, Dimitri sank into distant memories that he had forgotten, the image of Dimitri carrying the spoils back, saying with excitement, "Igor, look, it's the biggest bear on this mountain." Igor, covered in blood, not knowing if it was his or the animal's, said with a somber voice, "Dmit." Igor coldly asked, "What did you stab into its chin?" Hearing the question, Dimitri threw the bear aside, proudly replying, "This one? With just a knife, no other weapons." After hearing those words, Igor only exclaimed one sentence, "What a pity." Under Dimitri's surprised eyes, Igor again exclaimed, "You again depend on a weapon." Igor stood up slowly and then gave advice to Dimitri, "Remember carefully, Dmit, don't rely on those trifles." Using his big hand, Igor gently held Dimitri's hand and said, "The strongest weapon of the man named Dimitri that I know is this." After hearing Igor's words, Dimitri surprised, staring at his hand in contemplation. After thinking it over, Dimitri began his counterattack. A punch full of power was punched hard into Eden's face. Being at an advantage, and suddenly being knocked away, caused Eden to be stunned. But not giving the opponent time to react, Dimitri quickly dragged Eden along the road. To a distance quite far, Dimitri swung Eden strongly into the wall, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. Eden fell to the ground, looking extremely miserable. Dimitri coldly took off his vest, saying indifferently, "Recently I've been fighting with strange people. I hold anything up and consider it a weapon, like fireworks, guns, and knives. But thanks to you, I remembered." Hearing Dimitri's words caused Eden to not feel cold. Dimitri at this time was unusually different, giving a ghostly smile like a villain, then continued, "Fighting is like this." Not giving the opponent time to react, Dimitri again continued to speak as if ordering, "Not enough yet, right? Stand up, move around to sweat." Hearing that call, Eden again charged up like a moth to a flame. But before he could touch, he was pushed down by Dimitri with difficulty. Then a knee lift caused the blood in Eden's mouth to uncontrollably spew out. Dimitri was very happy with the work that he had caused. But Eden didn't give in, and coldly grabbed Dimitri's collar. His voice hoarse, Eden tiredly said, "It's not over yet." But to share the sadness, Dimitri had also grabbed Eden's neck, chuckling and saying, "That's right, that's how it should be. I'm just warming up." After that sentence, both again continued in an endless battle. Both launched extremely powerful punches into the opponent's face. Even though he was punched until his mouth was crooked, Dimitri still smiled. Different from Dimitri's indifferent attitude, Eden frowned, making a twisted face uncomfortable. Not giving Eden time to fight back, Dimitri strongly swung many punches into Eden's face. Even though he was beaten until his cheeks were unrecognizable, Eden still didn't give in. His face full of blood, further showing Dimitri's madness. A moment later, the room where both stood was full of rocks and weapons. Eden had to kneel on the ground, looking extremely difficult. Although he was also injured, Dimitri still called out and asked, "How is it?" Dimitri, while moving closer to Eden, asked, "Sweat has poured, now you feel more awake, right?" Dimitri gave a gentle smile, then exclaimed, "It was hard work, you brat." Splendy lit the fireworks he was holding in his hand and the ones he held in his mouth. Then he threw them all at his opponent, creating an attack with a series of explosions. Splendy watched the other person quickly dodge, and said with a tone full of interest, "You prepared well, Sean. After all the fireworks had exploded, he stood still, waiting for the smoke to clear to assess the opponent's condition. The wires were fired out. With one end fixed to the steel bars, Ian tightly grasped the other end and used them to quickly move down without Splendy noticing. Then, taking advantage of the fact that he wasn't paying attention, he got into position to attack Splendy from behind. Ian launched, kneeing him in the head, causing the gun to fall from Splendy's hand and the wig on his head to fly off the ground. Despite being attacked unexpectedly and being stunned for a moment, Splendy still stood firm on the steel bars, while Ian landed at a safe distance from the opponent. The skin on Splendy's face had all burned away, leaving only muscle fibers, so his face always looked like he was giving a savage smile. Splendy rubbed his chin with interest and nodded. "That's right, that's how it should be." He stared at Ian as if acknowledging his ability after looking at him for a moment. "The level has to be about this much, Sean." Saying that, he raised his right hand forward. Ian, seeing that, quickly got into a defensive stance with high alert. He thought, "That's right, that breath." Ian didn't dare blink for a second, trying to grasp Splendy's movement to react in time. He calculated, "If I move forward a little more then," but with a speed faster than the eye could follow. His hand was already close to Ian's face. Realizing the danger based on intuition, he quickly raised his hand to block before the attack directly impacted his handsome face, but the strong impact still caused Ian to fall out of the metal frame. He panicked, wanting to cling to something to avoid falling to his death. Ian was lucky to grab a metal bar of the metal frame. He tried his best to hold it tightly. While Ian was climbing up the metal frame, avoiding the scene of hanging in midair, Splendy from afar rushed over. He used a punch to bend and break the metal bar Ian was hanging on, making Ian sway. While falling, luckily for Ian, he managed to turn around and use his right hand to grab the metal bar placed diagonally. Ian's jaws clenched tightly in tension because of the precarious situation. Just now, Splendy stood on the metal bar he had just destroyed. Looking at Ian's difficult appearance, Splendy teased, "What are you doing, Sean? Didn't you say you caught my weakness?" Then he opened his mouth and roared, "Attack me even harder, Sean!" Morgan smiled brightly, and posed very adorably in the audience's wild screams. After finishing, she looked down and interacted with them. "So part 1 is over, did everyone have fun?" A crazed fan of hers cried with joy and shouted, "Moa is the best." Hearing the responses mixed together, Morgan stirred up the atmosphere before the intermission. "Let's enjoy part 2 in a few minutes." Next to the stage, Pilgyu observed her, still holding the walkie-talkie in his hand. The walkie-talkie suddenly made a crackling sound. A message was transmitted. "You guys, can you hear me?" Pilgyu anxiously asked. "Sean? What's going on?" Ian, while trying to avoid Splendy's continuous attacks, spoke into the walkie-talkie. "I don't have time to worry about that now, don't forget what I said just now." While listening to him continue to speak, "You just need to protect Moa." Pilgyu noticed something. Ian was still telling them, "Don't show your faces, you're not their opponents." A person with long black hair approached Pilgyu. He also relayed the message through the walkie-talkie to the blue-haired girl in the security monitoring room. "And Marie, the thing I said, remember, kid?" The girl, while monitoring the situation through the surveillance camera, was doing something through the keyboard and replied, "Okay, I'll start." It seemed that these operations were related to the control system installed on the stage frame. At this time, in Moa's waiting room, she nervously walked back and forth inside. Gyute signaled to the staff, "Everyone, wait outside for a bit." Morgan's eyebrows furrowed tightly. She remembered the image of Pilgyu signaling something to the security guards. Gyute looked at her anxious back, worriedly asking, "Moa, are you okay? It's very chaotic outside right now. It seems the audience hasn't realized yet. It's really too dangerous. Stop here." Morgan didn't turn her head to look at him. She lowered her voice. "Are you watching my performance, uncle?" Gyute supported his forehead. "Of course I'm watching. That's why it turned out like this. I was very afraid they would appear while watching." Morgan looked at her image reflected in the mirror and said, "Uncle Gyute, why do you think I became an idol?" He paused for a moment in surprise and asked, "Why are you bringing that up out of nowhere?" She replied, "Do you remember, when I was little, I held your knives in my hand and said that I also wanted to be a thug?" Gyute's face was sweating. There was such a thing. Images of the memories of those years appeared in Morgan's head. She recounted, "You said that those dark things are only for you to do, and I must always be a shining star. That's why I wanted to become a thug." Hearing that, Gyute exclaimed in shock, "What?" Morgan remembered when she once pointed to something that appeared on TV and turned to Pilgia, demanding, "There was a time I said I wanted a stuffed animal. You went all over the country for 3 days to find it." She still remembered the shape of those cute teddy bears, but later she learned that it wasn't something for sale, but something handmade. Also the image of Pilgia shyly holding out a teddy bear that looked distorted on his calloused hands under the suspicious eyes of those around him. But Uncle Pilgia brought that stuffed animal back. Really, these silly uncles are great. The teddy bear wasn't really as beautiful as in the advertisement, but Morgan really liked it. "In my eyes, you are the shining stars, not dark, but sparkling shining stars." She also remembered the happy face of Pilgia and everyone when they saw the child's love for the toy, and thought, I also want to become a star like these thugs. I wish I could become a shining star for someone, like you. Gyute still didn't understand what the story was trying to convey. "Moa, how is that related?" Morgan replied, "Your heart, I understand it." She remembered the moment she stood under the stage lights and looked down at a series of lights like a sea of stars below the audience area, when standing on stage. "Seeing my fans, I really shine, sparkling, and think, how can I shine so much?" Morgan would never forget the happy smiles of her fans when she was performing. That kind of feeling, I don't think I can act it out. She wondered, maybe thanks to these people, I can really shine on stage. Then Morgan turned around. Her small hands grabbed Gyute's hand. "The shining world that you want may be the image that I have seen." She tightly held his hand and said her wish. "So, a little while later, please watch me a little more, Uncle. I want to show you that shining world." Morgan's eyes were full of determination. "So that you don't return to that dark place again, so that I can continue to sparkle, I will become your star." The corners of Gyute's eyes and the tip of his nose were red as if he was about to cry because he was touched. He was teary-eyed, not knowing what to say. He could only call out a word, "Moa." Then Gyute also couldn't stop the tears from flowing out. He had to use his hand to cover his face and wipe away the tears. In the meantime, the door of the waiting room suddenly opened. Seeing the man walking in, Morgan called out, "Uncle Pilgia." Gyute looked up, turning to Pilgia, his face teary-eyed, giving a happy smile. "Pilgia, our Moa." Before he could finish speaking, a fist was launched. Pilgia punched straight into Gyute's cheek, causing his whole body to fly back under Morgan's panic. She worriedly shouted, "Uncle Gyute." The woman with black hair and red eyes also walked into the waiting room. She said, "Order, control Morgan." She, hearing that, startled. Morgan stunned for a moment, looking at Pilgia launching a punch at her. His pupils shone red with a white cross in the middle. She barely dodged Pilgia's attack. Morgan frowned, thinking, just now, she gave an order? There's something very strange about his eyes. She also responded with a punch straight to his face and shouted, "Uncle Pilgia, wake up!" Pilgia paused. It seemed this method of Morgan's also had a certain effect. But before anyone could do anything, the black-haired girl spoke again, "Order." She gave the order, "Capture Morgan." As soon as she finished speaking, Pilgia immediately acted. But all he did was wrap his arms around Morgan. She grabbed his arm. "Park Pilgia, how can you let that woman control you?" Morgan thought, "This is my stage." Then she called the black-haired girl, "Hey, you." Morgan's and Pilgia's pupils shone blue. She frowned tightly. "Don't bother my uncle." Morgan's eyes clearly showed determination. She silently reaffirmed, "These stage lights are mine." Everything seemed to be progressing very smoothly. The indexes in the system gradually increased. Method, implementation rate, 35%. At another coordinate, Splendy swung his hand. He exclaimed, "How boring." Splendy didn't continue to attack. He looked at a battered Shurian keeping his distance from him and sneered, "Did I expect too much from you, Sean?" He also didn't accept defeat with words. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Although looking very tired, Shurian never accepted defeat. "It's just starting now." At this time, the stage lights simultaneously turned on. He looked towards the lights and exclaimed, "Sure enough, being close to that thing is too hot." Splendy was a bit surprised by this development, but he quickly ignored it, not bothering to care, and continued to rush with the intention of finishing off Shurian. "I don't know what trick you're planning to pull, but we can end it now, Sean." While Splendy was approaching, wanting to grab his head, Shurian jumped up, turning his back to the opponent to gain more momentum for the punch. Then he turned around, raising his thick elbow, preparing to launch the iron hammer move. Then Ian gave a clear and painful thrust into Splendy, causing his whole body to fly far away. Not stopping there, while Splendy was dazed, regaining his balance, Ian again rushed closer, preparing to launch another punch. He said, "Sure enough." He punched him in the chin. Splendy took the full hit without being able to block. Then Ian again launched a punch into the side of the enemy. Another punch into the temporomandibular joint. Splendy couldn't react in time to the attacks that came like a storm. In his head he roared, "What the hell is going on?" The image of Ian became blurred in his eyes. Why did he suddenly move faster than me? How is that possible? Splendy panted. When he prepared to raise his hand to launch the move, he realized the problem and glanced at the hand that had paused for a bit. "No, it's because I'm slowing down." Because he was in a confused state, he again couldn't turn back in time to block Ian's punch. After a while of silence to fight, he spoke, "That body of yours is burned, right? Every time you fight, your mouth exhales smoke." Ian looked at Splendy's body emitting a lot of smoke. Because of the burns, the pores are blocked, so the body is overheating, although it looks intact on the outside. The inside is probably about to be roasted. He heard that, and his mouth exhaled smoke. "So you were waiting for the temperature in my body to rise, so you prepared those lights." Ian confirmed, "Yes, not a bad idea, right?" Splendy staggered as he stood up. He broke a metal bar from the stage frame. "I admit it, Sean, you're truly Dead Mansion's most outstanding masterpiece. I should also show you something, right?" Ian's face suddenly changed to panic at the scene he saw. Blood flowed down Splendy's arm. "The body temperature is too hot, so I didn't think of it. There's still a way like this, how is it?" His extreme method really made everyone afraid, Splendy said calmly. "Just need to reduce my body temperature." "Isn't that a good idea?" Splendy opened his mouth to smile. "Now, let's start round 2, Sean."